the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away. I've done alright up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, my loneliness gone. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody.
This Domain
I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
Is now online.
Somebody who loves me. Oh, dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
Yes! Oh, nearly walked into my signs there. That's crazy, man. What's up, ladies and gents? Welcome back. It's a big day, man. I can't even put my words into this sentence right now because I'm so excited for what we got going for ourselves tonight. Welcome to Benelux Ascend Series. This Domain is now online, and we're getting into our playoffs against Red Once Upon a Team right now, fighting for the semi-finals. Welcome back, Data, brother. I hope you're doing well, and I hope you're not too surprised about this draft halfway being through. How we doing, man?
Yeah, same thing from Wednesday, but yeah, I'm good. You seem great. I'm hyped. Lower bracket semifinals. One of these two teams will be going home for the last time for spring split, so definitely both teams looking to win. They've seen each other before. Red coming out on top the last time they met in the regular season, winning that series 2-1 was quite close. I expect this series to be just as close. But taking a look at the draft so far, a lot of it does make sense. Like you said, I'm not surprised by too much of it. Orianna countered by the Akali. Orianna being one very common. Pantheon matching some of that pressure that Akali can put on this Orianna to make a really strong mid jungle 2v2, and Wukong really good with the Orianna. Not the Jarvan that we tend to see, as it is actually open, but no Jarvan, no Nocturne, but Wukong Orianna is still very strong, two very high impact AoE ultimates, a really strong AD bruiser to pair alongside the Orianna. And Ezreal going to be blind ADC has been good for a while, is good into what most of the stuff that it was available. Sivir, the answer for Fuse on the red side. We'll see Darius and Zahen going to be banned away alongside the Nautilus as well. I would imagine we'll probably see something like maybe the Nami banned as well from Red, unless they want to take away some more of those engage options, something maybe like the Rel or the Alistar as well. But I would imagine they want to look towards maybe a ranged support to pair alongside the Sivir to deal with this Ezreal. It's also interesting to me that Red decided to go to that Ezreal with this Karma band away, as that's the most common pairing we see with Ezreal. The next thing that comes to mind is that Bard that is still available for both of these teams if they want to pick it up, but that would be something I think that Red might look towards.
The Bard, there it is, you called it out, right? It's quite a common ban, usually in the first ban stage rather than the last, but it's going to see the light of day, not in this game, perhaps later on in this series. And again, this is a look bingo, probably now hovering his champion, unless we're going to go for something like a support here, which oftentimes is a nice R5 on the red side just to finish off the comp, which right now seems to be quite heavy in the mid lane early game, and then you've got that Pantheon to back you up as well. Akali already so strong in those side lanes. Back that up with something like a Pantheon, really good. That's going to be a support Nico by the looks of it coming through here in this game.
Yeah, and I like the Nico support. It's something that with the Bard ban, I would imagine that they were looking to pair alongside Ezreal. Nico's quite good into Sivir, so long as you can get rid of her spell shield with any one of your multiple abilities. It's not good if you just try to do the raw Pop Blossom. Sivir can just spell shield that away, but the ranged support option for Fuse does make a lot of sense. Like I said, they are expecting something similar with this Ezreal lane, but instead they're going to go towards the Rel, looking to supplement even more of the engage that they have. It gives them some less conditional CC to pair alongside this Wukong Orianna combo that makes that Shockwave Cyclone two-man combo just not their only way of starting these fights off, giving them a little bit more engaged down there. Pretty good into the Nico, but the early lane could be a little hard. Range support versus melee support, we see this all the time. It tends to be the fact that this Ezreal will be getting pushed in because of that support matchup. And Sion
switching it up last minute there. The Nawa's gonna be locked in, but Sion, right? We've got already that tanky engage on the rail. So, Gnar would have worked as well, but you don't know what you're going into, right? It's a weak side Gnar. You can lock it in. It's a ranged. It's a little bit safer, but it's going to be the Sion a little bit more safer in that regard, especially if that's going to be a K-Sante lock-in. It's just going to be, again, topside, wet noodle fight, whether that's going to be a K-Sante or the Dr. Mundo that now gets locked in, which I like a little bit more, I think. Do you know what? Because you've got that... more, I don't know. I'm feeling it right now. Something's telling me, look, bingo, in that top side, Dr. Mundo might cook today. It might do.
Yeah, I understand why they pivoted off the Cassante to the Mundo. When you're looking at the composition from Red, they are lacking some damage. They are relying a lot on Nudie to do a big portion of that DPS, and they're solo AP with this Orianna, which means the Shockwave will probably do a lot, as there won't be a lot of MR stacking. But once that burst comes through, all of the rest of their damage is physical damage. And I think I do prefer the Cassante a little bit more. It has a little bit more disruption, more CC, because they are quite lacking in peel on the side of Fuse, and Mundo just doesn't do that. He is just a big beefball bruiser that has a bunch of HP, doesn't tend to build a lot of resistances, and does a ton of damage, but he doesn't have a lot of utility when it comes to those team fights that they're looking to go towards. But I do think with that, it's really even more towards that skirmish that you're talking about around this mid jungle with this Akalia. And we've seen Scopes playing this more recently in the last few series, and looks very comfortable on it every time he picks it. And I've been talking about this Akali versus Orianna counterpick the entire year. It's something that we only really see a lot with we're getting into the game already. I mean, nice. I will
so excited, man.
Yeah, I mean, this series as well should go the distance, right? These two teams were pretty closely matched in their regular season matchup. Like I said, I think at the very least we'll get 4 games, although we said the same thing on Wednesday when it was Snooze versus Mindblue, and that ended up being not as close as we thought. So we'll see if the same story happens for either one of these two teams. Fuse coming off the back of a really strong win against Zenit Academy, who were the 3rd seeded team, and then Red also beating Taka Ascend in their first lower.
And it's hyped up. It really is, because Red, Watt, and Fuse, both of these teams, you know, there's a lot of love, but there's also a competitive scene that both of these rosters need to get through right now, and they're gonna be doing it as we speak, because they're in game, just about getting into their lanes. And so let me welcome everybody to the first game for this best of 5 playoffs, fighting for that semi-finals spot today. Fuse versus Rord.
Yeah, and a really important spot that is, because that does guarantee them top 3. Obviously, this is the lower bracket semifinals going towards that lower bracket final. Mind Blue awaiting whichever one of these two teams take the win here today. And there's a lot on the line. These guys, they've played Elimination Series last week, and they came out on top in those series, but they both can't win this one. So we're going to see. Also interesting to see Nudie going towards that Dorn's bow on Ezra. So he's a little bit crash down to land.
It is quite heavy here on that level 1. They're just fighting for that level 2, really. But actually a decent trade back by Fuse onto now Kamikaze by the looks of it, who was quite aggressive on that initial trade. A heal was popped by both of the supports. However, a ghost is also being used by Meccano. So that's going to be 2 summoner spells for just the 1. And then level 2 does come through. Flashing, but a good spell shield. Crash down nonetheless will be connecting. As strong side is now being dealt with. Nudie getting the first blood onto this Nico.
Yeah, and that's a crucial first blood as well, because it gives them so much pressure, and Strongside burned both summoners using the flash and the heal there. Thankfully for Meccano, he didn't burn his flash, but Nudie still has Barry. They can look for more here if they want to. Well, the Q is going to miss from Kamikaze.
I absolutely love this. There's so much confidence coming out from Red Watts to start off this entire series to get going in that bot lane. He knew exactly this rail, Kamikaze, at what point that level 2 is going to proc. And even despite it being literally split second later for Fuse for the other side, but it still didn't matter for at least Strong Side to get out of that one alive, and that's exactly what is happening down here in the bot lane. And it just goes to show you, as Fuse is taking quite a bit of damage in scopes in this mid lane, but it just goes to show you the stakes of this game. This is a do or die lower bracket. Yes, in a best of 5 there's many games to get through, but to get yourself started in that initial very first minute in the very first game is so important.
Yeah, also Chover doing pretty well in this mid lane as well against Scopes. Scopes is pretty low, but Strongside is here to potentially help him out if Chover decides to trade a little too heavily as Dismas is crossing back towards this top crab, as both junglers did path towards the bottom side of the map, I believe. As yes, the bot crab will be taken by Bloopy. Dismas not wanting to take that 1v1.
Yeah, it does not. And we've seen a strong side roam into the mid lane very early into a game before. This is something that Scopes and strong side like to do from one angle to another, as this time round, he's going to be down in the bot lane, matching a level 3 Kamikaze, who does get the crash down, doesn't quite connect, doesn't have that stun either. So that's not going to be happening. We've seen what happens if he does connect all of those abilities. And big up Kamikaze for that first blood for the Ezreal. Still, Nudie the only kill in this entire game as we speak. A big wave being crashed in the top side for Look Bingo to Spooky as well, getting a few auto attacks onto that tower. And this is a Sion, a Dr. Mundo lane. This is all you're going to see really out of this lane. It's just one wave slowly pushing onto one tower and a couple of auto attacks to get a play and another doing the same, right? It's a back and forth unless there's a Pantheon coming your way, and it seems like that's exactly what will be happening. But there is a 2v2, like you said, strong side's being picked out in the bot lane as well, and then maybe a Luke Bingo going down just in a moment or two. It seems like he will flash away. One will be matched by Dismas. Now Bloopy, maybe just the next target. There's no flash for Dismas. However, there may be a way to get in there with a dash, and it won't be happening. Bloopy will be getting out alive. A 1-4-2, really, because Red OUAT did pick up that kill in the bot lane.
Another big kill for Nudie. He's going to look for more as well.
Ooh, there it is. And because the tower's just around, Mikano, patience, very good on that spell shield there, just waiting at the right time in order to get closer to the tower and escape a potential kill. You never know.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hold on a minute. It's happening again. Kamikaze is definitely in to secure none other but Nudie for this Ezreal, the best of starts in this game. So much prowess as we now see strong side coming around as I think that's a melee minion. I think it's a little bit of an obvious one as well. I don't think anybody's going to fall for that. So,
he's just catching up to the wave. It's not Nico.
Right. Yeah, maybe we're like in season 3 where the minions get lost in the jungle and they eventually come around back to the lane. But yeah, no, strong side is back.
Yeah, and that kill, again, matters a ton, but even more so, the kill for this Wukong matters a lot, as does Bloopy. Bloopy really needs to find value off his first ultimate, though, to keep the pace going, but Red already 1.3k up, and that a lot of that lead is on this Ezreal.
Big damage, and it's going to be enough. That shockwave is just going to find the right target, and that's going to be onto Scopes.
I was expecting to die.
Yeah, and honestly, hold on a minute. This is a Akali and an Orianna lane. You would expect for the Orianna to be, you know, having some sort of trouble going into this one. Felix Martis, thank you so much for the follow. Hope everybody's having a good day today because it's a big one, man. Again, both of these teams, it's, you know, history for Once Upon a Team. They've been around this scene for a very long time as Luke Bingo does hit a decimating smash and he's going to pop that maximum dosage just to keep a little bit healthier. But this is a very long-standing roster within the BAS, the Benelux region. This is Once Upon a Team. You've got the Academy team right in front of your eyes right now, and also the main roster that's in Div 1, and this is Div 2, right? For those that are joining. Yeah. And, of course, are looking for that information, there it is. Fuse, however, is not really in either of those for any long period of time aside from this year. Fuse has just entered this scene from the Open Qualifiers and now showing up in the top 4 playoffs in Div 2. Absolutely out of nowhere. So many people would be sitting in front of their desks 8 weeks ago and be thinking, as we got a little pause, hold on a minute, pause, Fuse is never gonna really get this one, and that's exactly what people were saying until there was a few upsets that Fuse were able to pick themselves up, and one after another, it may have changed a few people's minds. It's certainly changed my outlook onto the roster because I'm a bit of a, you know, I'm a bit green when it comes to these things as well, walking into this entire scene. It's so amazing to be around it, but to see this roster flourish and absolutely surge through the scene, one series at another, and now fighting against the GOATs Once Upon a Team themselves and fighting for that 3rd position in the playoffs and the semifinals.
Yeah, and an upset for Fuse did happen last week, and every series from now on will also be an upset if they manage to win. The top 3 seeds, or 3 of the top 4 seeds still remaining. Red, the fourth seed coming into playoffs. Obviously, Snooze and Mind Blue, the top 2 seeds still remaining, and Fuse, the 6th seed, coming into these lower bracket semifinals. So yeah, every win from here on out will be an upset if you're just going off of standings and seeding into the playoffs.
Yes.
But they've proven they can do that, and did upset last week and are looking to do so again. But they're
and
gonna
the week before that, if you argue really
and the week
that
before
far.
that as well, yeah. Getting themselves into playoffs in the first place as well. Getting that final win to push themselves just barely in with that 6th seed to get to that top 6 for the lower bracket berth. But they are starting off a little shaky here. This is some of the plays that they're making a little bit nerves, maybe going into another elimination series. The bot lane plays that are happening, they don't look like they're on as much of the same page as we're kind of used to seeing, or at least that we saw when they're playing against Zenit Academy. They played with a lot more confidence in that series, a team that they're also more familiar with as well, as they started playing against Red in official matches only in the spring split, whereas Zenit Academy, they've been meeting each other for the entirety of this calendar year, basically from Open Qualifiers, Last Chance Qualifiers, and
we
then
have.
Again,
I say we,
so
of course.
yes.
Being very dear to my heart, man. All of these lads, they came to me and Aiden, a owner at the time on Fuse, and just created this roster with me. And right now, we couldn't be prouder. But I'm not here expecting the biggest of journeys yet, because there's a massive obstacle in front of Fuse. But I will say, for Red Once Upon a Team, it's also something to get through, because as we speak, both of these teams are here for a reason, going up one against each other. Right now, Red OUAT is 4-1, almost 2,000 gold up as we speak, and it's not necessarily strong within one single lane. It's spread across quite a few different avenues right now. They've got a decently sized lead on this 2-0 Ezreal, and the top side as well. Speaking of the top side, Bluepy's just gonna get a full clear going now, path down into the bot lane again, but not before maybe visiting that dragon.
Yeah, and it should be their dragon for Red. I mean, Nudie and Kamikaze have permanent prio and permanent threat in this bot lane, even though, like I said, range versus melee support, they shouldn't have as much pressure, but because of those 2 kills...
Ooh, that's a grand stuff. Oh, shield vault and a nice shockwave. It seems like one more to attack will do it, and it will be an Orianna going down. Using that flash to escape that gank will mean that there's another one coming around, as in the bot lane. Quite a heavy charge with none other but On the Hunt being used on the Mechano. Level 6 Sivir. That's not going to really give them much kill pressure, but it will reduce Kamikaze down to half HP. Now, we've got the Wukong, like you've just mentioned. Red OUAT picking up that dragon. This must moving straight away, actually missing out his entire half-bottom side of the jungle just because of that mentioned Nudie prowess. He's got so much going for himself right now in this game.
Yeah, it's just a hard contest. Now, Strong Side is level 6. Just hit it off that
way.
Oh,
wow.
So is... but yeah, one of the
good on Spooky, and now Bloopy's in trouble. Good shield vault, but he's gonna go. Oh no, he's can't. Hold on, that was a very short. Two void grabs. I think just the one. I think the smite cancelled the shield. From the Pantheon. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was like a 1 second.
I think he canceled it for the movement speed because he had full stacks, so he was trying to run out of it. Because if he didn't cancel it, he gets hit by decimating smash and then dies anyways. So I think that's
to an auto attack, of course. Yep.
Yeah. So, but just not quite able to get out of it. Which means
good positioning by Spooky.
Yeah, really good play by him there. Not only does he get that kill onto Bloopy, but he takes one of the grubs, like you said. So he just denies a little bit of that XP and that full 3 grub spike for Fuse, as well as it makes his lead even larger. We're seeing a lot of this top lane going a little bit not super as expected. Sion has more pressure on the wave than Mundo does for a lot of this lane, but he's taken a lot of tower plates, 3 already, and Mundo can't really kill him, and Spooky can't kill Luck Bingo either. So he's accrued himself a 900 gold lead, and most of that isn't from that kill on Bloopy that he just got. A lot of that is just from those tower plates and the CS lead. He's got himself up 20 CS in this lane alone.
Yes, that's quite strong for a Scion already to be this heavy up on gold and just pressure alone. And of course, all of these tower plates will be stacking up as well. It's in 3 tower plates, really. So, you know, not too bad. It seems like Luke Bingo's maybe picked up that one in the top side as well, unless he wasn't around for that one. Usually the first tower plate could be taken out just by the minions. You never know. So that is certainly the 900 gold that you're looking at in the top side. And obviously down in the bot lane, pushing in every single wave in these side lanes quite nicely for the side of Red OUAT. In the mid lane, however, we did see Chova going down for a flash exchange as well, going where he pleases. However, Dismas is around the corner. The maximum dosage will keep Luke Bingo quite healthy, and I don't think there's going to be much of a fight. But Dismas, perhaps, going in on that one, maybe now hitting another cleaver will certainly be turning it around. That's a shield vault. There is a flash available from him, and it seems like a nice decimating smash down in the bot lane. It seems like there's going to be a pop blossom as well. Dismas gets out alive. Another auto attack would just do the job from the tower onto the Mechano. He's going to use a ghost just outside of the range on the stun. Wants to still trade into it by the looks of it, but doesn't quite have the pressure, especially in a 1v2. Mechano's just facing the world right now, as Strongside is now by his side to at least secure his repositioning into this lane. And we're not quite done yet. There's that flash stun onto Strongside, now trying to do something about it, but one auto attack will do it now onto Strongside. Nudie will be picking himself up. Another 2 kills. Make that a double and the 4th one of the game.
I was going to say, I'm surprised. Oh, Grand Starfall. Could get a kill. No flash on Ezreal. Has barrier.
Doesn't have the flash, and that won't be doing anything aside from in the mid lane. Nice Shockwave, having to flash away from that one. A couple of auto attacks may just do the trick, and it will do, in fact. Down in the bot lane, it seems like Kamikaze will go down in the end. So something for all of this trouble that Fuse is being put through as Red OUAT is on the ball.
Yeah, and Blippi has gotten 2 kills off of both of his ultimates, but there has been trades elsewhere every time he's found one, especially that one. He gets the kill on a Kamikaze, sure, but Nudie does get out with his life. He's the one with his shutdown, just going to get that kill on Dorel. Not a whole lot of gold, it's still a positive trade for Nudie and Kamikaze. Not only do they get the double kills, all 4 summoners burned from Mechano and Strongside. And I was going to say, I'm surprised Nudie didn't keep chasing Mechano through the river to play with Kamikaze, because he could have potentially forced that kill, traded flashes earlier, but then they go back to lane, reset it. I'm like, okay, nothing's going to happen. Mechano is safe. Then he wastes that spell shield on wave, and Kamikaze, as soon as he sees that equal down go forward, he just instantly forces, they get that kill. And I really like from Nudie as well the confidence to just arcane shift flash past Strongside to make sure he can get that kill into Mechano.
Certainly. That's so much pressure in pretty much every lane. And I really like that positioning down in that mid lane coming out from Dismas, just to support the only lane that seems to be struggling right now. And because of his positioning alone, it caused that flash. But I'm pretty sure Scopes was looking quite dire in that 1v1 in the first place, right? So Dismas was just there to, I don't know, push anything that might have been a little bit harder to get through that initial tower. But there it is, right? Still, quite a nice start to the game. 13 minutes as we speak. We got 20 seconds on the Dragon, so that's the next objective. And as you can tell already, a lot of these vision control wards and stealth wards will be placed down around the map. Quite a few of those for Fuse are behind the pit, so at least they have a lot of information over there, but they don't know what's happening in the river. And right here, Scopes is going to feel the brunt of what it feels like not knowing what's behind the tri-bush. Hitting one Mystic shot will reduce quite a lot of HP in that one exchange. Still, it's a 4v4. Luke Bingo does not have a TP. I don't think Scion does. However, that's a shield vault straight away onto Chova. Pop Blossom not quite connecting onto nobody but Kamikaze. Now Bloopy's by himself. He's got the shield, but there's Scopes going in onto the backline. Maybe able to do enough damage, but there is a bit of a turnaround. But who's going to be able to do anything as Knudi is now coming into the play? He was outside of this entire fight, just throwing a few Mystic shots until he found the opportunity to turn it around.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a little awkward for Nudie there. He's stuck outside of pit for so long that uses the True Shot Barrage to try to support the team. He waited out a lot of cooldowns before Arcade shifting in. I think he might have been able to look a little bit sooner to try to make that fight not as close as it was. Because you can see, as soon as he E'd over, he'd one-shot Mechano and basically one-shot Strongside as well. Potentially could have played a little bit more aggressively there, has the barrier, but still they get the dragon, they win the fight. Nudie's now 8-0, 6-0, 6-0-1 on this Ezreal, 1.7k gold up. But as much as he's got a majority of the kills, you look at the gold lead in top lane, 1k up for Too Spooky. He's very, very fed on this Scion already, and he will be a problem. He wasn't even present for that fight. It was just a straight up 4v4. Didn't use wasn't there for a lot of it. Ended up being there, showed up about halfway. I think he just TP'd back to top lane rather than showing up to that bot lane Drake fight. Trusted his team would win it. Yeah,
he did show up in the end, but like you say, had to walk all the way back in the top side, and now that entire wave will be crashing into the tower, which is now matching the side of Luke's tower that he's been able to reduce down to 1 HP as well, or 1 plate at the matter. So that's something that's at least going all right up in the top side. Still a 900 gold for the Scion. However, 2 tanks, you can't really be the most aggressive, but you will see a very aggressive Magnus Storm strong side. A little bit too low to escape it. True Shot Barrage. Beautifully sniping that one because the flash was actually going to get him away. There is a Mechano with the Blast Cone, not quite connected onto that one quite yet. He does get through around it eventually, but at a cost of all of this pressure. He's walking right into where he left off, and I'm pretty sure off the back of that one, there's that Warrior Trickster going right onto him. Mechano quite low. Dismos doesn't get it, but he's got the red buff ticking, and it will be enough. Now, Blue Pete trying to save the day also will be engaged on, and Mystic Shot does not connect, but it won't matter. There's 3 members coming his way, and because there's 3 around there, Dismos does go down in the end, actually, to the Pantheon, but because there was 3 of them, now there's actually a turnaround because Strongside arrives. Good punish. That's how it's going to go down, but at least a kill onto somebody. Kamikaze is going to feel that.
Yeah, I'm surprised Too Spooky didn't just walk past the tower because the wave would have gotten the kill on the tower anyways, and just continue to fight because Nudi's still full HP, had both summoners. Luck Bingo was half HP, no ult. So they could have definitely looked to get that. Has the Unstoppable Onslaught available. He didn't have the Go Where He Pleases passive up either. So I think they could have fought that if they wanted to. Instead, just going to take the tower. Kamikaze does end up dying. And also, Nudi missing a few of those Essence Fluxes and Mystic Shots does mean that Dismas over forces to guarantee that kill on the Blue Pea does die, giving the shutdown over to the Pantheon. Still a very winning play for them. They got a lot of kills. They got the flash out of Mechano as well, which it means he'll have to be even safer on a lot of these waves. Now, second item completion coming in for Nudi.
Grand Starfall. Yeah, nice Shuriken right there. Chova can't really go anywhere. Even if he goes across that wall, Strongside is waiting for him. That's an Orianna in the side lane for you, so you'd expect for all of the punishment, especially when you got a Pantheon in your game, to be landing onto that control mage, very mobile, and is wanting as much time to scale as possible. That's going to be a lot of plates, however. Still in the mid lane picked up. Nudi and Kamikaze, wherever they go, they are smashing the rift into pebbles. They're just stepping and treading on this ground like it belongs to them. Just have a look at this Ezreal. 2,000 gold. As the tower's going to go down eventually. This will be quite an extended fight. There is no maximum dosage on the Bingo. Kamikaze is actually around the corner as well, so may just be the end of this Dr. Mundo, especially with that decimating smash. He takes so much damage. Yeah, there's no backup from Fuse either, and I'm pretty sure the kill will be donated over to Nudi, who I was just discussing in that exchange. Just take a look at that gold. That's so much money on an AD carry. 8,000. Sorry, whoa. 8 kills and 2,000 is quite a lead. Yeah, 8 would be even more harder to come back from.
He is their entire gold lead. As much as Red Watt have been getting more and more kills, and they've gotten some more objectives and objective control, their gold lead's actually diminished over a little bit. It'll go back up to 3,000, but because a couple of shutdowns have gone over, Fuse are still only 3,000 gold down. It will increase as this Herald's going to crash into the tier 2. Might look to force a fight off of that potentially, but no, just going to take the plates, walk down towards this river. Dragon is spawning in 25 seconds. Nudi is very safe against this Akali. Actually the same level as Scopes.
He's not just safe,
he's level 13
thriving right now. Yes, and the Scopes was actually level 12 when Nudi was already 13 as well, so that's going to be quite a decent advantage on an AD carry over a mid laner. And again,
he's a level and a half up on Mechano.
Yeah, and again, he's not just safe, he's thriving, especially into a mid lane and ADC bot lane just trade. He was there by himself and he was still doing better. And then Scopes was under pressure from a gank from Dismas. Everything is going very well right now. If you look at the state of this map, the only thing, wherever you see really is these objectives going down the third dragon as well. That's quite a nice lead. I think Red Watt is very confident at this point in the game. For 20 minutes right now, sure, you have a Sivir, you have a Dr. Mundo. These two champions do like to take their time and scale, pick up a few items, and all of a sudden, they are very hard to control and quite formidable, but you need a little bit more time. And because of these dragons being picked up by Red Watt, I don't know if they have that on Fuse.
Yeah, it'll definitely be tough for sure, as the third item now for Nudie comes through. He's a full item up on Meccano, as his Navori Flicker Blades does come through. But yeah, he also opted for Endless Hunger third instead of something like the Spear of Shojin. Knows he's more than safe enough.
Meccano. Great force from the Flash. Walks right up to the Dismas Wukong, but Dismas is just trying to get that plate, which, by the way, just a moment ago, there was one plate on the tier 2 tower, and there is one plate now on the tier 1, the other way around tower for Fuse in the mid lane. So obviously that's quite a lot to take in, and a lot of money still swinging in the way of Red Watt. Look, Bingo doesn't quite get the chance to be in the back flank position because he's just going to be forced out of it. Now, because of that, he's sort of going to have to go and take the long way round, but it's a Dr. Mundo. He just walks at you, right? So unless you get a flank, you get an amazing position, then you can do something about this. If you're just in the mid lane and walking head on onto your position, you're going to be taken out. And especially if you're going to go into that side lane, you might also be taken out. He's going to stick around. He didn't press that recall. There's no vision to spot him out there. And I don't think Dismas is in that tri-bush either. So actually, Luke Bingo will stick around in the top lane for a little bit longer.
Yeah, just resets coming through from Red, wanting to get some item completions on the board. The Proto Belt done for Chover, nearing that third item, about halfway towards that Death Dance for Dismas. And that Unending Despair now finished as well for Too Spooky. Some pretty big item completions for a lot of these members for the side of Red. But again, this gold lead is still less than 3,000. It's the kills are twice as much, but the gold is not that far away. Really, the big threat right now on Fuse is that Soul Dragon in 240. That fight will be forced, and it is a Cloud Soul, which is pretty strong for Red with that Wombo combo mid jungle with the Cyclone and the Shockwave.
Ooh, the Shusha Barrage! Yeah, Scopes is going to be... This is an Akali in a side lane, and you don't expect for her to be a little safer than something like an Orianna, who is thriving, by the way, by herself in a side lane. Doesn't get punished at all, and I don't think... Oh, of course, we do have Blue P and a Grand Stoller available, but it's a little bit too late now, because as you can see, Red Watt is on the same page. Everybody's running topside just to support... No, never mind, they're not there to support the Orianna. They're there to support themselves with a Baron. They want to extend their lead a little bit more than that, just 4,000 gold. If they do pick it up, it's going to be at 5,000. There is a lot of that damage just hitting onto Kamikaze, who's a little bit in an awkward position unless he gets a engage onto Luke Bingo. He's by himself and not much follow-up from anybody. He's going to have to flash over the wall. He's got the maximum dosage. However, Baron has been stopped. The Baron was only started to pick a fight, and that's exactly what Red Watt got out of it. And not only that, they've got a summoner spell as well as an ultimate.
Yeah, the fight not really able to be taken by Red. They used both Cyclone and the Unstoppable Onslaught in the bot lane onto Scopes. I was surprised. I think it was a little in the wrong position. He has no flash.
I'd say so. In a much, much further position than you would want him to. Pop Blossom's going to be flashed away from. The tower is now minionless, so it's not going to be taken out either. Almost getting the decimating smash, but Red Watt is not done yet. Nice shockwave delivery by the Wukong. And that is all of a sudden 2 kills out of the blue. And enough of Baron Star.
Yeah. 2 really important kills as well, Luck Bingo, and it's crucially Meccano going down, strong side burned flash, and the ultimate, which means the contest just can't happen. There could be a potential steal if Luby decides to send the Grand Starfall, but I don't think that's the best of ideas, unless he feels like that steal will win them the game. And that Goldie that I was talking about that had stagnated for so long in this game, now going to finally crest over that 5,000 mark. The Dragon Soul for Red also on the map in 30 seconds time. A lot of gold going to be put onto items now as the Thornmail fully completed for Too Spooky, and the looks like he's going double tier Ezreal. Actually bought the second tier a little late though, so he will be stacking that quite late into the game. Usually when you're going double tier Ezreal, as soon as you get that Muramana, you back to buy the second tier because it does take you a while to get it stacked up. But they are right now, with this Baron push and Baron pressure, going to look to get vision in this bot side for that dragon fight that we're talking about. And Mikano's flash is up in 5 seconds, so we'll have that for this fight, but strong side, no flash.
This match does go in. Nice Cyclone. Beautiful engage by the jungler on the side of Red OUAT, and Blue P is going to be taken out with that true shot barrage. That's already a 4v5, and it doesn't seem like Mikano's going to be making it any easier because he's out as well. Nice Pop Blossom. Good execution from Scopes, but he's onslaught onto by this unstoppable onslaught onto Spooky. However, in a 2-for-1, I don't think Fuse will be too sad. Well, hold on a minute. This is still a dragon fight. This is still a soul, and this is still a jungler's position for Fuse.
Yeah, and I don't think they can contest with these two, man. Like I said, strong side got no Pop Blossom, no summoners. Neither does Bingo. He's got nothing. He does have the maximum dosage, but I don't think he can walk in himself and steal it. So this should be going the way of Red.
I believe, maybe. I mean, you got smite. Oh, what the hell just happened? What do you mean? Are you kidding me, Bingo? What? What? What?
Oh, no way.
I'm pretty sure we're trolling.
I'm surprised they kept hitting it. They should have just stopped hitting it and just killed him. Because I'm really surprised they just kept hitting the dragon when he walked at them like that. There's the Seraphs completed, or the Archangels rather, for
Bingo, man.
He was at around 80 stacks when he bought it, so like I said, he's a ways away from getting that fully stacked. That does help with his survivability, opting for, like I said, the Endless Hunger instead of Spear of Shojin second. Gonna get a little bit more from that Seraphs when it does eventually fully stack. Also, third item for Dismiss, got that Death Dance off of his death.
Mikano is being engaged on. That's a flash from him and a spell shield, but he's going to be taken out anyway. And Strongside tried to support him with the Pop Blossom. Now Scopes is arriving. This is still a tower dive. Spooky's taking a lot of that damage. He's going to be taken out because the Shuriken goes around the corner. Perfect. Execution will also do a lot of damage as Blue P is now in a 1v3 trying to help out in a skirmish. That's like 2 separate fights in that fight. And still will be going to Red OUAT because, of course, 3-for-1 is no match, especially now that you got that Baron. You've got these minions pushing in everywhere, in every lane, aside from down to the bot lane, but it won't be needed right now because the only 2 inhibitors that you'll need are these ones that are being taken out by Red OUAT.
Yeah, I really like this Baron assignment. They already had the top wave prepped as well. They had the mid wave that they just forced under tower. As soon as those kills come through, they instantly split 3-1 because obviously 2 Spooky's dead. They have Chover still in mid lane. They go top lane, take both inhibitors because Bloopy and Scopes are both out of it. Scopes had to reset in their bot jungle, was getting chased by zombie form Scion. 2 free inhibitors, and that'll be a very good Baron power play from Red. It does time out now, but those 2 inhibitors, especially being on the top side of the map, does mean that their soul point again in 3 minutes. Inhibs won't be respawned by that time, and it will be really hard for Fuse to match both this top wave and the mid wave and try to contest this dragon without losing a lot.
Yeah, that 5 minutes is something that Fuse will get out of it, however, right? It's bought them some time, and I guess 2 inhibitors is not great for this team. Red OUAT has so much pressure in every lane, and wherever Bingo goes, he's sort of going to be out of a team fight at this point. He won't be able to outmatch a push, but he might be able to get a tier 2 if he sticks around a little bit longer. But down at the bot lane, there'll be another tier 2 going down. So it's something for something. However, in a tower shutdown, a lot of that money will be picked up on to this big boy that's now trying to get back into this team fight, which will be started straight away. The Pop Blossom Mikano's already taken out, and so is Strong Side going golden for 2.5 as we speak. But the Cyclone from Dismas used at the perfect time. Scope's trying to do enough damage into Nudie. That's going to be a shutdown, by the way, but it won't be, as Nudie is still alive. 11, 0, and 9. 5,000 gold into this game as we speak. He's had to go down to the tower in the end. Oh, I was just glazing him. I was trying to give it to him, but you know what? It won't matter. However, Bingo, there's not many minions about, so it's not like they can continue to push. There is a super minion, actually, but Bingo's doing a lot of damage. Hold on. He's still standing quite strong. Maybe perhaps just controlling these waves is his next sort of idea. Yeah, maybe. The minions have now arrived, and there's a naked Nexus. So is it enough damage from Bingo? Mikano is now back. Now, this is an open base, so whatever happens here right now, even if Fuse gets an ace, they may grab, 2,000 gold off the back of it. They won't be, and they'll also be standing in a very bare base.
Yeah, a little bit of an overforce. I think they could have maybe ended. It's very close. Blippi played that really well to get the kill onto Nudie. Once he goes down alongside Dismas as well, they just don't have a lot of threat, especially since Chover is out of mana. He was for that last bit, so they can't kill Luck Bingo without Dismas and Nudie alive. So he's able to just walk at them, force them off. Blippi had the GA available, does lose it, obviously, but defends the Nexus. You'd rather have your Nexus than have your GA up, for sure. But there's the 5th item now done for Nudie with that Cyrilda's Grudge, which will help out even more in cutting through this Pantheon, really, because
Kamikaze does have Crash Down, but the Pop Blossom, Cyclone, oh my god, the Shockwave coming through by Chover, and that's going to be the end of it. You've got, literally, Spooky coming around, he wasn't even there. This was a 4v4, 5, TP coming out from Luke Bingo, but again, it will not be enough. This is a very clean game from the get-go by Red Once Upon a Team. What you're seeing right now is absolute domination in Game 1. That will now put Fuse in a position, yes, in a best of 5, not too dire, but they'll have to think about Game 2.
Yeah, and what a game from Nudie as well. 13, 1, and 12 on this Ezreal. Had a 5,000 individual gold lead, which was almost all of their total team gold lead was on this Ezreal, and he delivered. A lot of times you'll see a lot of AD carries get a gold lead like this, and then they die a couple times, and since they are the entire lead, the game doesn't feel as dominant as it is, but they were playing constantly, him and Kamikaze, on that line, and a little bit past it at times, but were never punished for it, and they were able to push their lead, not just in their own lane, but also on the map as well. Nudie was never just right-clicking mid lane on repeat. He was always going somewhere, going to a side lane, going to those objectives, being there, setting up early. Kamikaze, time and time again, finding great engages. The one that just won the game as well, hits that crash down onto 4 people. That Shockwave comes over the wall. Instantly, what looked like he was caught out becomes a 4-man crash down into a 4-man Shockwave, into a 4-man Cyclone, which one-shot all of them. And then
everybody
goes, well, I guess I have to leave now because my whole team is dead. So
it's funny.
Really good team fighting from Red. And also, I really like how they played the Baron as well. Their Baron push is really good. They're able to get 2 inhibitors off of that first Baron, get a lot of gold off of it as well. And then after the fact, even without Baron, they, instead of just opening up to their normal lane assignments, they overload bot lane, get that tier 2, are able to force that fight, get that fight around that inhibitor, which then lets them try to end the game around the Nexus towers. Doesn't end up working, but they get enough cooldowns out and enough stuff to be able to just win the game off the next team fight.
Huge last team fight there. And the only person that could have afforded being in that 4-man Shockwave was Luke Bingo. Well, obviously, he's got a passive, and he wasn't in it, which is hilarious. The one person I'd say so. And obviously, amazing delivery on that. I believe that was maybe even just old Chover, because usually you think about deliveries, right? You just want like a nice delivery from a Wukong, something like the Rel, right? But that wasn't the case. The Rel was there just to take the brunt of that damage for everybody to clump up, and then to execute a very nice, very good Shockwave to finish that first game. 30 minutes into the first game, that was, and quite a very good start. So from the start to finish, pretty much one way. That was a one-way street, and if you tried to get in there and push those cars out your way, you're just going to be sent way packing, right? So that's exactly where Fuse had to sort of deal with that. They did have a scaling comp, especially on the carries. The Akali was there, absolutely, and it did get a few decent kills, but it's sort of just been a Nudie show in that one, I will say, with an amazing Kamikaze Rail as well, off the back of all of those engages, just to put him ahead in that lead.
Yeah, and like I said at the end of draft, the decision to go towards the Dr. Mundo instead of something like the Cassante, while it wouldn't have changed the fact that Nudie got a big lead in bot lane, it would have made it a little bit easier to maybe try to get on top of the Ezreal, because they really didn't have any CC. He was constantly able to arcane shift forwards and just be unpunished, because once that Pop Blossom goes through, there's nothing that can stop him, really. It's just damage at that point. And then the shield jump from Pantheon. That's the only CC that they have to try to deal with this Ezreal, who's so safe behind the front line that they have with Wukong, Sion, and this Rel, constantly not just being beefballs and problems, but they do so much CC and crowd control that it's hard for them to even try to threaten the backline. And the the only really kills we saw Scopes get in that mid lane was because of the Grand Starfall from this 2v2, the 2-man mid jungle that I was talking about in Draft the Pantheon, helping this Akali really get advantage of the counterpick matchup in mid lane. But in isolation, Scopes was kind of struggling. It's the first time we've kind of seen him on this Akali versus Orianna matchup not do as well as he normally does, and I was expecting him to do really in the 1v1.
Yeah, no, he's pulled out the Akali quite a few times now. The first few games I saw from Scopes on the Akali, they started to get the idea of what it wants to do in team comp, so it wasn't as clean as every other after that, and that is the point, because it's been very clean from that point onwards for Scopes on the Akali, and then especially into the Orianna lane as well. I think for the most part, what it came down to is that I think the roam from strong side, that 3-minute roam, I did see it, and I will say it actually backfired a little bit for Scopes because he went in with his body language and turned out to take a little bit too much poke off the back of that level 4, and I think maybe he even stayed around until the level 6 shockwave happened as well. So that communication there might have been what done it, as well as the amazing ability from Chova just to stay strong in such a volatile lane for himself. Didn't have a flash because there was a Grand Starfall at some point as well, and was able just to climb right back and control this mid lane. And it's so important, that mid lane, to be the decisive lane for one of the teams, right? Because you control so much of that map.
Yeah, it also is the start of a lot of plays, right? If you don't have mid push, it's very hard to take Dragon. It's very hard to take Grubs or Herald or Baron as well. Mid push is the start of a lot of plays. Obviously, you need side lane prio to take either side of the map, but mid lane influences both of those objectives and those early scuttle crabs that are so important for the junglers hitting those level 6 timers. Because if the mid lane goes differently and Scopes has more mid push and more pressure, maybe Bloopy gets both crabs, right? Or he gets at least one, can fight for the other one, gets level 6 before the Wukong does, can look for that Grand Starfall initially and get a play off that, get the ball rolling. But it's not just about the mid jungle, the bot lane as well. Makano and strong side, I think, looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable in the 2v2, right? And that comes off the back of how aggressive Kamikaze and Nudie were from level 1. They were pressuring as much as they possibly could. Nudie knows his champion is so much stronger than Sivir at level 1, and they just take that fight. And Makano and Strongside just not really respecting it, playing a little bit too aggressively because they have that range versus melee support that so often means they just win early by default. But the way that Nudie was playing that early lane means they end up getting punished, not just losing summoners, but dying as well multiple times in that lane. And once that Ezreal gets that snowball, he never looked back. He didn't die a single time, really. His only death was at the Nexus.
The very end of the game.
Right after they took the Nexus towers. So he took that lead and ran away with it.
Yeah, what I really like from Kamikaze is that he was playing to the flash engages instead of just approaching and getting that good old crash down. Because I will say, going into a Poppy, Nico, it's hard because she's got that what's it, the blooming burst, or I don't.
Q.
That's the Q, right? So the root, and it's very easy to just.
Or is that Ivory Q? I don't remember. But
Tangle Barbs. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Cosmic Inside Cosmic Binding, I think, is Bard, actually. But so
that's Bard,
it's predictive, right? You've got the root, and it's hard to do anything against that Nico. And obviously, amazing. Off the back of that, level 2, straight away with that engage. It was a pleasure to see all of that sort of just execute flawlessly down in that bot lane, and off the back of it, the dragons started to stack up, and just an amazing game overall. And again, about the Ezreal, right? The Ezreal had just so much freedom in this draft because everything is a front to back. Everything's just an amazing, you got that Cyan front to back engage, the Wukong, the Shockwave, and there's so much happening. Pseudo dive comp, right?
Wukong,
kind of,
Orianna with Cyan. They've got like it's not like super hard dive. It's not like Vi RE.
You can use the Wukong for the dive. You absolutely, and the rail as well.
It's like a pseudo dive comp, right? They have so many tools to make things happen, and that's the big reason why I preferred their draft coming into it, right? I really like drafts that have buttons you can press to make things happen, and in drafts that don't have that, it's a lot harder to play, especially from a deficit as well. So many times we see Fuse, the only plays they're able to make are with Bloopy's ultimate. Everywhere else on the map, they're just kind of standing there trading riding waves because they don't really have the ability to make things happen outside of strong side forcing something or
with the pop blossom, right? You had to hit
all
that.
they have to make plays happen for them. And when you're playing with a deficit with not very many tools to get back into the game, we kind of see that even when the gold lead stagnated for about 5 or 6 minutes, Fuse weren't able to get anything off of it because they can't make plays happen.
Exactly, and to feed off of that point as well, with a pseudo dive comp, you give the Ezreal the option of either doing a front to back engage, which he prefers, right? Or if he's just too far ahead to really care, he's going to be able to join in for that dive as well, and he's got those tools to do it, and that's where we're at, right? So again, in a best of 5, game 1 going over to Red OUAT as we speak. That was an amazing game coming out of them, getting rid of quite a few of those bigger picks as well. You've got that Dr. Mundo, you've got the Sion, Orianna, Wukong. You've got quite a few of those priority picks. Down in the bot lane, not so much. The Sivir, the Pop. Sorry, I keep saying Poppy because of Pop Blossom. I keep always mistaken. I hate it. Nico, Ezreal is yes, the Rail, perhaps in a certain comp like the Orianna, right? So that's now out of the question. So you've got more options down in that bot lane, but again, still just the game 2. Still many options to really take on here, and it's so important for both of these teams to just keep on getting the best out of this early best of 5, the first few series. If Red OUAT gets this next game, Fuse has to deliver 3 times in a row. If Fuse obviously does do that, then all of a sudden we're in a bit of a best of 3 -10 champion, -20 champions, right? So that's going to be an interesting way to look at it as well. And obviously, I'm not just saying this because I am literally, a Fuse, but I will say that I'd love to see a best of 5, and I keep saying it every series. I want to see that very last game in every series to go all the way, right? I want to see what's going to come out of it. I want to see where the teams are going to take it. And again, they're playing for the semi-finals. And Mind Blue Esports is already waiting for the winner of this series to take them on. And then whoever wins the next best of 5 on the Wednesday next week will be in the grand finals against Snooze Esports on Friday next week. And that's what we're playing for right now.
And Red definitely starting off strong in order to play for that, but they still have to win 2 more games in this series. And like you said, a lot of the priority champions are gone in this, namely the Orianna. We saw in our series on Wednesday, Orianna was banned in every game and only came out at the very end by the time of the mid lane pool was already pinched so much. So the fact that that's already gone frees up a ban for both of these teams, really. Whoever's on red side doesn't have to ban that Orianna away. I think that's partially the reason why Fuse left it open, right? I talked about this on Wednesday. Some teams approach best of 5 fearless drafts in a certain way where they'll leave certain things open in games 1 and even in game 2, where they just want to be able to ban something else. So they just leave open some of the OP stuff that usually gets banned on red side and just lets blue side pick it and try to counter pick it, which is what they did with that Orianna, and then counter picking with that Akali Pantheon. Didn't work out, but it's definitely a vision, and a vision that has worked for them as well before in Spring Split. We've like we've mentioned a few times now, Scopes has done well with the Akali into the Orianna, so something a matchup they're comfortable with and had success with. So definitely
quite
a plan
decent
that they had going into game 1, just weren't able to execute on that. I do think going into game 2, we'll see a little bit of a change for the way Fuse are drafting. I just think once again they just need a little bit more buttons, right? They need more tools, more playmaking, especially from Scopes and Bloopy as well. And Luck Bingo needs to have a little bit more in his arsenal, because we're talking like a lot of times when he has those monster games, he's on something like that Gnar or Sion or Cassante, right? Something that has a little bit more disruption, more playmaking for them to play with in these team fights. And then their bot lane, the Meccano should always be on a hypercarry, was in on last game, has a ton still left in the tank. The Aphelios is still there, a bunch of other champions, Yunara as well, still available for him to go towards. The Lulu was banned in the first phase of last game, which is a very common champion. We see strong side play alongside Meccano because of his champion pool, and they have really a lot of success with those Lulu lanes with a hyper carry down there. So I would expect to see that Lulu ban stick around for Red, regardless of whatever side they are on.
Yeah, it would make sense. You've got quite a few hyper carries that Fuse wants to get their hands on. So it would make absolute sense for things like the Smolder to keep on staying banned. And not to mention the other few 100% win rate AD carries that Meccano might be on. We'll get around. So that's something that is certainly...
I haven't seen him lose on it, I don't think.
Yeah, 100% the win rate is the actual statistic in officials in Red Watt. And in Red Watt, I say Red Watt because of Benelux Ascent series, because of how much Watt is supporting the entire scene. That's constantly on my head. Yeah, great stuff. Great synergy between the two. And that's also another thing, right? This entire series, it's not just Benelux Ascend series. Benelux Ascend series feeding into Road of Legends. That's everybody's got their eyes on that. And for the most part, anybody that's watching, it's usually because, one, you were a part of Benelux Ascend series, right? Two, you support the organizations on other rosters somehow feeding into this one, and that's why you're here. And then maybe you're watching Road of Legends as well, right? So those are your three most common ways to show up on a stream like this. And then there's Watt, and Watt has so much coming through on their side as an organization in Div 1 Road of Legends, as well as this series, Red Watt, that Fuse is playing against right now. And the stream on the French side, and it's forever been Watt TV, right? So Once Upon a Team TV is also the people behind the production. And a lot of those people that are behind the production are also behind Benelux Ascent series as a whole, formatting, controlling, how the tournament goes. So that is quite amazing, right? So what you're seeing here in this best of 5 in the playoffs is Red Once Upon a Team versus Fuse, but mostly Watt going up against the underdogs. That's what it's looking like. And it's been looking like that for Fuse for the last, like we've mentioned, 2 weeks. But in here, this is all about either the favored going through to the Mind Blue, or a big upset. No matter how you look at it, Fuse to do that for themselves, and they'll have to think about getting those next 3 games to win as well.
3 games and 3 series to win as well, right? They have this series to go through, they have Mind Blue to go through, and they would have Snooze to go through if they keep winning. And the stakes get higher and higher as we're further and further into playoffs. The teams are better and better, as obviously it's double elimination. The best teams generally are the ones at the end of the bracket. So the stakes get higher, and both of these teams especially looking to get their get back against Mind Blue next week. But we'll see who is going to be able to do that. And if Red can take this one and get to match point already, or if Fuse have something up their sleeve, I imagine they do. They're on blue side for game number 2, so Red are now on red side to see what they have counter picks. We'll see if the bans stay mostly the same. The Arya and Aurora are going to be taken away. The Smolder, like you mentioned, still going to be gone. It obviously took a little bit of a hit with the most recent patch, but we are on 16-10 still for playoffs. I believe the patch is locked for us, so Smolder is still so strong. That DFT change not on live for us at Benelux Ascend series, so that champion I imagine will get banned for the rest of time until we get to the new patches. Zinzao going to be taking away, that Karma banned away once again. We'll see if that Lulu ban I was talking about stays, or if they decide to leave that open. I think since they're on red side, they might be able to afford to leave open the Lulu, look for something like Lulu on 1-2, because they have the option to pick it, and you're not expecting Fuse to first pick that Lulu.
Ooh, you'd be surprised. I've seen it before. And it's,
they could. I
don't know if it's gone their way.
They certainly could.
Yeah, they absolutely. You could pick anything in there. You could go for a Zoe in B1, right? You could go for. We got a bit of a thing. I think. Was it a ban miss? Fair enough.
It could have been a client issue, right? We'll probably hear in a second what happened. As obviously they're on TR, so stuff happens.
Yes, it
but yeah,
does.
They did miss that ban. We'll get back into draft here shortly once they get things figured out, back into the client draft, remaking the draft. But yeah, I do want to know what that third ban is, right? Like I said, it kind of dictates a lot of how this draft is going to go. If they decide to ban that Lulu, then it kind of opens up some different answers into 1-2. If they leave it open, Fuse kind of have to decide, well, what do we want to pick? Do we want to B1 that Yunara so we don't have to deal with it? But then you might get Aphelios Lulu picked against you, right? Aphelios very good into Yunara, and Lulu is her best support. So you kind of can't first pick that Yunara when you're expecting that to be the answer, since both of those champions are still up, and you definitely don't want Mikano to lose Aphelios without playing it, right? You want Aphelios to be removed from the series in his hands and not in the hands of Nudie. So I think that might be an issue. There are still a lot of first pick junglers still available. Things like Jarvan, which wasn't banned in the first game of this series, is still open and wasn't banned there. Could be banned by Red on 3. We'll see what that ban ends up being. But Xin Zhao was taken away. So things like that, Vi, the Skarner as well, which we've been seeing a little bit more recently, I think, as it's kind of crept in. We saw it getting banned a little bit in the final 2 games, Snooze versus Mind Blue. Didn't get to see it pulled out. But when the jungle pool gets pinched so much, you start to get into those lower tier junglers. Nocturne, the other half of that pantheon, global ultimate pressure in the jungle. But there's no Orianna to pair alongside that, but and that Aurora's been getting banned away, so I don't imagine we'll see Nocturne get played in this series unless that Aurora ban gets lifted.
No, it's there's so many options really at this point, right? So you're still thinking about, you're not thinking about what there isn't. You're thinking about what there is, because sometimes too many options is also going to be a little bit difficult to play around with, right? And you're trying to create an identity in a draft. You're trying to make something out of it. So obviously the Aurora gone, the Ari gone, Smolder, Karma, and we're thinking about that third ban from the side of Red OUAT as we speak. Fuse, very common to go for something like an Ambessa, right? And that's a nice little
I would
flex.
expect that's probably their angle. On the B1, they could go towards
if it doesn't get banned away.
Fallen out recently, and Bloopy is the only difference between the Ambessa B1 for Fuse and a lot of other teams is it's almost always, and I've only seen it be in the hands of Bloopy when they B1 it. So it is technically a flex, but you're almost assured that it is going in jungle, even though it is a flex pick, because like Bingo doesn't usually,
you say that, and last time it was locked in on that B1, then no, absolutely. And the last time it was locked in on the B1, then it followed up by 2 more jungle bans on the opposition. Yes, and that was, I believe, that may have been Attack at Ascend that's done it, or maybe even Zenit Academy. But I think it was a little bit, I feel like it was more those 2 weeks ago. So it's still a flex, right? It's still something that certainly be going into the hands of Luke Bingo. And Luke Bingo is no stranger to flashy plays. He's got amazing positioning. And then if you get yourself that flex, it's still a flex, right? It's still a, should we be banning something else? And I'm just eager to see as to what that might be. I'm just being invited to another lobby. I'm probably delaying things right now because I'm not in this lobby. Yes. I
mean, hey, it's fine. We'll get into the draft here in just a second. Once again, maybe, potentially, we'll see. But yeah, I think like obviously Luke Bingo can play the Ambessa. I don't doubt that at all. It's just almost always gone to Bloopy when it has been flexed for Fuse. So I think it's a little bit less of that true flex that some teams do truly play it in both roles in matches, where it doesn't usually go into the hands of one player most of the time. A lot of times when like Mundo was getting flexed, right? Back when Mundo jungle was much better, that was a true flex for Fuse, right? Look, Bingo played it a lot and Bloopy played it a lot. So that's really, and also the Cho'Gath flex that we saw in the Open Qualifiers happened quite a bit, and in Last Chance we saw it a few times. Those 2 champions are a lot more of a true flex, I think, for Fuse than the Ambessa is, but still, obviously, it's still really strong. But the other thing is if they pick Ambessa, they can still lose that Lulu, because Lulu's really strong into Ambessa, right? When you're playing that dive composition, Polymorph is such a warping ability when you're playing with dive that you have to be so much more careful about the angles you look for. Wild growth as well makes it a lot harder to dive on top of the AD carry or any other priority target for that matter. As I'm assuming we're sorting things out with lobby, which is why you are deep in thought over there while looking at your other monitor.
I've definitely missed the draft. I'm going to have to be watching the, annoyingly enough. I guess I didn't see that in time. Let's jump into the stream that I have ready for us.
Okay.
There we go. It is underway.
It is that Ambessa ban that B1 that we were talking about, right? That potential for that first pick will be the first pick Varus for Fuse. And then we'll see the Jarvan that I was mentioning picked up good into that Varus. Karma gone away from that pairing in the bot lane. We'll see what gets paired alongside this Jarvan. Obviously, no Aurora, no Nico, no Orianna, but still a lot of good things available. Things like Syndra as well. But Lucian gonna be the answer for Annuity here. So Lucian Melio comes to mind. Lucian Nami, obviously the classic pairing with this champion. I think both of them are quite good. We'll see what the pick is for this Varus. I'd imagine they go towards a range support. They probably might just pick the Nami for themselves to make sure they deny that away from this Lucian. Obviously, still, like I said, still has that Melio available for that lane pairing, but you need to get a range support to play against Lucian plus Melio or Nami. Otherwise, it's very hard to deal with. And there's that Nefiri picked up for Blue that we've seen time and time again. No Orianna to pair alongside it, but hasn't stopped them before. They've played this a lot without the Orianna combo. Pretty good into Jarvan as well. Can duel him quite nicely. Good into Lucian. Can chase after him even later on into the game. Has a lot of threat, and they have some setup with this Varus. They're going to need a little bit more for this Nefiri to play around, especially in the mid lane for scopes. Probably going to be some control mage. Yep, going to be the Victor that we've seen him play quite a lot of as well. Also denying that away from this Jarvan. Jarvan Victor, very hard to deal with late into the game. That Chaos Storm getting planted
and
over
now
top of Cataclysm
this
is very strong.
Does leave the Nami and the Milio, which might be picked up, and if it doesn't get picked up, it might be banned away, so it would make sense for the R3 to be exactly that. However, you're still looking at the Umbessa ban, which was the expected from the side of Red OUAT on that R3. It's actually going to be the Rise in the mid lane instead.
Yeah. It's a good answer into Victor for sure. And they have enough supports to where they don't really have to pick either Nami or Melio. They also have Braum as well, which can be paired with Lucian. Lucian Lulu isn't as good as the other ones, but it's still fine. You can play Lucian with a lot of other range supports as well, or melee supports as well, rather. Nautilus is going to be banned away, which means that that at least telegraphs to me that they're still trying to play that Nami as their main threat, because Melio is quite good into Nautilus. You can kick him out of his hook and it doesn't really matter. They're going to ban Braum, which is interesting. Nautilus ban signals to me that they are not looking to play Braum, because Braum is very good into Nautilus. If they had banned something like the Rakan or Leona potentially, I think then that would more signal to me that they're going for Braum instead. We'll see what the next ban comes through here for Red.
Yes, and I don't think I can get into it. No, unfortunately, I've just launched my client just in case, very magically appear in the draft. But that's not going to happen. So what we're going to see from our side is I am, in fact, going to be. I'm going to have to watch the stream, the live stream. Yeah, from. Oh, wait, I'm in. What? Okay.
Are you in the lobby? Are we good now? Yeah, there's Lulu ban. That makes a lot of sense.
There you go.
Awesome.
That's better.
Lulu ban makes a ton of sense. As on
That's so cool. Yes. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you there. So I was thinking just like, there's no way I could just quit my client and then relaunch it and hope that I'm gonna be put into a draft that I wasn't even a part of. I've only pressed the invited invite. I was like, yeah, let me press that invite. It did put me into the draft. And then it popped up, and then it disappeared because it would kick me out. So I was thinking, I was blissful, I was thankfully, and that's not even the word, I was wishful thinking there. Oh no, it's kicked me out now anyway. So okay, all of that for nothing.
I mean, we see the ban Braum. We don't see what the next ban is for Fuse, which is coming in just now.
Oh no, the actual draft drop.
Oh, did the lobby drop? Okay, well then keep your hawk eyes open.
Yes.
Ready to get back in the lobby.
I think we'll need to just, because I don't know what's happening, and because I'm the producer as well as the caster and the host, and there's so much going on here. I'm going to put ourselves on the pause so I know exactly what we have going for the next game. We'll be right back. And we're in. Here we go.
Yes,
Here we go. Here we
we're
go.
back.
It looks like I'm late again, by the way, but I'm not. We've seen this before.
Yeah, you're not late. Also,
we've gone through all of this.
I believe they have a tool in TR that allows you to like resume draft partway through, which I assume is what they did. Or did they
they've
just,
actually
like, go
just
right
yeah,
through
they
and
just
make it?
very quickly locked
Okay,
everything
yeah,
in. Yeah, yep. Well, we're in. We're getting through to that Lulu ban, I think it was maybe.
Yeah, Lulu was the most recent ban for Red, which, like I said, a very common pick for strong side. Not surprised to see it banned away again. Going to be second phase instead of first phase though. And Darius was the ban. What the intention for Fuse there on that 5th ban, which was banned in the first game as well, away from Too Spooky. And we'll see what the answer is, well, I'd imagine they're gonna pick their support here, unless they want to blind pick something like that. Cassante, yeah, there's the Milio that I was talking about. Lucian Milio, very strong. Honestly, recently it has been performing better than Nami in the 2v2 lane. That extra range plus the not obviously the extra damage that both of those champions give them, but the shielding and just better lane sustain that doesn't cost as much mana as the Nami. And Milio has a little bit more peel options but less engage than Nami, so both of them kind of filling slightly different roles while still giving Lucian very similar power in lane. There's that Bard that was banned away by Red in the first game. Not surprising to see that range support be matched, like I was talking about before we went into the break. I would imagine they're going to match some type of range support into whatever support is paired with this Lucian. And there's the look Bingo Gnar picked up for him in the top lane. Classic pick for him. He's done very well every time it's been played in his hands, and I assume he will again. Brand was hovered. Shaco is hovered. I don't think those are real. Yeah, okay.
They're testing us. They're testing us.
Hovers.
It's funny how some champions are just
fun.
not real hovers. It's just like, oh, you know fully well. You look at it. Yep, no, that's not happening.
It's like when
this
Whippo
one,
hovers
it's not happening.
Kaisa every game.
Yeah.
It's like when Whippo just hovers Kaisa every single game, and it's like, I know you're not picking that. Just pick
yeah, no, they do like to do that. Well, there we go. We finished the draft. Let's get into it. I'm so ready. I'm eager. Now, we would have been like maybe even 10 minutes into game 2 right now, right? So
at least 5.
Yeah, at least 5 minutes. So both of the teams did miss out on bans either side. So if you argue that point, it's now nobody's got the advantage of having that because they both missed out and they had both the time to.
They both made mistakes.
Whatever.
We're even. It's all good. Nothing to complain about either way.
Competitively, nothing could clutch onto this one.
Exactly. There's no tampering. Both teams made mistakes. You know, can't blame anyone else for the delay. Perfect. But yeah, Malphite was the answer on R5 for Too Spooky into this Gnar. Very good matchup for this Malphite. But we have seen this exact matchup be played against Look Bingo's Gnar time and time again, actually. It's a very common counter pick, especially earlier on in Fearless series. And he's done fine in pretty much every single lane. We have seen him go down a couple times, but also we've seen him win this matchup a few times as well. So it could go either way up there.
And it may be happening again. You don't know. The Gnar has been locked in before. It's a great matchup with the Malphite, but we'll have to find out because we're ready. Thank you for your patience, guys. Thank you for sticking around because it seems like we're not going to be sticking around for too much longer. Game 2 is on the way. We do, in fact, have both of these teams still fighting at their chances for the semi-finals. That's exactly what this is for. And Fuse being one game down, it's very important that everything that has gone in the draft goes for them in game as well. As currently, we're still just waiting for the first couple of minutes or so, but there's so much to go through. You've got the Bard being locked in, usually very high on the priority of the bans, right? In the most recent metas, and it's come through, and it's come through for a strong side. Strong side's now going to have to, he's going to have the ability to be around the map much faster than something like a Milio, who's going to be sticking by the Lucian. But is the Lucian and Milio going to leave the ADC on Fuse a little bit volatile?
Yeah, I think these guys are going to play a lot like they did in game 1. They definitely want Nudie on something that he can just go off on and have pressure in lane with, which is why their answer was the Lucian. Also, Sivir being gone does mean they don't have that option available for themselves. But after blind picking Ezreal, getting there was the Sivir actually counter pick because it was Ezreal blind on 2-3 for blue side last game. So having the confidence to get another lane winning matchup, Lucian quite good into a lot of ADCs in lane, especially with the Milio. But a lot of times when we see this Lucian get picked into a lot of AD carries, tends to get an early lead, but a lot of players struggle to actually capitalize on that lead and have that impact late game. So Nudie looking to do what he did on that Ezreal on the Lucian this time, not just secure the lane lead, but also transition that into being able to carry in the late game.
Into the late game, you've got that Rise, you've got the, I guess the Varus, a bit of that Victor, but mostly the Rise really. Everybody else wants to get quite busy in the early games, so I'm expecting quite explosive bot lane once again. This time around, you don't have the flash engage from Kamikaze like he did, but Nudie may not need it. Yeah, he could do. Nudie might not need that initial crash down because he's just about to get level 2 with not this wave, but the next. And it seems like heavy trading will be coming our way for quite a moment or two as we speak. And topside ranged into melee matchup. Too Spooky wants to get that auto attack going, but doesn't quite get that. Piercing arrow will be shielded away. Very nicely done by Kamikaze, as Mikano will also be getting a few of those health pickup packs as we speak, and will be quite healthy off the back of it. And strong side actually will be opting for those. It makes sense. He needs it.
Yeah, he's taking a little bit more damage, and this time it's a lot more even, right? As there's no engage potential. It's not a Leona or Nautilus or something like that where you can look to really punish level 2 when you get those engage spells if you get it first, opting instead for that more level 3 power spike with this Lucian Milio that gets really powerful once he gets those, his whole kit online, as does Milio once he gets that Ultra Mega Fire Kick as well, which will help kind of look for some of those plays. It gives him ACC ability to look.
Interesting. Yeah, Meganar did get popped, and Too Spooky's taking quite an aggressive trade into Luke Bingo, who does get the advantage out of that one, at least. Yeah, certainly. So, Scopes also, he did use that initial Q, but then he used the auto attack on a minion, which it sort of didn't give him the best of trades. And I guess he wanted to clear the wave anyway. Maybe that was the actual idea behind that execution as well. Bot side, this time around, 3 minutes into the game, we don't see a first blood as of yet. Not until now, as we do have a flash going over. Luke Bingo was tanking up that tower, and Blue P will be taking 2 shots as well. But Spooky does get out with his life.
Yeah, and Blue P actually skipped his blue buff to go for that top gank, to go for that dive, as Luke Bingo didn't want to let him just base and TP back, wanted to force it as much as possible. Gonna get the flash out of the Malphite, which makes it a lot easier for him to play aggressively and look for those solo kill angles. And like I said, I like that he went D-shield in this lane, because this is Comet Malphite. A very common rune you see, Comet D-ring, in matchups like this, where he can trade a lot more effectively with this Q. But since the Comet changes, this is a lot less good.
Coming in, Cosmic Binding, not quite connected onto nobody there, but Nudie's getting quite low. And there's that disengage from Kamikaze as well. And that's all she wrote. But, I mean, the blue buff, I need to have a look here, because... never mind, I've got a Fog of War. It's still not been taken by the looks of it. And
yeah, he went grabbing them based. Unless it's a Spectre bug, but he is 23 CS, so no, he didn't take his blue.
Huh. Interesting. So we'll see that coming down eventually, but not yet. Down the bot side, heavy trades still. Doesn't really result in a kill for nobody, and a bit of a freeze, but the tower does connect onto those minions there, so that won't be a freeze. Instead, it'll have to be a shove as quickly as possible, but it might just not be in time for that wave to arrive. And the bot lane will be just partially frozen for the side of Red OUAT.
Yeah, and right now it's pretty even across the board, right? And the Cozy Campfire obviously helping Nudie stay alive there in the end of it, but no real kills even threatened in that bot lane play. The crew, and they only get the exhaust out of Makano, and that was used somewhat offensively. Without that exhaust, I do think he would have potentially died. If he had barrier, probably lives there as well, but either way, had to burn a summoner's spell, which makes it a little bit easier for Nudie and Kamikaze to try to look for something more in this bot lane. But like we said, it is a little bit different from the last game, where they kind of need Dismiss to be there to really make stuff happen, because Milio doesn't really have any of those abilities that, say, the Nami would if they went for that route instead, with the bubble and eventually at level 6 the tidal wave, where Milio doesn't really have those same engage tools to try to force a kill in the 2v2.
Yes. Now, We got ourselves the Jarvan at least pinging away at Bloopy, finding him exactly where he is, despite not having vision on him. And so he'll be turning around on the first dragon of the game. That's going to be for Red OUAT. Quite similarly as the first game. This time round, also, the Jarvan will be picking up that Infernal Dragon, which won't be the Soul. That's already one out of question for sure. The Bloopy does come around the corner onto Chova, does hit the dagger, and it won't be hitting the next. So that's going to be the brunt of it. However, Scopes is now being sort of engaged on Arcane Storm. Scopes will have to use a flash of his own, but a great flash. Nice. Cataclysm will secure that Dragon Flag. First blood from Dismas. He doesn't have a flash. He will have a Dragon Flag to get out of this one eventually. Goes invulnerable, but actually they could turn it around, and he does get the kill. Very close to getting that knock up onto Bloopy, who goes in with the call of the back, and he gets a double kill, but does go down in the end, making it a 2 for 2.
Yeah, ends up being a 2 for 2. All 4 flashes burned there from all members in that play.
Bloopy classic.
Yeah, Bloopy getting both kills there does mean that he does salvage that bit of a play. It would have been a 1 for 2 otherwise, or 1 for 1, because he doesn't die there. He does get the kill on a Dismiss, which he almost got that flag and drag off. If he hits that, Bloopy dies.
Disaster.
And Dismiss doesn't. So very, very close to being a 2 for 0. Ends up being a 2 for 2 because Bloopy goes for that dive with the ultimate. And that'll be definitely repeat pressure for sure. Both of these mid laners without flash, a lot easier to take down than they just were. And the only reason why they both died is because they kept fighting after the
heavy on the approach here. Jarvan does have a position where he could force a flash at least from the Lugbingo Gnar. He actually used the E to chase for too spooky. So he'll have to just use the just to get his trade into that long brush. But yeah, so that's another flash. A very good flash caused from both of the solo laners now from this mass. So good positioning left and right here in the early game.
Yeah, good reaction on the flash as well from Lugbingo. If he doesn't flash the Unstoppable Force, he at least he gets close to dying. He is nowhere close to Mega Gnar. I don't think he actually does die because there's no Cataclysm. He doesn't get stuck outside of tower. But just opting to take the flashes so he doesn't get threatened.
Chova had to go forwards towards the tower. Tempered Fate does not connect because the Ghost was forced. So nice sidestep on that one in the end. And because Kamikaze is here, it won't result in any further follow-ups either. So we've got ourselves a bit of a classic mid-lane no-kill fight at a early 8-minute game, which will also result in Void Grubs coming around the corner. And because both supports have been here already, one having to go back due to that trade being a little bit more negative for Strong Side, it will mean that the Void Grubs will also be controlled really for Red OUAT.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised to actually see Kamikaze roam up here and not play with Nudie to try to force something out of Meccano because of how much pressure they already have in mid jungle. That Tempered Fate does, like I said, go wide because of that Ghost, but they still had...
There's still no flash. This is a 2v3, so it doesn't seem like Dismas wants to be committing onto it. Nothing over there, but you have Kamikaze on the Milio coming around the corner just in time in case something was coming their way. Bloopy is yet again looking for a gank. He does have Call of the Pack available, however, there is no Unstoppable Force by Too Spooky, and that is the gank with a couple of auto attacks. Nice hop. However, no. Actually, look, Bingo's on the wrong side of the map. He's got Strong Side, and there is a magical portal. Nice Cosmic Binding. Doesn't connect with the Cataclysm does. Look, Bingo's going to go down for sure, but not before Bloopy. Actually, he's still alive. It seems like the Essence Flux won't be doing nothing either. Chova's now in trouble. The rest of the team, the squad, has arrived as Scopes is tanking the entire brunt of that damage, and won't be taking out nobody, but Chova will be doing that too. Bloopy himself a little bit too eager on that tower dive.
Yeah, a little too far forwards there. He does not have the damage yet to do stuff like that. Almost gets the kill, certainly, but does not able to get that. And somehow look Bingo living there. Really, really detrimental. Chova was never really able to get in range to really unload that full amount of DPS, and he's most of the damage in that fight is obviously Nudie's not there. to get that kill. And this is a Sunder Sky Jarvan. It's not lethality Jarvan, so he's not doing a whole lot of damage just yet, as Boopy does have that voltaic like the sword. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage now after getting that online. Also has his flash up in a few seconds, so it'll be easier to punish some of these flash cooldowns, namely the Malphite having just had to have flashed in the top side. But gold lead's still dead even at 10 minutes, but objectives in the favor of Red. All 3 grubs and the first dragon were taken by Red.
Yes, and what we're seeing is pretty much a Malphite post level 6, always on the back foot. It's all about using that unstoppable force for the team fights, or to get away from a solo kill that the Gnar wants to get, right? So that's pretty much where we're going to be seeing. There's no TP on the Gnar. The dragon has actually spawned as we speak. However, a lot of positioning coming out from Fuse already in a decent order, arriving into this river. Well, nobody will be starting the dragon yet, as Scopes is going back into the mid lane just to shove out another wave, which initially he was able to do, and Chova had to sit around the tower to collect that entire wave, but now he's got the help of Strongside to do it again, and it will translate in another dance around this dragon.
Yeah, it certainly will, but Red not really in the position to look for it, although Meccano is in no man's land. Actually,
the calling as well being used.
Corruption.
Again, this is a bard. He likes to roam, and leaving the Varus, it makes sense that they're looking for some sort of an engage, but the calling will be now off cooldown, on cooldown rather, going in with the call of the pack. The piercing force doesn't quite correct on the arrow. Tempered Fate will deny a lot of that damage coming out from Nudie, and it seems like Jarvan is going to be going down because of his scopes. He's being engaged on in the back lines, but there's the call of the pack with the reset. Going on to Nudie, who flashed away, won't be getting a kill onto nobody. Chova's still trying to get scopes, which he did, but now he's being backed up by Kamikaze. He will be escaping this one alive. And the dragon in the end off the back of all of that, as the piercing arrow almost takes out Chova, will be taking out the summoner spell, and the dragon now, which is still being quite heavily taken out. Strongside actually had to use the flash just in case that damage was going to be the end of him, and there's that first objective for Fuse.
It definitely would have been, especially with the passive damage from Milio. With that Ultra Mega Fire Kick hitting, he would have just taken an auto and died, so has to flash there. He could have just saved it and taken the death. Milio getting a kill is not a huge deal. The bigger deal, though, is they got the dragon as well as a bunch of kills. Really good Tempered Fate by Strongside to be able to find Nudie, and a little bit of a mistake there from Nudie to not flash the Tempered Fate. If he flashes it and is able to play inside that Cataclysm with Dismiss, they get those first 2 kills just at all. They didn't get that either one of those kills in that fight. If he flashes that Tempered Fate, they're able to get those first 2, and then the fight looks completely different. But because he gets hit by it, so much of their damage is not in the fight.
Now, I just want to bring up a certain idea, just to have it at the back of everybody's head, right? Whoever's watching this series. Both of these teams obviously have gone against one another a few times, as Too Spooky does have the unstoppable force, and therefore has a little bit more time of getting out. There's Jarvan around the corner. I don't think this is going to be a good dive. This might be the end of both Bloopy and Luke Bingo, because there is an engage, and looks like Tempered Fate is going to be used just around the tower as we speak, down in this top side. Who went down? Bloopy did. They're still not quite done, and Luke Bingo will also follow suit, as Strongside is now trying to escape the same fate. Breath of Life to give some sort of healing and slow mitigation, as Meccano is still alive. Piercing arrow has to be flashed away from, but you see Scopes moving now into this bot side because of this extended bot lane fight. Maybe getting around in time. Does have the Arcane Storm, does have quite a lot going for himself. That piercing arrow in the end does connect onto none other but Kamikaze, as now Nudie has the support of Jarvan. It's not really on the map, so Fuse is not aware of his positioning, but they know that he's somewhere. Scopes maybe a little bit too overzealous on walking around the entire area, and Nudie will be picking up. Nope, that's going to be Dismas picking up that kill. Scopes disrespecting the positioning in that river.
Yeah, Nudie and Dismiss both, I think, assumed that his auto passive plus kill would kill Scopes, but did not. In fact, so Dismiss going to be the one credited with that one, his 3rd kill of the game. And this gold lead is only 600 in the favor of Red, but for both of these teams, all of their gold is on 2 specific members. Chover has a large chunk of the gold for Red. He has a 1.6 thousand individual gold lead, 3-1 on this rise, up 30 CS as well. And then on the flip side, top lane, similar story, 1.2 thousand gold lead for Lugbingo onto this Gnar 2-1, and he's also up 25-30 CS on this Gnar. So it's really these two solo lanes being opposite ends of the spectrum, and the reason why the gold lead looks as close as it is, it's really a matter of which one of these guys these teams are going to be able to play around and look to get a gold lead actually substantial in this game.
Yeah, and a lot of it is in that top side for Fuse, and it's not really going to translate into anything really, so you got to be careful as what fights you're going to be picking down in the bot lane, because you're constantly looking for something. As of right now, Bloopy does seem to get Dismas's attention at the least, but it won't be resulting in much else other than that. Dismas was like, hold on a minute, this is my jungle, brother. How about you stay clear? And that dragon flag, the flag itself is there just to sort of show the idea of marking the spot, right? Yeah. Stay away and clear of my jungle. It's still in 1 minute until the dragon actually comes around, and this time there won't be much dancing in the river.
He tried to get the cancel off on the Bloopy, but with another Q not quite far enough. Axiomart going to be finished there for him to try to get some of those ult resets online, get a third ult cast in these team fights. And yeah, I mean, this dragon in 50 seconds. I do think, though, Red wanted to look for a fight there potentially, because Bloopy didn't have flash and Strongside didn't either. Now both of their flashes are back up for this dragon fight. They had a window there to potentially punish, get some kills, and get pressure on this dragon, but instead nothing's gonna happen for either team. Top lane tower getting lower and lower. Also pressure from Bloopy and Strongside in the top side, gonna look toward this Rift Herald. Even though dragon is in 30 seconds, they should be able to get it before then and potentially use it to force mid lane prio, I'd imagine, is where they're going to put this. But Lugbingo is going to be late as well, and they're actually just going to look top lane and give over this dragon by the looks of things.
Yeah, and Red Watt could have looked bot lane as well, because Scopes is half HP, so Dismas is going to clear out an entire Wraith camp, and then he's just going to run down into that bot side, take another Krug camp, and then maybe think about Scopes, but Scopes is respecting it nicely. That tower is pretty much done for anyway, so no worth really sticking around for a single plate, because there's more to be gained in the mid lane, and in the top side, really, if you think about it. Two Spooky and Lugbingo still going at it. Herald Charge will be going into that tier 1 for the mid lane, which opens up this map enormously, especially now that the dragon has spawned, right? So if you get a wave shoved out, that's going across a whole tower avenue rather than crashing for Fuse a little bit sooner. So you've got to start thinking about the priority from the mid lane, from the bot lane. The bot lane is currently in the hands of Red Watt, but it's all about this dragon flag going on to none other but Strongside. He's got, by the way, Magical Journey, and he can use that to get out just like that. So it's not necessarily going to give them a kill, but exactly that. The kill is now a bigger potential if the re-engage does happen. Tempered Fate, however, lots of range on that ability. You can get in there. Too Spooky, get a recall. Gonna be thinking about a TP. He certainly might have a flank down in that bot side, or if he wants to go a little bit closer and safer, he's got his own vision in the jungle as well. Chova does get hit by the piercing arrow, but we're not dropping much here. Neither of the teams. Scopes is now finding Too Spooky on a flank, which is a little bit scary. Nice Tempered Fate, and Dismas is being caught out with a beautiful Cosmic Binding. Now, by the looks of it, Lugbingo doesn't quite got what it takes. Nice Magical Journey, but he goes right in. Who was that? That may have been your Bloopy. We know fully well that he loves that aggressive engage, but an amazing stop onto Dismas. However, it was traded by Red Watt to get Bloopy out of the picture as well. Both junglers are out, and the dragon was secured off the back of that engage as well.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting from Dismas there to flag and drag out of the pit. He did get hit by Chains of Corruption in the pit, and he EQ'd to buffer it so he wouldn't get hit by the piercing arrow, but because of where he EQ'd to, he was still in range of Makana. All he had to do was walk a little bit to the left and then just Q him over the wall, loses so much of his HP, and then just drops the Cataclysm to try to find a fight off the back of that. Because the Drake was already so low, Bloopy just eased over the wall, takes the dragon, and then, albeit goes in a little bit too far afterwards and dies. But if you're Fuse, you're going to take that dragon any day of the week. Gives you the second of the game for yourselves. You're one step closer to that soul point in 4 minutes time, and the gold lead is still dead even for both of these teams. Both of these solo laners still having all of it in their pockets. But now, if you're looking at items, Meccano a lot stronger than Nudie is because he stopped out for that Zeal and is looking to go towards potentially that IE second after picking up that Zeal already. So he'll be a little bit later on that second item spike as the Muramana is nearly fully stacked for Meccano.
Yes, and what's nearly the same is this entire game as well, because it's so square even. We've got 200 gold for Fuse, which is absolutely nothing. It's been going head-to-head for the most part of this entire 20-minute game, the early part of it. The waves are crashing into those side waves one by one, but the towers are still standing. Not down in the bot lane and not in the mid lane, but it's still a 1-for-1 tower. It's an 8-for-8 kill game, and it's a square even gold differential everywhere you look. And now Scopes is once again thinking about sticking around this tier 1 in a side lane, which we've seen this before, but now in the mid lane, just a bit of poking onto strong side. We've seen this before from Red OUAT once upon a team. They've sort of pushed Scopes out of the side lane. Scopes, and hold on a minute, that's strong side, and he's constantly getting out with a measly HP bar, just a little bit with the magical journey, time and time again, but the pressure has been won by Red OUAT in the mid lane. Now they can push in another wave and potentially look for the last tier 1.
Loopy's a little bit in no man's land here. He is going to get chased down. Has the flash. Roamort going to be used.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's not going to be getting out of this one alive. There's the Cataclysm. He does have the flash, but the Dragon Flag does find him in the end. And like you say, in no man's land, it's... the side lanes, again, these towers being taken out by Red OUAT, opening them up very nicely in the side lanes, and so Bloopy can't be thinking about sticking around those objectives, those positionings too much longer. Strong side with the magical journey, we've seen it time and time again, but now because Bloopy's out, Too Spooky is moving. This is a 5-man position, and I like this from Red OUAT because you're playing for that last tier 1. You're playing to open up this map even more, as Dismas having to flash away.
Whoa.
Does get slowed, and might just go down, not until it seems like he's got the Dragon Flag now. Meccano's getting a little bit dangerously low on the HP, but Chova is also with that Mega Gnar, as Gnar having to flash away now. Cosmic Binding does connect very nicely, but the Arcane Storm, Dismas is going to walk right out of that trouble, as Nudie almost going to get taken out, but it won't be happening because now Spooky is tower diving, but it's a Malphite. He's already used everything he could. And Bloopy has arrived. Very low HP bars, does connect on the slow, dodging the Kamikaze throwback. Chova may just do enough burst, but it won't be happening as we speak. Bloopy doesn't get the full value out of his reset on the call of the pack, but he won't be thinking too bad about that one since he's already on the ball with 1 kill. Maybe even thinking about another, and that's Chova, who's gonna be the last target in that entire long-winded fight.
Yeah, Meccano is a little bit overzealous on flashing over the wall to follow Dismas. Doesn't get wholly punished by it, though. Does lose his flash and barrier. And then also Luke Bingo also loses flash, trying to save his AD carry. But in the meantime, they get no kills out of it for Red. They do not have the damage to go through. Chover gets exhausted, which is why Meccano doesn't end up dying in the first place looking for that play. And Nudie really didn't have the angle to look for that. Kamikaze wasn't really positioned that well. Too Spooky then finds a ulti onto 2 members. They get 1, but it's just strong side. They don't get anything else off of it. Scopes flashes out. Bloopy doesn't get punished there. And then Too Spooky flashes way too far forwards under tower, gets stunned by the Victor W, and then dies. And then that's when the fight kind of goes the wrong way for Red. Will be soul point for Fuse. And for the first time in this game, and also
in this series,
for that
yes.
matter, Fuse actually have a real gold lead. 2,000 gold. They are now up. That mid lane tower will drop it to slightly below that mark. But they are still now finally in the lead. 3rd item for Meccano now finished has that Serpent's Fang. And Nudie also deciding to go towards that Nabori Flicker Blades instead of the IE second, which makes a lot of sense. Just wanted a bit of extra AD with the BF sword, I would think, earlier on in the game.
Strong side. Does get another magical journey.
I'm really curious about Too Spooky's build. It's a bit interesting. I mean, he went Frozen Heart Rush, which is only good for Gnar, as this is Lethality Varus.
Right.
And then he has an Abyssal Mask, which only helps Chover. There's no other AP on his team whatsoever. And he's also very squishy because of these 2 items. Yeah, has to
That's a
ult
good
that.
trade.
He will die if he doesn't, yeah.
I'd be happy with that
This
if
is
I
a
was Fuse. See, what you're playing into is an engage comp, and if you're chasing, Fuse is going to be all happy about it because this mass is now having to use the Cataclysm to somehow get out of this one. A lot of good damage. Nobody's really gone down, and they are clamped up, so it's a little bit harder to go down because there's no unstoppable force. Good calling. Scopes is now very low. He doesn't have a flash, but he's going to stay alive. Now, Spooky is also going to go down, but that's a Mega 9 to 3 members. Just waiting patiently well enough for Luke Bingo to get the perfect opportunity to get almost an ace, but it will be a certain Baron.
Yeah, Nudie got a little baited there by Nefiri being low HP. He flashed in, and then Blue just presses W, doesn't die. And then it gives Gnar a free ult into the wall. If he doesn't do that, I think also Chover as well got hit by that same ultimate. If they both don't overchase the Nefiri that does still have W up and play a little bit slower, I don't think Fuse instantly one-shot all of them. But because they do, they one-shot the Baron as well. They have a lot of objective damage, and now their gold lead is instantly 6,000. Wow. And
3 minutes.
Bloopy gets his third item now, has that finally some armor pen, will be doing more damage, especially alongside this black cleaver pen from Luke Bingo. This dragon in 3 minutes time, they have a lot of time before then to pressure and try to get towers off of this Baron. Unsurprising, they're playing 4 on the bot side, 4 mid, 1 bot. Pressure these first 2 towers, try to get an inhibitor, ideally the bot lane inhibitor, not the mid lane one, and then pull back, take the dragon, and get your soul and look for that team fight.
And this is a 3-minute 6k gold lead. At about 22 minutes into this game, hold on a minute, pause that thought, as Scopes is going to have to pause a little bit of his time on this river, but never mind, because this match gets Call of the Pack. Nice Tempered Fate to deny the damage from the tower. Bloopy's going in for a second kill, he find it, as Nudie will be also going down in that regard. Just an explosive team fight, absolutely out of nowhere, and they are extending another 2,000 gold. 22 minutes into this game, Fuse had 400 gold, and that was it. 25, that was 6,000, and 26 and a half, it's 9,000 gold. 4 minutes from now is when Red OUAT took their first game against Fuse, and Fuse seems like they're going to be returning that favor, or at least thinking about it, and they're certainly on that path in game 2.
I think there's a little bit more time left in this game. In 4 minutes, they definitely could try to end, but I think they need this next Baron really to end the game. It'll probably be a 32, 33-minute victory for Fuse, as a 10k gold lead is a very high hill to climb for Red, especially with the champions they're playing against. It's very hard to deal with this Nefiri, similar to the problem that Fuse had in game 1. If you look at Red's comp, they don't have any good way of CCing Bloopy. The only abilities that can actually deal with Nefiri is the flag and drag from Dismas and the ultimate from Too Spooky, and that just means that Bloopy's W has so much value because he just presses it and negates one of the 2 high impact abilities in teamfights, because Cataclysm doesn't stop him. He just either ults out of it or E's out of it. And then Chover does have that root, which helps, but he needs to get hit by that flux in order to get rooted. And a lot of times he's just one-shotting Chover before that happens. And even if he does, has that W again to be invulnerable. And there's not a whole lot of CC after the fact to really follow up on that and actually punish Bloopy for potential positioning or over diving, especially at this point in the game where he's got nearly 4 items, as he's almost got that Guardian Angel as well. And then on top of that, Meccano has just been safe in every single team fight. They're too busy trying to deal with this Nefiri that he's just been able to fire off Q after Q, and these piercing arrows are doing so much damage now. He's 4 items on this Varus, hasn't died a single time either. And they're going to get the top lane tier 2 with the Baron up. Luke Bingo as a 5-man push in the mid lane.
Slowing down the time. Bloopy's very far away from this, but there is 2 flanks, actually, if Red OUAT is going to get caught out of position, because...
He has a great angle.
Bloopy does, but Luke Bingo seems to be pushing onto that tier 4. Hold on a minute, strong side's been caught out, and I was about to just praise my boy, because his Tempered Fate, his entire Bard game, has been absolutely flawless, and only finding himself in a second death. But that's going to be 20 seconds before for the actual Dragon. However, this is at the cost that, look, Bingo's decided to actually take, and thinking about, okay, give them a second Dragon, give them a kill onto strong side, fine. I'll take the base. I'll take the entire inhibitor, and if I know Lung Bingo, he's not going to be going down anywhere into this team fight. He's going to keep on pushing, and honestly, who's going to match him? Because this Dragon will be taken out by Red OUAT, but they have to somehow, and it's actually going to be secured now back into the base, as a 5-man team 2 Spooky will be using his TP to stop that from happening. Look, Bingo does take another tower off the back of this. Okay, he goes down in the end. A Dragon has been secured, and that's it. 3 towers and an inhibitor in a single Gnar push.
Yeah, he got a lot off of it. He also got one of the Nexus towers as well. So he actually got 4 towers. He got top lane tier 2, tier 3 Nexus tower, and the mid lane tower off of that. So he got a bunch of gold off of that push as he just based and bought a full wit's end. But yeah, he does obviously die. He gives over the 1k bounty to this Rise, who is the only one on red that actually has an individual gold lead over their lane opponent because of that shutdown that he just collected.
Yes.
And but it's still a hard game for red. I mean, Fuse still up 10k. They don't have the Ocean Soul, obviously, but Neferi now has the Guardian Angel and the Stopwatch or the Seeker's Arm Guard finished for Scopes as well, so they'll be difficult to take down. And they really are a few items really away from being truly able to try to contest despite this gold deficit. Lucian now does have the IE actually, so that'll help in them trying to fight this, but still really difficult for them to play.
It's looking like a difficult comeback for sure. 10,000 gold is 2-3 team fights, an objective here and there, maybe a Baron steal, maybe a few towers.
The shutdowns available
shutdowns,
still? It should be 2 team fights?
Yeah, and the tower
shutdowns.
Yeah, yep, so you could stack that up for sure.
They picked up 1k, so it's 2k worth of shutdowns, which means off the 1 team fight, they could swing the gold and 4,500 back in their favor, roughly.
Yeah.
So that does cut down half of the gold lead, and then no shutdowns after that point, but also objectives potentially, right? This Baron in 30 seconds is a big one. Really what Fuse want to do is get the soul and end the game, because they are starting to have to deal with this Rise. Chover almost has death cap and is
and he grabbed the K gold. Yeah, with that shutdown.
He's getting very, very scary. Spooky does now have the Protoplasm Harness, which means he's also a little bit tankier. Still not a huge fan of his build, but at this point in the game, if he just buys a Zeke's Convergence next, he's fully set, I think. So
the Baron is going to spawn right now. Look, Bingo is still in a side lane. We saw what happened last time. He was in a side lane, so this time around he will use a TP. He's got a Mega Gnar coming around the corner. Very aggressive, very confident on that one. He doesn't actually have a Mega Gnar coming around at all. He's going in with a lot of damage, however, onto Nudie, which is a perfect target for himself. He can take him out and get a Mega Gnar. That's a tempered fate. It might just be enough, especially with a Mega Gnar onto the wall, as Chova's now being caught out a little bit. But the rest of Fuse is trying to just pick themselves up, as Scopes is taking a little bit of damage. Too much damage. The Arcane Storm, and now Mikano having to flash over the wall. It will be a great Cosmic Binding from strong side yet again. Bloopy thinking about somehow saving the Bard. Mikano now going to be engaged on by Dismas, who's going to go down because of his engage and his hard work, which will somehow pay off for both of these teams. This is still a 3-for-3. However, the tower in this top side, it's gonna have to be controlled. Still gonna put a lot of time actually in Fuse's hands, because Red OUAT now having to deal with the top side super minions. Fuse is gonna turn around on another Baron rush.
Yeah, they will get the Baron for sure, but that's another 1k bounty going over, and you're giving this Rise more time. He now has death cap. He didn't have it in that team fight. And crucially, though, Bloopy doesn't lose his Guardian Angel, but they burned a lot in that team fight. Mikano lost both summoners. They lost the TP from both of their solo laners as well. And Luke also flashed and still died. He was way too aggressive without Mega Gnar playing like that. They should have just waited a little bit longer to try to look for a play, because he's way too split from his team, and then his whole team tries to catch up. The team fight is completely split. Sure, you kill Nudie, but he's not the main problem. This Rise is all of their damage. So you do kill him, but you sacrifice your own life. And he's 6.4 thousand of their gold lead. So once he dies, it's a lot closer than it would be if he didn't die like that.
Yes, and we're looking at a GA on Bloopy now. we do have a scaling rise, which is the scariest target, really. Chova is the hopes and dreams for Red OUAT right now to turn this entire game around. Realm Warp will be used onto Scopes, who's been pretty much from 100 to 0'd on that call. He's going to have to flash away from it. Now he doesn't have a flash. He does have a lot of HP from the back of somewhere, really. He's now full HP again. So he's back in this fight. All of a sudden, the Chain of Corruption does connect, and it will be Dragon Flagged away. And Arcane Storm, Tempered Fate into the background. But honestly, a lot of abilities used and nothing gained for Red Strong side, having to flash away from both sides. Ultimates, that's a breath of life, just to slow, mitigate the slows, really. Cold of the pack onto 2 Spookies, very tanky. There's a Mega Nut once again. Is it going to be enough damage? Dismas is dealing with a 1v3, really, but look at Chova. He's still doing a lot of damage. He's been untouched, but everybody else hasn't. They've been taken out. Nudie, now Chova and Kamikaze is the last one to stand, and this will be it. This will put Fuse in a 1-for-1 trade in this entire series. That's huge. That's putting them right where this series started. And now Red OUAT and Fuse are certainly in for a series in this semi-finals play that they are both looking for next week. Right now, it's all about the next couple of games.
Yeah, and another massive Gnar ultimate from Luke Bingo. But crucially, a big mistake from Nudie. He had flash in that last team fight, didn't use it, wasn't able to react in time. If he flashes back, they have more space. Like you said, Chover was still full HP. They had no flashes left. They used Chains of Corruption. They used Tempered Fate. They used the Chaos Storm already before that team fight even started. It was very close to not going the way that they wanted it to. But they're able to find that play and get those kills, and then just are able to end the game. Was a little bit shaky in the last 4 minutes, but a really good game and a really good bounce back game for Fuse to, like you said, reset this thing to now a best of 3 with just 20 champions off the table.
Yeah, and that's a huge position to find yourself in. Again, walking into this entire split and doing quite poorly, if I may say so myself. It couldn't get poorer, actually. Fuse walking into from an Open Qualifiers and going into an 8th spot, right? 8th spot out of 8 is where Fuse was. 8th seed in the entire regular split. And then the regular split turned on the back of Attacker Ascend series and put them on a 6th out of 6 spots into the playoffs, and then 4th out of 4th in the second round of the playoffs, right? So that's a lot to bear on your shoulders. That's a lot to live up to, and change your expectations. But even more to live up to is Once Upon a Team as an organization going into this series right now. And there's so much, let's be honest, on the line for the roster, for 2 Spooky, for Dismas, for Chova, Nudie, and Kamikaze to show up and take themselves into that semi-finals against Mind Blue. It's so important, and whatever happens, they're gonna give it their role, and whatever happens, Fuse will do the same. But you can't say that this series is nowhere near that underdog or a favorite position anymore. It's sort of equaled out. Minus 5 minutes between those 2 games is the only thing that you're really looking at here.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're talking about just straight gold lead, Fuse did win with a larger gold lead. It just took them longer to end the game because of a little bit of a hiccup in top jungle. Both games could have easily been around the same game time when the Nexus exploded. But the big thing for me going into this third game now is Fuse got a really strong win, but they did so with a lot of their staple champions, right?
Yes.
No more Nefiri, no more Gnar, no more Victor available for this
and
next
Akali.
game. So, yeah, the Akali also gone, which the Mundo gone as well. There's a lot of things that they like to go to back to a lot that are no longer available for them to go to those comfort picks. Some of them still definitely available for sure. The Mbessa, the Aphelios, the Lulu, things like that still available for Fuse having those pocket picks. But pulling out 3 of their like signature champions in game 2 of the series, thankfully they got a win with them, and a good win at that, which does help them get some momentum momentum in this series, right? You want a strong win like that in later on in the series. You don't want to have to obviously go down 2-0. You never do.
No.
So getting that momentum back in game 2 is huge for them to go into this third game of the series.
Absolutely, 100%. It's all of a sudden a blank slate with obviously a few more unavailable picks, and we're focusing on the Fuse picks that are unavailable. I want to say Dismas. I am waiting for that. I can't actually. I was going to say the Pantheon. That was denied from him.
It was taken away already, yep.
So Dismas and the Pantheon is a story as old as 2026, actually. And he's been very, very heavy.
He's been very good on it, yeah.
Very good on it. Very good performances. Yeah. He's even had the chance to play it in Road of Legends on the main roster once upon a team where he did. Unfortunately, didn't get that win, but overall they did win a best of 3, I believe. And so, and he did have a good performance on the Pantheon nonetheless. So that's, again, focusing on now Red once upon a team. What champions do they have going into this series? Because it's quite interesting to think about it in a way that if you take out all of your comfort picks early on into the series, then all of a sudden, what else do you have? But if you keep them for a later portion of the series, it could be even stronger than what it started. Just because you're 0-2 into a series doesn't mean you can't turn around and be a 3-2 and a reverse sweep, because you're saving those comfort picks. But now, in a 1-for-1, both of the teams are thinking of the exact same thing. Maybe even both of the teams have one more game just to let one more game out of their comfort zone. Just play an identity team comp rather than something that you're very strong at, because you can always turn it around if it doesn't go your way in game number 4, because game number 4 is now a certainty. But which way does it go?
Yeah, I like that you're talking about the picks for Red that are gone, right? Pantheon's one of them, but also Chover, 2 of his best champions he's played already, right? That Orianna and the Ryze. We've seen him play really well on Ryze in that game as well, but in general, throughout the whole season, he's been really good at it. So that champion is not there available for them still. And obviously, Nudie not having that Ezreal going to it immediately, right, in that game 1 to have that really strong champion taken away. Also, Varus being gone from the series is a big one for both ADCs. Very strong laning pick for the 2 of them. Meccano does really well on it every single time. Just played a very good game on the Varus.
Yeah, he was 5-0 at some point. Did he go down at all in that game?
He played really well on the Varus. A bit of a not a quiet game. Did a lot of damage. Hit a lot of key chains of corruptions. We were just more focused on what would the action in the middle of the fight while he's just throwing piercing arrows over the top. He played a very good Varus game. Strong side also. The Bard being gone is huge. He's very good at Bard. Just played a very good game on it as well. Yeah.
That was an amazing game. That was a pleasure to watch a Bard do what Strong Side did in that game. And I, going into this entire split from week 1, was aware of Strong Side's Bard, but Bard all of a sudden became one of the staple bans in the last couple of months, right? So I never got to actually see it in an official... And there it is. And it was amazing. Every Tempered Fate was used in a manner that, oh, hold on, there's a flank Malphite coming out of nowhere. Let me just use the Tempered Fate just in case Spooky wants to go in. And then Spooky couldn't go in, so he then gave away his positioning and the flank was no more. And then that slowed things down. But Dismas went off the back of that engage, which actually he went down for, I believe, in that dragon fight as well. So again, Strong Side, causing for those decisions to be made out of the blue. You hear voice comms. That's the thing about team comps, right? Because you're voice comming an idea, and then your idea is being crashed down by something like a Tempered Fate. You're still thinking, oh, do we do what we voice commed, or do we back away? You have to be proactive with the change of the momentum, the tempo, and if you can't adapt, then you will be going down in team fights. And Fuse did go down in game 1, and now Red What game came down on game 2, and it's all of a sudden anybody's game.
Yeah, for sure. And the other big thing that I was talking about in coming off of the game 1 loss for Fuse is them not having a whole lot of buttons that they're able to press to find things to happen. This game, very different. Look, Bingo, the difference with like how impactful he was in team fights versus on the Mundo game versus this Gnar game, light and day. I mean,
Yeah.
he was, all of the ultimates were so huge in every single one of their team fight wins. And then having the Bard is similar to the Nico, but that Tempered Fate, the one that comes to mind that sticks out to me that really started that winning momentum for Fuse was the one where he hit Nudie in that dragon fight. Dismas dies by himself in the Cataclysm, and they lose that third dragon. Right? Like they're not able to win the team fight because Nudie gets hit by that Tempered Fate and then Dismas is by himself. And that happens a lot. That happened time and time again in this game where Nudie was getting hit by some of those Tempered Fates, or other members were getting hit by those Tempered Fates that really stopped the team fight dead in its tracks and gave the opportunity for Fuse to then reset and replay the team fight. That last team fight that would just happen in that jungle, that Tempered Fate hits, which resets the tempo, gives them some more space.
Yes.
Sure, the Chaos Storm ended up being a little bit wasted because of that. It was right on top of it, but it gives them the ability to then walk up and catch up to the team fight, take position in the river, and then Luke Bingo finds that 3-man Gnar ult in the jungle that ends up sealing the game.
Back-to-back team fights, he found that. Initially, it was on a bit of an over-aggressive TP with no Mega Gnar stacked up whatsoever. He went right into a very deep flank where he wasn't in a 1v5, but then he had the Bard, Magical Journey, so people could join in quite nicely, and he didn't get that Rage Bar. He did get that 3. He actually then won Mega Gnar onto the Rise. He went down, but the 3 Mega Gnar in that between the Wraiths and the Yes, that was huge. And then the last one in the last team fight as well. Absolutely amazing carry coming out from Luke Bingo off the back of that last game for sure. Very aggressive, very confident. And again, Bloopy as well. If not for that double kill that he got himself in that mid lane very early into the game where the Jarvan was almost able to, Dismas was almost able to deny that from him with that Dragon Flag. He then went in, leveled up from 5 to 6, got that Call of the Pack, almost getting away from the tower, but didn't. Eventually ended up at 2-for-2, but still, it gave enough pressure for Bloopy's Neferi. And if you know Bloopy, if he gets a snowballing lead in the early game, whether he's behind 3 kills and he's 0-3 or he's 3-0, he plays in the exact same manner. But if you're 3 and 0, it helps you much, much more.
Yeah, 100%. And also the big thing for Red, the big difference in the first game to this game, I think, is what Kamikaze was able to do, right? He was so pivotal on this rel, not just in lane, but out of lane and as well. Found so many good engages to pair alongside that Cyclone Shockwave combo, especially that last one that he ended up hitting on before the Shockwave hits onto 4 in lane as well. So much more pressure on that rel than on the Milio in this game. And Milio just doesn't have a lot of tools, right? It doesn't have the same level of threat to find those plays that they clearly want to make, not just as a 2v2, but as a team as well. And I think they really need to get Kamikaze back on something that has engage, gives him the ability to make those plays that I think Red really need him to do to get those team fights that they want to have happen.
Yeah, and what's amazing is seeing Red OUAT have such an amazing performance down in our bot lane in game 1, right? On that Ezreal and on the Rel. That was crucial for the series to start off on, whoa, everybody watching thinking, yeah, this is a bit of a diff in the bot lane, right? That entire game, like, whoa, how are you supposed to match that?
Flipped around.
And then it gets just flipped around, and that's even more crucial because then all of a sudden, all of that mental sort of fortitude that you've been able to gain yourself throughout that first game has just sort of gone down the drain ever so slightly because now you're matching one another, and not only in the bot lane, but pretty much across the board everywhere you look. Right? There was a good few amount of well, I just want to talk about Scopes and his positioning in the side lane. Every time he was focused on in that side lane, he respected it. He gave up the tier 1 towers on both lanes, sure, but he kept his life for it and his summoner spells, and most importantly, just gave enough tempo to constantly drive this, at the time, equal game. But it was too heavy at some point, wasn't it? It was the Jarvan going into that bot side jungle and then the flash from Mechano over the wall. That's where it really turned around. That chase, then turning it around from a 200 gold lead at 22 minutes in the game to 25 minutes and 6,000 gold and a Baron. And then 26.5, 9,000. That's the steps in what Fuse has just taken us on. That's the path. That's the game. And that's what is now in front of us in terms of how the games, not just how that game looks, how the players are thinking, right, what's next, right?
Yeah, and speaking of how the players are thinking, like my mind keeps going to this bot lane matchup, right? Like how night and day the two games were. It's one of those series where both of these guys are thinking to themselves, "Man, I'm so much better than this guy. I should have won that lane," right? Like off the back of game one,
League of Legends
having such a great game two. He's like, "Man, I'm so much better than this guy. We just stomped them. I should have won game one." Nudie on the flip side, off of the back of that monster Ezreal game, ends up losing the second game. Not really losing lane too much, but wasn't able to have nearly the same level of impact.
Resolution as well, right? Yeah.
We're so much better than these guys. We should have won lane harder. I think both of the bot laners, not just the ADCs, but the supports as well, are thinking that, like Strong Side having such a much better game on that Bard versus the Nico, and Kamikaze on the flip side wasn't able to have the same level of impact on the Milio than on the Rel. All four of them are kind of like, man, we are so much better. We should win these lanes. And I think that that'll be reflected in their play. Having, like I was talking about in game one, how Mikano and Strong Side didn't really look that comfortable. They looked way more comfortable in game two and a lot more aggressive and confident in the way that they're playing and how they're looking for different plays versus how they were playing in game one. So I think that that'll kind of, and a little bit of that kind of happened on the flip side for Nudie. He didn't have that same level of confidence on the Lucian going into the mid and later stages as he did on that Ezreal, and a lot of that comes down to them having that early lead and having the confidence with the gold in their pockets. So this, I'm definitely expecting it to be kind of for both of them to look to do that in the next game. But also in the jungle as well, right? We saw that happen. Bloopy having so much confidence on this Nefiri and playing so much more aggressively on this champion as he always does. And Dismas was still playing very much the same way he did on the Wukong. It just didn't end up panning out because the team fights really never went their way, right? He's every single time he cataclysmed, it looks like he was just by himself fighting a 1v4. Every single time he found an ultimate, it was like that. And if that's not the case, if they're actually able to team fight together, but a lot of that comes down to those Bard ults, Bloopy being such a problem in the backline, Luke Bingo also being such a problem in these team fights. Like this two very different games tonally from a lot of these players, like top lane especially, the impact, like I said, that Luke had on the Gnar versus the Mundo. And it's goes to show that I think, like obviously both of these teams very capable of both individually beating up on each other pretty heavily, but also as a team being able to have those dominant performances.
And we are in draft, and I just want to say that from the back of Mind Blue and Snooze Esports, that series, there was a lot of carry topside picks picked up, right? And thus far, we've only ever seen 2 tanks on Red Watt in the topside, and that off tank role on the Gnar. So I'm looking forward to seeing a little bit. That's it, a little bit more of that. And obviously we had that Redeem speak Polish, and the only way I'm going to be able to do that is by saying that Dismas, Kamikaze, 2 of my Polish brothers, życzę wam jak najbardziej szczęścia w tym całym turnamencie, ale zobaczymy, co będzie się działo, co nie? And with that out of the way, just cringing myself a little bit. I don't really speak Polish, by the way, as you can tell.
It wasn't that bad. I obviously don't speak Polish. I have no idea what you said. But,
the Polish brothers are going to be judging it. You're more than allowed to do so.
All the Poles in the chat are judging.
They can. That was horrendous.
But yeah, all 6 of the bans exactly the same as game 2.
Yes.
As Fuse are once
Smolder
again
is not seeing the light of day.
Back on the red side, as it was game 2. And there's the Syndra going to be picked up as the B1. Not a lot of good mid lane answers to it, I think, still available. What comes to mind is really like the Azir, which is a bit of a tough matchup in lane, actually. Talia, not too bad. Silas can work as well. But a lot of the classic picks that you usually see into the Syndra, really Anivia also could work for Chover in this lane matchup. Zig's going to be picked. That is a flex, could be in the hands of Nudie, but I think most likely going to be in the hands of Chover. But they don't have that Ziggs Jarvan combo that we see, so it might be Vi picked up in the jungle for Dismas here, just to give them some sort of setup for this Ziggs.
Yes. Ooh, I like the Ziggs. Ziggs are usually, you look at them, you think, oh, that's a nice kill. That's a nice target. And then usually go like 5-1 or 10-0. They're so safe because of the control, the zoning they have with the ability. And they're already so far away from any fights. And you've got the satchel charge to keep you even safer. I love the Nautilus steal. Oh my god, I kind of hate it though, obviously, for obvious reasons. The strong side, the most goated Nautilus player I have seen. And so the one thing about it is that obviously strong side is a strong Nautilus player, and that's going to go over to Kamikaze. At least from that angle, strong side will know how to play into it and will be in that head, that mindset of what the Nautilus wants to do.
Yeah, I'm surprised that strong side opted for the Leona instead of Braum. They definitely want similar engage potential. Ooh, there's going to be the Bloopy Jace, I would imagine. As he's the one who has been playing the Jace whenever it has come up in these games. And Yone gonna be hovered. I really do actually like that if that is in the hands of Chover. Also, still a flex could go in the hands of the top laner as well to Spooky, but Ziggs Nautilus quite a good bot lane here. And again, like, this is kind of what I wanted to see from Kamikaze specifically. Give him something that he can make things happen with, and Nautilus is exactly that, right? Like, you have the hook, you have the depth charge, you can do so much work, not just in lane, but also in the later stages. We'll see if that does end up translate. Leona also for strong side gives him a lot of tools similar to the Bard as well. That Solar Flare. Zenith Blade has a lot of tankiness as well, can actually frontline. It can play a little bit more aggressively than he could on the Bard in some scenarios. Senna going to be banned away from Meccano. So a lot of things still available for him there. The common Leona pairings are things like Jhin comes to mind. And it does pair pretty well with Jace. Now, that does go towards that poke comp that we saw Mind Blue play on Wednesday when they played like Ezreal, Karma, Jace, that sort of compositional style. I'm curious to know if Fuse are going to go in that direction, or if they're going to give Luke something like the Cassante and then give Meccano that hyper carry even with the Jace jungle. I would imagine they should play something like the Jhin just to give Jace a lane to play through with Jhin Leona into, I assume, with Ziggs Nautilus with this Yone being picked. And there is the Cassante ban that I was talking about them potentially looking for Luke, so that is now off the table. And then Darius going to be banned away once again. We'll see what this last ban is here for Fuse. Most likely another top laner. It is actually going to be that Vi that I mentioned earlier.
Could it be the Vi? Okay.
Yeah, Ziggs Vi is quite good. Vi is very good into these champions. Jace can't obviously deal with her without Edge of Night. And you can just smite off the spell shield as you use that cease and desist, so it doesn't actually save you from getting Vi ulted. And then you just get a Ziggs ult on top of your head while you're CC'd. So Vi Ziggs very strong. We'll see what... ooh, that's not real. I was like, Pyke is not real.
I saw a Pyke, then it changed to another thing, and that's Makai. Now, obviously, it could still be going into that top side. Well, hold on a minute. It is going to be a jungle, most likely, for
most likely jungle Maokai. It could now, listen, I don't think this is going to happen. Dismiss could be playing Nautilus jungle, and it could be Maokai support, although I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Right. This is different.
When I saw the Pyke cover, I was like, oh, is it Nautilus jungle? But no, it's Maokai. So most
there's a lot of those flex picks. That's a Zeri. Okay, so I do want to mention that obviously you got that Ziggs, so you need some sort of an AD carry. The Yone's going to fill in those shoes quite nicely, and the Renekton just being hovered here. But Yone does very well into something like a Syndra, right? Because Syndra is going to have to use the Scattered of the Week to disengage him rather than to look for an engage. And in a side lane, she's outmatched every time. So Yone is going to be so strong in these side lanes, and Mega Infernal Bomb as well from the Ziggs will at least ensure that the side lanes will be a little bit more pushy for Red Watt until we find out what that final pick will be into this Renekton, which is a Zehen in the end. So a little bit of a different team comp from the side of Red Watt, but I do like what I'm seeing. And also, like you've mentioned, Mind Blue did pick up that Jace last time around, and they didn't get the win off the back of it. They didn't really get the successful poke comp going for themselves, and we have seen Bloopy on the Jace twice now. This is the third time. However, Bloopy didn't get a success. He's not had a single win on the Jace in this season as of yet. Well, though. But he's played it very well. That's the point, right? So the only good Jace I have seen is in the hands of Bloopy, and they've gone so close, almost getting that base destroyed, but it just turned around. I like this more because there's some of that dive potential if they're low enough off the back of the shock blasts.
The last time we saw the Jace, I think, was against Zenit. In their loss, I believe, when they played Kazakhs into it. I believe that was the Zenit Academy series.
Right.
I know it was Kazakhs versus Jace jungle. I remember that game. because
Right.
Bloopy had a very strong lead. He was very strong, and then he got one shot, 2 team fights back to back, and then they ended up losing the game in which they had a pretty good gold lead in. I think they lost that game. I don't actually remember if they won or lost, but I'm pretty sure they did because Bloopy hasn't won on Jace, so I assume they lost.
He hasn't, yeah, no. So
but
this could be his first win.
Looking in
You
a
never
pretty
know.
strong position, and he was playing the Jace well. Has every time he's piloted it, but hasn't been able to get that Nexus exploded. So he's hasn't won on it, but has played it very well. And that is Maokai top, Zehen jungle. And will be the Yone mid lane versus the Syndra.
Yes.
You're talking about that Yone side lane pressure late
We are
game.
in
I think
game.
That's why they picked
So
the
I'm
Renekton.
just
is the
going
match that Yone
to
later.
get us in. I like what I'm seeing right now, but let's see if it's going to come to, again, fruition. As Chova, we can't quite see it, but Fuse is pushing Chova out of this side lane to get a ward into the Raptors, and they've been able to do it successfully as we speak. So that's all that's really happened there. Start topside for the tree in the jungle here. Dismas is going to be on that Maokai, but we are in fact in game number 3. This is Fuse on the blue side and Red Once Upon a Team on the red side, playing for their semi-finals spot, which is happening next Wednesday. And right now, they're very much head-to-head. The first dredge line will not be connecting, and that's the start of this game. The Zenith Blade does send strong side onto a backline, but it's just Nudie on that level 1. Still need a few more Ziggs levels.
Yeah, he's not gonna be doing a whole lot right now. He's just level 1 Ziggs. Now, Ziggs base damage is still quite high, but not that threatening and an all-out, like an all-in. The poke is really where the value of this Ziggs comes in. Hits that Q. Gonna look for a dredge line here. I think it did miss. At least he hasn't thrown it out yet, waiting for that level 2 before he decides to do so. And I did say in draft, I like the Zeri from Meccano, although Zeri is quite hard to play this game, right? You're dealing with Nautilus and Maokai, some single target CC that do not care about how fast you are in this game. You will still get Nautilus ulted, and you can still get Maokai W'd no matter how high your movement speed is, and he does not... Ooh, wow.
Almost, but the dredge line actually hit a minion there. That's a disaster. That could have been a very good satchel charge.
I think.
For sure. That was a very nice little, interaction if it went their way. But now that the tower is going to be crashed by all of those minions, and actually a reset coming out from Nudie by the looks of it down in that bot lane, he will be going to base and grabbing a few items and just maybe the tier to keep him a little bit more healthy in that mana pool.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I mean, it's the cheater resets happen. I mean, it's a very standard thing for bot lane. We saw Meccano do it actually last game as well to buy a cull.
There's a bit of a Scopes troublesome situation, but hold on, that was a soul-bound state for Chova, so he couldn't really get the most out of that engage. So, still, I really like that from Kamikaze because there's nothing else for him to really do but to wait for Nudie to come back on this Ziggs, and so Scopes just getting out with his life in that regard there. It's going to be instead now looking at the junglers, both taking those Scuttle Crabs, and now they can put themselves into a potential lane gank, unless they'll be thinking about going back. Bloopy won't be. He's on that Jace. He goes right in with a Shock Blast and a Grey Scatter of the week, and that will be the rest of what they wrote. 700 gold, first blood, going over to Bloopy.
That's a big kill as well, because he can take the Raptors also. So he doesn't just get the 400 gold. He can get his own Raptor respawn. He is up-tempo on Dismas as well, so he could look to potentially invade. Depending
aggressive.
on the
No
camp
ignites, but he does have the slice and the flash, and he will get the kill. Now, Dispas is arriving around the corner. He may be able to punish Look Bingo for this. I'm pretty sure he will go down. There's no... Oh, he could actually have the slice and dice, right? He's got healing. TP coming around as well. He's going to have to be quick about the slice and dice. He's thinking about it, but he only gets the slice, and that's it. Wow, so he gets out as well. Not quite having the amount of damage. Zenith Blade, Kamikaze, Bloopy's on a roll. He gets the gank into the bot lane, and he gets the kill for the Zeri. And we haven't spoken about Meccano Zeri as much yet. He's now a kill rich as well.
Yeah, and I think Zeri is one of those champions that's kind of undervalued on the current patch. I think she's quite good right now, and especially in the hands of a hyper carry specialist, I'll say. Like Meccano, he was really good at pretty much every single hyper carry ADC. This is very much in his wheelhouse, and already with that early kill helps get accelerated. And that's some early kills on some key members as well, right? Luke getting a kill and not dying, as well as getting the flash traded with not just himself, but also Dismas using the flash there, means that he gets a huge value in topside. Bloopy getting that first blood in the mid lane as well, and the assist in the bot lane. Meccano getting that first kill. All kills on members you definitely want to see get a lead in this game.
Yes, you do. Very early on. Usually you see like a double kill for somebody and it gives them a huge snowball lead, but this is like securing a kill here and there. Level 6, Dominus is already available, but there's a gank in the mid lane as well. Grim Deliverance will be matched. Spooky's trying to stack up his passive, but may not have enough time in order to do so. I want to see topside spectate, thank you very much. Now into the bot lane we go. That's a very good stop on that jump from the Zeri, which will now be forcing a flash as well, but another solo kill for Luke Bingo in the top side.
That timing is not easy to hit. Especially like you basically have to W as soon as the Zeri presses E in order to cancel her out of the wall to hit. That's really nice from Nudie there to get the flash out of Meccano. And also another kill in top lane. That one a solo kill this time.
Ooh, Scatter of the Week is not quite available, and the Dragon is actually up, so that's where all eyes will be. I don't think they can, to be honest, because all of that pressure. Nice Drench line. It is a Leona, however, so maybe perhaps not all that much. Even better on the Scatter of the Week. The Scatter of the Week in this game is going to be absolutely huge. The Soul Unbound onto Yone. Every single time you use that. The Dredge line, you use it there. Dismas as well, whenever he's looking for Twisted Advance, right? So there's so many good disengages for scopes to be looking for. But if you hit a crucial engage Scatter of the Week like they did in this mid lane onto Chova, that turns around in a kill.
Yeah, and Luke's also trading really well in this matchup. Taking short enough trades to where he can get his counter stacks and get value, but taking the trades in a way where Too Spooky can't get his passive up and can't get any value out of looking for all-ins, which is a big reason why he got that solo kill earlier just now, in addition to obviously the gold lead that he had. But he only had one kill. It's not that much of a gold lead, and especially with the executioners now, you look at the items in their inventories off the back of that second one. Phage and an Xyz versus just a couple longswords and a Ruby Crystal. Very hard for Too Spooky now to play the rest of his lane out.
Again, going at it. Every single time we've seen this happen, it resulted in a kill. But Luke Bingo won't be sticking around for much longer. He's already forced an ult, so he's going to be happy with that instead. And as we speak, both of the lanes, Scopes and Meccano with strong side will be getting some priority in the mid lane, in the bot lane, and so the Dragon will be going over to Fuse very early into the game. I guess 7 minutes is not as early as you'd imagine. 2.5 minutes a little bit later. That's a good Scatter of the Week. Again, into that Soul Unbound. Time and time again, that's what you got to do. And you'd think, why is this Yone being played into the Syndra? We'll find out shortly in the side lanes as to how much power the Yone really has.
Yeah, the thing is Scopes is just playing the matchup really well. He's spacing well, saving the scatter for when Shover decides to use the Soul Unbound to try to look for those more extended trades. Trading, trying to be able to CS and get the damage down onto the Yone in the 1v1. He doesn't have a CS lead at all, but this is a tough matchup for Syndra if not played correctly. So he's playing it very well and very cleanly.
That's a Dredge line, but a nice body tank for strong side. Half HP off the back of that one. It won't be too worrisome. 8 minutes into this game, Void Grubs have spawned, and we already see Bloopy taking them over as we speak. The Dismas is actually opting in for a potential gank, but he will be spotted out by the Stealth Ward. And I just want to say, Dismas not playing a carry jungle is something that is not usually what I see on the side of Red OUAT.
Yeah.
And so a lot of that pressure will be in the hands of that Meccano. Doesn't have the flash, but he does have the dash, and he gets out fine. So it's going to be in the hands of Nudie, who performed amazingly on that Israel game, right? You got Chova, had two good games back to back, and now Too Spooky. But Too Spooky is 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and also I'm surprised that they put Nudie on Ziggs, right? Especially after having such a massive game on Ezreal, right? You kind of want to put him in more of that carry role in these games, because a lot of times when they win through bot lane, they win pretty convincingly. And having him on Ziggs just means you don't really have that bot lane to play through that you're used to having. But again, in the top side, Luke with a massive individual lead. He won the matchup Gnar into Malphite last game. And then now this game, another R5 top lane counter pick into the Renekton. He's winning again in isolation for the most part. And actually, he's been ganked by Dismiss and not by Bloopy and still is winning pretty heavily already.
Yeah, they are having a decent time. Not too bad for now. But the thing is RED OUAT is going to have a much better time the later this game goes on. They have natural integrity, so the tanks are just going to be eating up all of that frontline damage. The poke from Hold On top side, Dredgeline, sorry, not Dredgeline, Dreaded Return. That's going to be a mouthful in team fights. So you've got Makai, you've got a Nautilus, you've got Spooky, too Spooky on the Zahen off tank, I guess. So there's quite a bit of that front line that you have to get through, and I don't see a lot of tank shred. You do have that level 16 scopes unleashed power, which does execute under a certain threshold, which will be decent, but that's a single target damage. So you've got to consider how much time do you really have, and when do you start falling off, as Dismas does get a positional gank into the top side, not only by himself, but there's also Chova coming around, and look, Bingo does have the flash, did not quite get dice out of his positioning, does have to flash the Fate Sealed, will have Dominus, not available, 60 seconds. Actually, yeah, he's gonna go down, but after a while, everybody's moving topside. Even Bloopy's like, yeah, you guys have fun, I'm moving out of here. Oh, actually doesn't get the right amount of Bramble smash on that one, and he's still alive. He's wasting so much time. Bloopy's getting played, and the Dismas will pick it up. So Chova, all of that, as well as too Spooky, won't be coming back into the game. That's quite a decent way to go down. That's a good death right there.
He wastes a lot of time, and you look at what, I mean, Nudi's playing Ziggs, so he doesn't lose anything off of that, but that just gives Meccano an easy minute and a half, really, to play the lane phase. And also, you look at the bot side vision. Drake's in a minute's time. Strong side was able to just completely light up this bot jungle because of how much they put into top side scopes. Had a little bit of breathing room in the mid lane as well for that time. I think he got a mid lane plate as well off of that. So, and now first items coming through. Meccano did not read the patch notes. But it's oh no, wait, we're still on 1610. Never mind. I was gonna say Hexplate got changed. Hexplate got nerfed for ranged champions on 1611, but we're on 1610 still. So this is still good on Zeri. It's kind of similar to the Trinity Force build. You
can't be worrying me like that, brother. Meccano didn't read the patch notes, and I'm thinking, hold on a minute, this can't be our Achilles heel.
But I was like, wait a second. I just remember we're on 1610 still, so he doesn't have to worry about the patch notes.
Yes.
He can still build this Hexplate Zeri build. Like I said, kind of similar to that Trinity Force build she used to go like 4 years ago when she first came out. So there's... Yeah, very tanky on this Zeri build. Still a lot of damage. 50% bonus attack speed and 20% bonus move speed after you ult is very good for Zeri. In addition, obviously, the AD and HP the item gives.
Now, the Dragon is being started. What we'll see is two heavy fights, one in the top side, one down here in the bot lane, because there's no TPs for the top laners, so they're going to be going at it, but the bot lane will be certainly on that Dragon, which I want to focus on as much as we can. So we got a steal already for Bloopy. Dismas is very low, and he's going to go down as well, and a nice exhaust onto Nudi. He does have the flash, will be able to get across the thicker portion of that one. Only a Zenith play, but Meccano now having to flash away from a Yone, which will get that Soul Unbound stack, and it seems like Scopes will also do enough damage. Nudi does escape. Again, it was only Strong Side following through. A little bit not on the same page there, leaving Meccano. Strong Side had to sort of think twice about that one, but Nudi escapes and Meccano does not. The Dragon did get secured.
I think it would have worked out if Meccano also flashed up. If he flashed over the wall to be with Strong Side and then play to kill the Ziggs, I think at that point they can definitely play it afterwards. But once Strong Side flashes to chase the Ziggs and Meccano doesn't get his flash over the wall, he then is stuck trying to fight a Yone, and he's not going to win that, even though Choker's not exactly ahead. It's Yone versus an AD carry. Even with Hexblade HP, he's dead. He's nowhere near fed enough in the game to be able to win that 1v1. So really nice play there. Really good team fight from Red, and a little bit disjointed from Fuse for sure. I don't remember who got the Dragon.
Bloopy did it. He stole it.
Bloopy got the dragon? Okay, so yeah, you'll take that if you're Fuse for sure, but you would have wanted to also win the team fight. I imagine the gold lead is still relatively even between these two teams because of how the fight went, and also Makano burning both summoner spells and still dying there means he'll be a little bit at risk for the next 5 or so minutes, potentially, to get ganked or die. And yeah, it's actually 2.6k because of top lane and jungle. But especially Bloopy, he's up 1.6k, and Luke is up 800 gold, which is almost all of this gold lead. 2.4k at least of this gold lead is in top jungle alone. So outside of those two guys, the game is quite even.
And the thing is about having all your gold on something like a Jace, you don't really mind because he's so far away from team fights. He's always going to get a lot of damage down with the acceleration gate and the shock blast. And before the team fights happen, Red Watt is already half HP. We saw Nudie taking a few of those shock blasts in that team fight, and it reduces about 25% of his HP already at this point in the game. So all of that gold, strong side does get that Hex Tech Flash. Zenith Blade does come through in the end, and Spooky's going to slow down ever so slightly. Nice. Dreaded return on the, not dreaded return. You know what? I'll get around. Grim Deliverance. Thank you. On that use, the buffer just to deny that solar flare. So strong side has showed himself in the top side. It seems like it won't matter too much now because he's able to go back into the mid lane because the lane swaps are very much active.
Yeah, and you could see Strong Side was kind of waiting for Too Spooky to ult, which is why he didn't instantly Solar Flare after hitting the Zenith Blade, because the CC's not quite long enough for him to get it off. So he was trying to delay it there, assuming that he would ult right after the Zenith Blade, like he's spamming it, assuming he's going to get rid of the Solar Flare. Doesn't end up using it, times it well, gets out of that one, doesn't have to flash. And yeah, the roam, even though he shows top, doesn't lose too much because Makano was coming out of base, so he's not at threat in a 1v2 mid lane. But what is under threat is his bot lane tower, as they're 3-manning this, as Nudie, obviously playing Ziggs, can just sit here and clear mid waves until the end of time.
Yeah, and another thing about something like this Ziggs, right? The amount of siege that this team comp offers. Everybody is melee, but Nudie does have the ability to delete those towers if it gets down to a certain threshold. Whoa, that's a bit of a mistake, but you got Nautilus around the corner. The Makai. I don't think he was. Hold on. Depth charge. Strong side is still being caught out. He will most likely go down for this. Nice turnaround. If it does happen, which it will, it just depends on who will pick up that kill, and that's going to be Chova on this Yone. And again, I think the best person right now to funnel the gold into is Chova, because Nudie's gonna, eventually just get enough farm and all of these plates, and he's quite safe anyway, but Chova wants to go in. He wants to get right in there and personal, and especially match this Syndra in a side lane. And if you can't do that, then this entire idea of a champion is going to be just slowed down a little bit too much than it should be. So already getting a whole plate, free plate, I think it was, down in the bot lane. Obviously, that was off the back of the Nautilus and Makai also being around to support Chova in that push. But it just already shows you how much the Scope Syndra cannot do in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, he played the lane phase really well, but Chova got a lot of kills off that dragon fight, which is why he now has that gold lead, especially off the kill he just got as well onto Strong Side. And with the help of jungle and support, there's no way that Scopes can even be anywhere near that tower, because he would have died if he had even tried to clear the wave. So good on him, and Strong Side to just be there in case they look for anything.
Dominus, this is not a 1v1. This is certainly a Chova coming around the corner. Dreaded Return is available, but there's gonna be a Fate Seal having to be flashed away from Too Spooky. Doesn't quite get his revenge in that play as we speak, but a lot has been committed in the top side, and there's about 40 seconds on the Dragon as we speak. Already a Herald being used, so even though Fuse had to give up that tower down in the bot lane, that hurts. They're gonna be picking up some towers for themselves due to the Herald that they were able to trade off the back of the cross-map play that was a bot for Herald, and now the Herald for the Dragon potentially coming their way. Gorge Dredge line seems to be now depth charging through. However, again, this is a Leona. Now Zeri's been pretty much engaged on. That's going to be a solar flare as well. Strong side is going to go down here. Yeah, that's 2-1 back to back, really. In the end, it will be just enough to secure themselves the numbers and the tempo to have this next dragon, which is actually going to be the first dragon for Red Watt. And if it's just Strong Side going down for it, Fuse won't be too bothered about it, I guess, because they do still get a decent push in the top lane.
Yeah, it is only strong side dying, but they do also get Luke's flash as well off the top side play. They do. Chover has to flash, has to TP. Does flash for flash trade, uses his TP, it's TP for TP trade, but they get that dragon, gives them some more time to scale into this
Shock
game.
blast doesn't quite connect, but the flash is going to be used in there as we speak. Meccano is now being engaged on. He does have a flash of his own, but a nice satchel charge. Strong side is coming around the corner. He did now arrive with, hold on a minute, Scopes. Look, Bingo and Bloopy, where did they even come from? I guess not even I expected it. And now think about Nudi's and Kamikaze's positions, right? They were like, right, guys, we need some vision. We're going to need to put something more deeper into that jungle because that's 2 kills for absolutely nothing as we speak. Now, 4.5k into the gold. This is the point in the game at a gold lead where you start thinking, what is it that we must do on Red OUAT in order to come back into this game, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think the big thing is trying to kill Meccano or Scopes, especially Scopes. He has a bounty on his head. Even though he's down 1.5k gold, he does have a bounty, which is very funny. But he's the only bounty on the board. That's the first one you want to go for. And off that play also, I like that Meccano just doesn't flash because he knows his team's coming to help. He knows that he doesn't have enough damage. Dismiss is a very, very deep here.
Yes, Mega Inferno Bomb. He's very deep. His team couldn't really follow through with it. Meccano having to use the blast cut. Whoa! That's damage. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, so Zeri's a thing now, by the way. That's absolutely insane, but they're not even done yet. A lot of that damage will be now hitting onto Kamikaze, who's eating a shock blast. Nice solar flare. They can keep on chasing. That's going to be a scatter of the week, and it's going to be another kill going their way, but they're not even done yet, as now the Zenith Blade alongside the Zeri coming around the corner. Now they're thinking about more. They're maybe perhaps chewing more than they could bite as we speak. That's not even the saying, but we're going to turn it around as now Red OUAT is turning around the team fight. It's strong side who's almost going down as well. Meccano's full HP. Again, 1 kill is going to be fine, I guess. A little bit too heavy in the end, but still, Red OUAT was pushed all the way back to their own jungle after they started to play Infuses.
Yeah, and that Zeri damage is what I talked about a long time ago, actually, at this point. Back in last chance qualifiers, the last time we saw this champion do this much. The Fiend Hunter Bolt's bonus damage that she gets is just so insane. Now, the only downside to going Hexplate Rush is that you don't have as much crit chance. So she just gets extra crit from the item right now. Not true damage. No, he's fine. Did have to flash, though. If he doesn't flash, he does die, for sure. But he is okay without the flash. But once Meccano gets his Infinity Edge and then his next item online, which I imagine is going to be the Lord Dominic's Regard, then we'll see even more burst come through from this Zeri. And that's the other consequence of this build that Dismiss is going, right? He doesn't have any resistances. A lot of times when you see Maokai jungle, it tends to be that Leandry's into full tank, but he also bought a Bloodletter's Curse to try and help Nudie do some damage with that extra pen. But without any resistances, he's very, very squishy on this Maokai.
He is, and we saw how squishy he really was off the back of a 1v1 into the Zeri. Obviously, Bloopy did a lot of that brunt of that damage because he was sort of being engaged on, so he had to retaliate in a 1v1 and run away from that Mega Inferno Bomb, and then, of course, we saw Meccano. So, Dismas, if he gets a decent engage, he's still going to be able to do quite a bit of damage, but I would value for him to really go a little bit more tank frontline heavy, because this is all about the late game. You've got a Yone, you've got a Zahen, you have got to scale, exactly, and without a frontline, your team comp sort of, I will say, falls apart. So I'm not a big fan of right now this itemization, so maybe at some point it will change my mind, but for the time being, Dismas, the man of the hour as we speak, is going to be poked down quite heavily. And that's a Zeri already taking him down. And he's half HP. Shock Blast as well. So it just goes to show. This is a jungler, by the way. He can't really TP in. So he's got the Hex Tech gates. He's going to be fine. But at the cost of the mid lane prio.
Yeah, I really like the confidence Meccano's playing with. I was talking about that in after game 2, how much more confident and comfortable he looked on Varus. He looks very similar on this Zeri now as well. Obviously, is ahead, has that Infinity Edge in his inventory now. Very strong on this Zeri. But the way he's positioning in the lane, he's positioning just far forward enough to still pressure the wave while not being at risk of dying. Walks up instead of back down towards the tower so he can just zip over the wall if he needs to. And then walking forwards, chasing after them, just fake pressure. Just saying, hey, my whole team's behind me. What are you going to do about it? And then they have to just run away. The shock blasts now from this 3-item Jace are doing so much damage, but they don't have position in River. This Drake is being taken.
It is, because this is a poke comp into a team fight comp, right? And there's that solar flare going in. No, I'm really going to secure that dragon. It's going to be a 2-for-2 now, and the fight commences. It looks like the front line Dominus. Nice start in the initial engage onto Scopes, but he's still alive. Not for long. I don't think he's going towards the wrong direction. Spooky. It's got his passive. Look, Bingo's going to get dredge lined as well. Great team fight. There's the shock blast, not quite connecting, but a flash auto attack will do the trick. Nice dredge line as well, but now Spooky doesn't really have his passive. He's still alive. He does get the kill onto Bloopy. This is a great turnaround. Meccano's also going to go down. All of a sudden, too, Spooky on the Zahen has gone online.
Yeah, finally is able to get the passive off. And once he has that, Meccano just can't play the fight. He has to play so carefully in this fight. He gets hit by the ulti from Dismas, has to flash backwards after he gets flashed on by 2 Spooky. He's not able to do damage. Bloopy's positioning is really awkward in this. Tries to just flash over to take the dragon, doesn't get the dragon, dies in the pit. Well, not technically, but he doesn't. He gets a 1-for-1 trade, doesn't really do too much. He's kind of awkward standing in the pit, ends up dying. Scopes has to go up away from his AD carry. Also, Strong Side is a little awkward in where he's standing. Just not really a great fight for Fuse in the angle that they were looking for it. And also, Red get their second dragon. They're now even on Drakes. They have 2 Hextech dragons. Not only is that a lot of attack speed for this Zahen and this Yone, but it's also a lot of ability haste for this Ziggs that is now rounding his second item. Has that Shadow Flame. Still a 4,000 gold deficit for Red, but they are looking stronger and stronger. They do have really strong scaling. And I mean, Fuse, with Meccano having no summoners, this next fight as well is going to be quite hard.
It is. There is still a 3.3k gold lead for Bloopy, but it's closing gaps elsewhere, right? You got Yone quite heavily on that advantage still. Spooky has closed an entire gap of laning phase, and you could just see what that's already suggesting. Luke Bingo can't even commit. I don't think he wants to commit into a 1v1. It's not really going to serve him any purpose right now. Yeah, he dies, first of all. Second of all, the Baron is alive, so it's not even worth the risk. And 2 Spooky's going to stick around, and he's certainly going to take that trade and take the whole fight and the whole arm if you give it to him, right? So you got to be careful. Now, he's just going to be sitting around the tower instead, but around this Baron, it's all about the poke. That dragon fight, it was great for a few of those shock blasts, but then you're relying too much on the shock blasts, and you're a little bit too behind on actually getting in there with your front line, right? The Leona, the Renekton, they weren't in position for that pit, and the Solar Flare didn't quite connect onto nobody, and then the Dragon, of course, got secured, and the team fight was a little bit messy for both teams, I will say. Yeah, however, still, it's from a lead that Fuse has gained themselves, and Red OUAT didn't lose that fight. It was certainly looking quite good.
Yeah, I mean,
that's looking even better. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, every single one of these shock blasts is just doing half of Nudi's HP.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully for him, he's playing Ziggs, so he can still play fights even though he is half HP. But the big problem for Fuse now is this Zahen and Yone in side lane.
Yeah, this is a lot going into this tower. Look, Bingo might just have to give it up, but he's not gonna. He's actually just gonna go down. Trying to stick around a little bit too long, but now TPs, 2 of them are coming in. This is a great turnaround from Red OUAT. Now Meccano's gonna be deleted with that dredge line. Strong Side having to flash away, but they're not even done yet. Dreaded Return will catch out Strong Side with a Grim Deliverance to finish him off as well. All of a sudden, the gold lead has collapsed onto a measly 800 gold, and it's not enough. It's certainly in the Red OUAT's now hands to turn this game around.
Yeah, and the only reason why they're even still up any gold at all is because Bloopy has a 3,000 individual gold lead over Dismas. He's up 100 CS in jungle. Actually up 110. He has Flame Horizoned Dismas so far in this game. But that's the only reason why they have any gold lead at all. You look at the main carries, especially the solo lanes as well. Obviously, Mikano's still up 1,500 over Nudie, but he just got literally one shot by the Mega Inferno Bomb, got hit by the sweet spot, instantly half his HP is gone. And I like the conviction from Chover and 2Spooky in that bot lane play. I don't think anyone on Fuse, including Luke, thought he would die that fast. He got one shot by both of them. They have time to TP in while the Baron is still half HP. Mikano gets caught by the depth charge and the dredge line. He gets one shot. That's all of their damage gone except for the Jace. And they just don't have enough gas left to take the team fight. Now he has GA though. They're going to look to stop this dragon take. But it's going to be tough to get in here.
It will be. It was tough last time round, and it seems like this time round you can't even walk past the long brush. This definitely belongs to Red OUAT. The gold has been evened out. Chocolate does connect onto Nudie. Look, Bingo having to use a lot of his disengage into nothing at all because he's already deleted, and Strongside is at all not there either. And that's already another dredge line onto Bloopy, who's got 3,000 gold in his pocket, and he won't be able to do nothing with it because he's been caught out as well. This is an amazing pick. This BAS now going all the way back into that is a level 15 execute, by the way. So still got something going yourself, as Spooky is now gonna go down into a red buff. A little turnaround onto that. A 3 for 2, however, still for Red OUAT favored. However, how scary for Fuse from a 6,000 gold lead to now, yeah, a little bit still in their hands, but the dragon won't be.
Yeah, and that's soul point for Red now as well. This Chover is 10-2 on Yone. He's a very scary on this champion now.
It's a great matchup.
Well, they are it is. And they are one step closer to that Hextech soul that is so hard to deal with when you're playing against a Ziggs with this soul. The other thing is what, like, Bloopy's just a little too far forward there, ends up getting caught out, but on the flip side, 2Spooky goes in a little too far, gives over the shutdown. Ooh, those dredge lines!
Oh my god, Kamikaze! Absolutely living his best life right now. Wherever he lands these, they connect. And that was a lot of confidence from Fuse just to put themselves past the midway points in lanes after a team fight they just lost twice in a row. And all of a sudden, this is a 4v5, and they baroned up Soul Point Rush, almost getting that next dredge line, which won't be connecting, but there is a Nature's Advance, a Nature's Grasp, and it seems like Strongside is going to be the main focus of that one. Nice satchel charge. Mikano trying to do a lot of damage in the Lightning Crush state. The dredge line didn't quite connect. He's doing quite a bit here. Bloopy may have enough damage. If he connects, he goes right in. He does take out. That's a reset. I believe he may be able to keep on chasing. Chover does have the Fate Sealed. A lot of good kiting, really. The confidence coming out from Mikano there, somehow turning around the team fight in the end.
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. This is a 4-item ADC. He's very, very scary if you cannot get on top of him. And a lot of the abilities going into strong side means that he has a lot of space to play with. We see Dismas just has to flash out, still ends up dying to the Ultra Shock laser over the dead tower. And
they're coming this. They're definitely thinking about it. Spooky does have the Grim Deliverance, which he'll be using to go in, and he actually may be able to get a kill for it because he does, alongside a double kill. Hold on a minute, so Spooky is still alive. He's ticking. That was a 4v1, 3v1 maybe, but he gets a double with Nudie also OTing in to help him out, and now he's back in the top lane that he's grabbed the controller for himself.
Yeah, Kamikaze wants it to keep going. He's hunting. He took the Hex Gate. He Hex Splashed as well to try to close the distance, but he can't quite get there. And off the back of these long respawn timers, especially with who they got the kills onto, they can potentially force the top lane inhibitor. Baron is up in a minute 20, so they won't be able to get that, but they are instead just going to take the tier 2, look to get the tier 2 mid lane, and then probably take the resets after the fact. Nature's Grasp is hit on a both.
It is
from the Ziggs at this point. He has the death cap available, almost has the Seraph's Embrace as well, which I imagine is what he's going next. Satchel charge, yep, to take the tower. That'll be 2 towers at the back of those kills, and now Red are ahead in gold in this game.
Oh, this game, oh my god. It's just back and forth. The swings in the gold leads are absolutely insane, but every time Red OUAT in the last 10 minutes or so won a fight, they won at least 2,000 gold down, right? So it's now in their favor. Only 400 gold, but they've been able to fight their way out of almost 1,000 gold deficit and winning many 2,000 gold deficit fights, and now trying to do it in a much, much favorable position. 1.5 minutes until the next dragon. This is going to be a must for Fuse, unless you give up a 4th hex deck dragon. That slow is horrendous, especially for something like a Dredgeline Nautilus that's constantly going to be slowing down everybody who's trying to get out of, you know, that position. As we speak, the Baron actually is going to be instead moved into a lot of this, being committed onto, so they're going to be dancing around it. At least the TP is being committed to. Spooky's not being matched down in a bot lane. I don't think anybody really can match him in the bot lane, really. The side lanes are so strong for Red OUAT, and that's exactly what's put them in this winning position. Syndra can't match it, the Renekton can't match it, and now all of a sudden you're fighting a 4v5 where you're going to have to be quick, otherwise too Spooky is going to take over your entire base, and you're going in. But so much of that damage is still landing from none other than Chova is going in. Mechano, if he goes down, this is pretty much the end of the game. It may as well be the end of this Baron for Fuse, because it will not be contested.
That Mega Inferno Bomb did so much damage to 4 members of Fuse that the whole fight is just completely over. Mechano instantly gets taken down to a 3rd HP off of just the Ziggs bomb alone, and then he has to flash and barrier just to not die. The Baron goes over. Now Red are up 2k. They have definitely scaled into this game, and now that Dismas has picked up some of those support items to give him some tank stats, he's no longer nearly as squishy as he is, and that Bloodletter's Curse is helping, and a lot of the reason why Nudi's able to do so much damage, because he doesn't have any pen really in his build, just some flat pens, so that Bloodletter's Curse helping out a lot.
Not quite connecting, but hold on a minute, this is going to be a GA just forced, and Mechano's not quite done yet. He's got the Lightning Crush doing a lot of damage to Spooky, and he's also going to be pretty much too low to get a passive going out of this situation. Mechano's coming right in, but he's going to be taken out by something. I think that was a satchel charge, I'm not even too sure, as he's going to be taken out as well. That's actually an insane turnaround of events, GA, for Bloopy in the backline. It doesn't seem like none of but the Kazahen is going to have to do anything about it. Instead, Fuse is finding the best team fight yet. This is 2 tanks, and they're going to be just chased down. They've got a lot of HP, a lot of tools to escape, and the Zenith Blade won't connect. So that was actually the best team fight we've seen from Fuse for quite some time. Mechano going down in that position was crucial, but they're going to be actually going right back in. Zahen is coming. Look, Bingo is quite low, and he's actually strong side. Going to be taken out. This mass is not going to be going nowhere until it looks like Look, Bingo's going to get that kill, but now he's going to be sacrificed for it. And the Bloopy's going to have to run very fast. That's a Grim Deliverance. There's a Dreaded Return, and a dash coming his way. It does connect, and it will be a kill. 2 Spooky went from 0-3 in lane, I believe, to now 4.3k gold lead.
Yeah, 7-4 now. So out of lane, he's 7-1-8 out of lane phase on this Zahen. Now, Mechano's going to try and stop this dragon alongside.
Oh, he's going in. A Lightning Crush straight away, but the Dredgeline does connect. A lot of that damage will be connecting. There's the Yone, and it won't be enough. And however, Spooky will be taken out because of Flash, and he's got actually the Maw, which will keep him alive. Oh my goodness me, he's still on the biggest lead of my life that I've ever seen. Red OUAT will be taking the Soul Dragon.
Yeah, he doesn't die, not just because of the Maw, but the Maw Lifeline Lifesteal. He gets the Omnivamp from Endless Hunger and his passive as well, off of the back of Mechano dying, which means he just instantly heals to 3/4 HP, even though he's face tanking the Unleashed Power from Scopes.
Yes.
And Scopes burned the Flash to try to get that kill as well, so him dying there is not just the soul, but it's also him not having that cooldown anymore, so it'll be really hard for him to find any of these future fights. 5 items now for Mechano, though. 5.5 on this area. He is still extremely strong. And also 5 items on Jace. Bloopy full build, but he's not getting any stronger in this game. And he's the only reason why this gold lead for Red isn't any larger than it is, because he's individually up 4,000 gold, almost what, 5,000? Yeah, almost 5,000 gold up individually. Without Bloopy's gold lead, they'd be down 7k gold, even with Mechano being up 3,000 on Nudie.
And I'm going to have to eat my words. I take it back. Dismas has proved me wrong. This itemization is keeping him so healthy. The sustain from his passive is absolutely insane. He was able to survive into so much of that 2v3 damage until Too Spooky arrived before that dragon was started. Absolutely insane. Well played from everybody involved. But Chova with the Fate Seal just across that terrain and picking up Mikano, who was about to get a double kill. That was crucial. So very good overall. That's now a Nature's Grasp and a Dreaded Return. Strong. So, oh my god. Dismas is going to go down. Nice. No, he's not. That's 2 for nothing. As we speak, they're still very strong. They could just keep on pushing on. This is a Hextech Soul. As we speak, Too Spooky is level 20 and he's not done yet. This is Red UAT Avenue. This is their domain and they are not thinking about slowing down this game. Mikano just dodging that flash with the dredge line not hitting him, but that's now a cooldown that he won't be able to use at his disposal, and it's all of a sudden a base that's being cracked open by Red UAT.
Yeah, and Mikano still does a ton of damage. They need to still play a certain way to not lose these team fights. He has to go down for Red to win, because you see how much damage he's doing. It's a lot. Level 17 on this area as well. These shock blasts are still hurting. This is still a full build. Jace.
Oh, that's a huge engage. And Mikano's gonna go down to the Mega Inferno Bomb just across downtown, and it won't be doing anything else but seeing your base absolutely falling apart right in front of your eyes. This is from 5,000 on Fuse to 5,000 gold. Make that 6 or 7 at the end of this entire carnage. That's meeting Fuse in their third game. A whole 12,000 gold swing for Red UAT. As we speak, they will be the ones to put themselves at a 2-1 position in this best of 5 series going into game 4.
Yeah, and what a comeback from Red. Like you said, they were down 5,000 gold lead, and when you're down that far to a Jace and a Zeri are the ones that have the gold lead, you're usually not going to win that game. That is a very hard game to come back from, and it was all off the back of some great team fighting from Red. They were constantly able to find angles, and despite Bloopy having the shock blasts landing, they just didn't have enough time to find a lot of poke, right? It's a lot of like the last Jace game he played, actually, where the shock plates were doing a ton of damage, but they just don't have the time in team fights for him to do much more than that. Yeah. And after the first one hits, the fight is just so fast and so snappy that he just doesn't have the ability to play those fights out. And Mikano was playing very well on the Zeri, but just gets caught a couple times going slightly too far forwards, ends up dying, giving them a lot of time, because once he dies, like, he's so much of their damage at that point in the game. And also the Zahan, right? Like, when he starts to come back, when he gets those kills and starts to get those items under his belt, he only died once outside of lane phase. And he was 0-3-0 in lane. Got solo killed by Renekton. And then Too Spooky and Chover, both of them, this Yone as well. The two of them absolutely taking over these team fights. But I also want to give a shout out to Nudie as well on this Ziggs. He was, even though he was constantly behind Mikano, he was still doing a ton of damage. And these Mega Inferno Bombs were also a huge reason why they were winning these fights. That one around Baron as well looked a little shaky. He hit it onto 4 people and took out all of their HP, which means Luke is by himself. He ends up dying. That secures them the Baron as well. And then also he was able to find Mikano with these bombs a few times as well in those later game team fights, and Mikano was just going to get one shot by a 4-item Ziggs with Hextech Soul. So not much you can do about that.
Yeah, and a Ziggs, if you think about it, if you really boil it down, is somewhat of an AP Ezreal, right? You're playing those front to backs casters. You've got that global ult. You've got a way to reposition yourself. You're quite safe because of one has the arcane shift and the other has so much zoning tools at his disposal, and he's always so far behind. And you're so far behind in these team fights that you're not going to be the first focus, and that's it. Even despite the shock blast connecting, Fuse still couldn't get into that backline because of all of that happening, and that's really all that happened, and that's despite being down about 3 to 4,000 gold this entire game, Mikano was playing like he had that lead as well. I will say he certainly had the body language, he had the confidence, he was looking for those plays. Oftentimes turning around team fights that just didn't have anything going for Fuse whatsoever, and that still wasn't enough. And again, the Jace is doing so much of that poke, but it's just getting the rest of that damage done, and it's just not quite there time and time again. And unfortunately for Fuse, and fortunately for Red DOUAT, this is now a 2-1, and only one more game for Once Upon a Team to find themselves in the semi-finals. They only have to do it one more time, and it's going to be the next game. A match point for Fuse. They've got to run it another 2 times, which isn't impossible. Game 5 will have to come around the corner if that's the case. However, we'll find out very shortly if that's going to happen. We're going to put ourselves on a brief pause just to give everybody a breather, and we'll be back in a moment or two to see another banger in Game 4. And we're back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's game 4 time in this best of 3, and I'm hoping for game 5, but we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
We have ourselves Fuse again going up it. This is the blue side Fuse once again. They've had success on this side of the map once, and twice.
Almost twice.
Not really, right? So we'll see where this draft takes us.
Yeah, certainly. Bans are exactly the same as the last 2 games in the series, not wanting to budge on any one of these champions.
Yeah.
So we'll see what ends up getting picked up.
It's an
there's
Aphelios
the
angle.
Lulu I've been talking about
The
these last
B1!
2 games, and it is going to be
It was a
B1
quick
Lulu.
lock.
We'll see. Yeah, very, very instant lock. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that come in for strong side.
Oh, give me the
Now,
Aphelios.
Yeah, they should deny the Aphelios, honestly, because if they pick Yunara, it's a good matchup for AFL, right? So going for that direction, but instead they're going to go towards Seraphine. We actually haven't seen Ashe Seraphine at all this series yet.
True.
So they could go towards that Seraphine Ashe lane, expecting that Aphelios to come through for Meccano. They could also go Seraphine Ashe, or not Seraphine Ashe, Seraphine Aphelios rather, excuse me, to deny that AFL away still, because it's not too bad of a lane matchup with Aphelios into the Lulu, but I'd imagine they're just going to go towards that Ashe Seraphine bot lane, assuming it'll be either Yunara or Aphelios in the hands of Meccano next to this Lulu. So we'll see what ends up happening. I would imagine it's one of those 2 things. It will actually instead be the Senna for Nudie, which was banned away from him last game in second phase. So definitely a comfortable champion for Nudie, definitely good at it and good with the Seraphine as well for sure.
Yep, there it is. So it's actually some sort of a deny, because we know fully well that Meccano does like to play the Senna, which was banned away from him last game, and this time round it's going to be picked away from him. But I'm not one to complain, because the Lulu is picked for a reason, and Aphelios is something that Meccano has not lost a game on officially a single time in this entire tournament.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure I'm correct on that one, unless it was like a mind blue to 0 situation. But I don't think he has. Yeah, I have not seen it. I've casted all of the games aside from one, and that was actually against Red Watt. It was against Red Watt. That's in. No, was it? I'm pretty sure it goes against Red Watt. I didn't cast. So either way,
I think we did cast
this.
that series. I don't know. Either way, I haven't seen
It's
it
behind
lose
us
on a
now.
champion. There's the Vi. There's the
Oh,
Vi.
wow.
That was, what, like 4 weeks ago at least.
Oh, wow.
Month ago, which is a while. But yeah, there's the Vi I was talking about last game. Potentially it was banned away as well in that second phase alongside that Senna from Red last time around. I do like this Vi quite a lot. It is, though, tough to play into Lulu, right? That Polymorph has a ton of value, and the Wild Growth as well makes it very difficult for this Vault Breaker and the Cease and Desist combo to land on top of Meccano's head. And even still, even if just the Cease and Desist hits him, right, that Wild Growth extra HP plus the knockup CCs the Vi. Lee Sin quite good as well into the bot lane of Senna Seraphine. Ornn gonna be taken away from Luke in this game. Darius gonna be banned away once again, has been pretty much every single game this series so far. So we'll see what the next ban next to that is. I would assume it's going to be a mid laner or just another top laner as well. We might see 4 top lane bans here, as most of the mid lane pool has already been pinched in the series as a whole, and Aurora and Ahri are gone from this. Annie is still available though, which I think Chover might look towards something like that. Silas not too bad for him, but still not the greatest. I think Silas wouldn't be bad for Scopes actually, with the Seraphine and the Cease and Desist as well. Rumble gonna be banned away.
Wow.
The top lane.
There's a lot of tanks that have been taken off with these bans throughout the series. There's not
Pretty
much
all of them are gone,
available,
right?
in the top side. And
Ion,
Ambessa keeps
Ornn,
taken
K'Sante,
away.
Malphite. Yeah,
We
all
are.
the big ones are gone.
Yeah, we are dwindling away. Also, the Renekton and the Zahen, the Ambessa being banned away. There's not many options for the top side, to be honest. So it's going to have to be left for at least a counter pick on the side of Red Watt. That's a Talia in the mid lane. Very
like
good.
Malzahar a
Okay, this is a
like
scope
Malzahar a lot.
special, and he does like to play the Malzahar. That never grasp is so very strong into maybe even perhaps something like the Vi, right? Because she arrives to the spot and unlocked it down, and you're playing for Aphelios here. Let me just tell you, this draft is all about Meccano, and you're locking it in. Maybe you're not. Okay, so it has a similar purpose here, doesn't it? So it's got to be locked in instead on that Mel.
Yeah, I like both of them. They both do slightly different things. Oh, I like Olaf a lot, actually. It's quite good into Talia. It's really good with what they have as well. Olaf Lulu is very strong as well. And it gives them a little bit of front line. They are pretty squishy, all things considered, with this composition that they have. But Lulu helps out with that. The wild growth as well can help a little bit. But they are relying a lot on this top side to kind of thrive in this game, similar to what it did last game as well, except for Scopes in the mid lane, but he played the lane phase really well, and really only Chover got a lead off the back of those team fights and got 10 kills. Because Chover was 10 kills before Scopes even died for the first time in that game, so hit his 10 kills. I'm not going to put on Scopes in that matchup, but Camille going to be locked in, also quite good this game, is one of the few champions that Olaf cannot deal with that Ragnarok ultimate giving him that CC immunity. Also helps lock him down and make it so your bot lane can't get ran down. But I like the Olaf a lot because you're looking at these champions for the side of Red, they do not have a lot of mobility in this bot side of the map, and honestly in jungle. Obviously Vault Breaker has that dash, but you're generally going to be trying to use that to go in. I like both compositions from both teams here. I think the Mel has a lot of value as well. The reason I like the Malzahar is for that helps deal with, like you said, that Vi dive, and it means that you can kind of save the polymorph, or also with these immobile champions, that Nether Grasp can find any one of them very easily if they don't have flash. Mel, on the other hand, deals with that Seraphine very well later into the game, right? You can reflect the Encore, and that takes away a lot of their supplemental engage. Really, they're now just relying on that hook shot or the cease and desist from Vi to find a pick onto any one of these champions, which can get picked, but with that Dragon's Rage as well on top of that, going to be difficult to find those items.
The thing is with the Mel, it's only, I feel like it's good only into this Seraphine, really, because you've got the Vi, you've got this Camille being picked up, right? You can't rebuttal those abilities. Those are not abilities, those are champions flying at you. You're not going to be able to send them their way. But we are, in fact, in the next game, and this could potentially be Fuse's last. So, in front of us, you're watching Fuse at what might be their very last time in Benelux Ascend Series Division 2 Spring Split in 2026. Unless they can turn around and make history in this division instead.
Yeah, and no better champion to do it with than Meccano Aphelios, right? I mean,
absolutely. 100% win rate.
They're looking to do so, yes. But it could end here, right? I mean, Red off the back of a huge comeback win is definitely taxing mentally for these Fuse guys, right? I mean, they have not shown to be mentally weak. They have been really tough, have made comebacks time and time again on the series, especially in the season as a whole as well. Coming back into a position of continuing on and pushing on after starting out strong, not as strong as they would have liked. So I know that their mentals are tough enough to handle that, but you can, in an elimination series, after having almost won that game and probably should have won that game, and then a comeback
strong side,
really long slog of a game 3, it definitely takes a bit to reset.
Yeah, both of the supports are playing on the pretty much urge of disaster here, I want to say. But more so strong side, he's very weak. And so is Scopes right now. So much damage. That's a flash auto, really. And that's the end of him. And it seems like Meccano's trying to play in a 2v1 at this point, really. But it's still a Lulu. She provides a lot of damage. It looks like Kamikazes now have to use his heal to escape that one. Meccano is still very strong at this point in the game into something like a Senna, if you really compare it. Yes, it's a Seraphine. She's all right. Nice route. It's going to help our Scopes a lot because a level 3 on something like a Talia's, Chover's Talia would have been a disaster. So that's a heavy trade everywhere you look. Now, strong side is much healthier. There is no heals available for one of these, flashing away from that auto in the end. Kamikaze does stay alive, but it will buy some time for Fuse, at least for 5 minutes or so. You do have Dismas coming around the corner. This is a skipping camp Vi, so you don't expect it to come around 3 minutes, 2.5 into this game, but it's not before Nudie himself is going to be taken out, and First Blood will be going over to Meccano until Dismas. That's a some sort of decent retaliation, but strong side is now in trouble. He does have the flash, does have to use it, and will stay alive. A 1-for-1 down in the bot lane.
That was a really good E by Kamikaze to get the flash at a strong side. That would have stunned him because of the slow off the... Ooh.
That's a Sonic Wave connecting onto Dismas, but maybe a little bit too exciting for me because obviously you've still got that Seraphine shield. He does, yes. So that's another flash being committed onto.
Yeah, and I mean, this top lane matchup also looking pretty good for Spooky so far, opting for the grass, but the wave state is really good for him. He's got a slow push building, is a little bit up just because of the minions still left to take for Luke. And with how he's taking these trades, has a huge HP advantage on top of the grasp, but that kill does help, but Makano, the one to get the kill out of that play, does also mean it's not too bad if you're Fused because your Aphelios is the one to get that gold, whereas Vi is the one to get it on the other side.
Bloopy almost getting that Sonic Wave there, but doesn't quite connect. Instead, it's the hook that ports to Spooky. So this is a Camille, right? Camille is not oftentimes locked in, but neither is the Olaf. It's a bit of a niche topside situation, as both will be rooted by Meccano. The Mist will be putting Nudie and Kamikaze in a much favorable movement speed position to get out of some sort of trades, but a too heavy wave. Kamikaze may be able to get another route onto strong side there. Meccano's a little bit too low. This is definitely a much better trade this time around for Red OUAT. Quite an aggressive bot side as we speak. That's an axe connecting, and a ghost being committed as well, flashing away from that one, but there's another axe coming your way, and I don't know if there's enough damage. Maybe perhaps there is, and there will be, as look, Bingo finds another solo kill in the top side, this time around into a Camille who also scales quite nicely.
Yeah, but so does Olaf, especially in the 1v1. We're not too worried about side lane in this matchup if Olaf has that gold lead that he currently does, and off the back of that kill, right? And now with that as well, they're not going to quite be able to get a kill in the bot lane, but they are starting to mount the pressure, but they're still down gold. A lot of that is just the kill. Even CS, this is DFT Senna as well, which is very, very impressive. That's a lot of damage in lanes. Meccano's got to be really careful being this low.
He is very low, but he's got Bloopy coming around. The root does connect, and that's going to be a Nudie flash away from it, but is it enough? No, it won't be, because the flash comes through eventually for Bloopy now. Meccano's still very low. Dismas is around the corner without a flash. However, he's going right back in onto Kamikaze. He will be rooted. Nice positioning from strong side just to dissuade Dismas from entering that avenue, and I don't think it will as result in anything else rather than that. So only one to be taken out, and as thus far, the Senna going down twice, as Nudie is yet to really be at the best stage in this game. It's too early for a Senna to really be a part of the laning phase.
Yeah, for sure. And especially off of that back of that as well, that gets a kill to the Lee Sin, helps scale that champion as well. BF sword for Meccano going to be completed. And as the further this lane goes on, especially with how it's currently trending, it is going to be harder and harder for Nudie and Kamikaze, especially post 6, to really still have pressure, even though Encore is quite good. Wild growth, the polymorph that I'm talking about, as this Aphelios gets some items, his damage will get very, very threatening. As this will be a first item static Shiv for Nudie on this Senna, as I would expect. That is the classic build, especially with DFT interaction with Black Cleaver. It's static Shiv, Black Cleaver would be the first 2 items for this Senna, I'd imagine. And the first item spike for either Stormrazor or Yinthal is much better than static Shiv.
Sonic Wave, Vinsec, right onto Chova, already using that Golden Eclipse as we speak, but Chova does have the movement speed right next to the positioning of the terrain, and he won't be going down. He's also got the Weaver's Wall to send him out of this very good gank that was coming from Bloopy, but it won't result in a kill unless Bloopy's still hovering. He's fishing. He's got a... Are you kidding me? My guy's got eyes everywhere. He's just going to pick up that kill. It won't be an assist for Scopes, but it certainly will still be wasting a lot of time for Chova.
Yeah, he just followed the wall to the bush it led to and found Chova recalling and then ended up finding the kill. That's a great kill. Another one for Bloopy on this Lee Sin.
Oh, season desist. Scopes does have the flash. We may have to use it. Nice rebuttal, and actually flashing away from the Vault Breaker. Perfectly timed, as Dismas will be going down also to that tower, but a kill for a kill in the end. Now Bloopy's arrived. Oh, does not connect. The Sonic Wave does get a slow on a smite. A couple of auto attacks might do it, but not until Chova comes around and gets revenge, but not before, of course, Kamikaze, unfortunately for themselves, picking that one up, but it's still a Seraphine. She'll be able to do a lot of poking, at least the laning phase.
Yeah, definitely can make use of the gold for sure, but you would have really liked to see that go to your Talia, especially because of that death that just happened around there. But still, you get the shutdown, you do get that kill, you get the assist. But Dismas burning really well-timed flash by Scopes on the Vault Breaker.
The hook is available, but it won't be used nowhere near enough as the axe just flies through to Spooky. Yeah. A second kill for this Olaf. Very similar to how the first game went, but you've mentioned it, right? This time round, the Olaf will be able to match what seems like another 1v1. Chova doesn't have a weave as well. He's just dead. He's actually just gotta walk away from it. Now, hold on. He could just turn it. He turns it around. He's got the healing. Ooh, but the stone will meet its maker. And a nice turnaround from Chova.
As Talia would say, throw another rock, right? She just gets that big rock. It's more than enough. The Ragnarok falls off just as the seismic shove lands.
Scopes in a Hextech ultimatum there, as Mikano will be now taking out Seraphine as well. But Bloopy's coming around the corner. There is a potential dragon kick. The rage is coming somebody's way, and it will be onto the Dismas himself. The hook will be actually taking Spooky out of Trouble's way, but not at the cost of 1 and 2 of his allies' lives.
I think Scopes reflected the Senna ult. I think that's what happened, which is why they did not end up getting healing and the damage didn't come through, because it panned back to him after Senna ulti and he had a shield and did not take damage. So I assume he reflected it because his W gives him a shield. But that's another kill for this Lee Sin, and a good thing for Chover though to get that kill onto Luke. Does miss that axe. If he hit that axe, he gets the kill there. So just a little unfortunate predicting the sidestep down rather than up. Loses the 50-50, but with no Hextech ultimatum and with the Ragnarok coming up in about 15 seconds, Luke has still a ton of pressure up in this top side. Does want to get his reset off soon. I think he's sitting on a decent amount of gold.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure without the Hextech ultimatum, you can't really be looking for that fight, and I don't think you can either way. So that's going to be given a lot of pressure for none other but Bloopy on this Lee Sin, as he's going to be securing himself another Void objective, which is the first one of the game here. That's 2, make that 3 in a moment or 2 as well. The Lee Sin right now getting at least 1 objective is really good, but you'd expect for the Vi to be stacking these dragons very nicely. She's got those denting blows and she shreds those objectives so well. So Red UAT was able to capitalize on at least that first dragon. There is another one coming in about 40 seconds. So 1 reset from Dismas will be putting him into the top side of the jungle. He won't necessarily be around for the dragon as soon as it spawns, because it seems like Bloopy is a little bit further ahead on that angle, but he's also thinking about a reset himself.
Yeah, definitely can be. The first items for both jungles going to come through, as Vi is looking for a lane gank here.
Yeah, she might just get it.
Not surprising.
Because going in, there's got to be a Ragnarok being used in this situation, but is there enough to get out? No, it's not. That's an amazing ultimate to deny a Ragnarok. Yeah, it really is. Good route onto Kamikaze, having to use that own core value, but there's the wild growth already. Now onto the next target they go. Another route coming Nudi's way, but is it enough damage? Yes, but the barrier comes around. Weaver's wall takes 1 shot too many from the tower, but it doesn't seem like Chova wants to commit onto that initial engage, which now will be putting him without a ghost and an ultimate, but 2 kills for Mikano yet again.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they're looking for that 1v1, especially, like I said, after level 6. It's very hard for them to do anything to the civilians. He has so much effective HP.
Sonic Wave, nice displacement onto Bloopy. So far, Chova is hitting the right targets. Seasoned Assist will remove Bloopy. The Lee Sin is out of this team fight, but so is Dismas with the Golden Eclipse. That will surely follow. Mikano doesn't have the flash. He doesn't have his life. He will be taken out as well, as the dragon was actually stopped in the middle of all of that, and it will be resetting a 1-4-2, really. Well played from Red UAT.
Yeah, it's again unfortunate that Kamikaze gets that kill. That shove would have hit Mikano, which would have got the kill for Chover. A pretty big one at that, but still, you'll take the kill. But Storm Razor now going to be finished for Mikano, with that dragon not going to be taken, obviously, because Dismas did go down, and they do not have the damage to take it, because Nudie does not do a whole lot right just yet, needs at least the static shiv for them to be able to try to look towards that objective. Mikhail's going to be picked up for his strong side, which makes it even harder for them to find anything onto Mikano here, as he obviously has cleanse as well. So even if his cleanse is down, this Mikhail's going to keep him quite safe, even if a stray encore hits him.
It will do that. This is a repeat gank. Hookshot doesn't connect. Ragnarok is already being used just to try and do something about it, but it's just way too much damage coming Luke Bingo's way, and a very good gank back and forth onto that top side. This is exactly where Dismas should be, right? Because down in the bot lane, you're waiting for the Senna to scale, and she's already too far behind, and even if you get that kill, it's going to probably come at the death of your own, like it has so many times, right? So instead, top side is something that you could pivot into. But as we speak, Nudie has a 4-man tower dive coming his way, and it's going to be tanked up by Strongside, beautifully executed. Nobody else will be able to support him. This tower is going down very quickly as well. It may be the first tower of the game if they continue doing so, not until Chova comes around, and he's got the threaded volley. He's got, you know, the seismic shove. All of those abilities just do so much wave clear, really, at this point in the game. And at any point, really, Chova is yet again having a very decent mid lane game.
Yeah, definitely. And this gold lead has kind of stagnated for Fuse. A lot of back and forth plays out off the back of this early game. 1 dragon apiece. They do have the grubs, but they're still only up about 1,000 gold, 1.5k, and a lot of that is on Meccano. Actually, their entire gold lead is Meccano. Up 1.5k individually
as you'd expect.
On this Senna. So, and yeah, he's playing the affiliate, so as
Hookshot doesn't connect, but look, Bingo's playing a little bit more aggressively because he's got strong side coming around the corner. There's no hookshot actually to help Too Spooky to escape this 2v1, and the first one for Luke Bingo. Actually, no, there was Blue P initially around that gank, but now Blue P's looking for a gank in the mid lane. Encore won't be connected onto nobody, and that's going to be a kill going over to the Lee Sin. This Lee Sin is right now 5 kills rich, but so is Defy. Weaver's Wall going right in somewhere, but where? He's going to be caught out by Blue P, who's found him. He's got that quick jump onto the ward, and he gets the Sonic Wave as well. It seems like Meccano has actually been taken out off the back of this as well by Dismas. Season Desist was used to do that, and therefore now won't be having much of a 1v1 pressure, but Strongside has been pretty much engaged on quite heavily. Strongside is a nice jump just to deny that Voe Breaker initially. That's a very good bait coming out from Fuse as we speak. Strongside especially. That's going to be a kill going over another 2, but the scopes, another encore. This one does connect. It doesn't really get rebutted. Blue P is getting quite low, but he's got another Sonic Wave, and he's got the healing. He's got the shielding. A double kill coming out from Scopes. Flashing away from that kill. Potentially Strongside will survive, and Scopes is now all of a sudden a very happy Mel.
Yeah, it's a triple kill off of a bit of an overforce. I mean, you can see the difference. I mean, Nudie does no damage yet at all in this game. He's also 0-5, so a little bit behind the pace as well in terms of XP. They just don't have the damage to keep looking for this, whereas like Bloopy face tanks like 10 autos and then just goes in, presses 3 buttons, and one-shots the Senna, even with Kamikaze right next to him trying to heal through that. They just don't have enough to keep looking for that play. Don't have to burn anything for it either. No flashes used. They just used a couple ultimates, which will be back up soon. And now the gold lead has definitely not stagnated. Now it's up to 5k for Fuse, finding themselves in a similar position to game 1, not game 1, but game 3 that we just saw them play, but a little bit faster this time.
Ooh, it's much, much faster. Now, Red OUAT is no stranger to coming back from a big deficit, as that Voe Breaker won't be connecting, which is quite a big thing to miss, really, on something like a melt in a side lane. You need to punish that, and if you don't, you're missing out on a lot of tempo. And right now, that tempo is sitting for Fuse in the top side, where the Herald has spawned. A lot of good pressure in the mid lane as Meccano gets to shove out a wave. Strong side on the Lulu is matching Luke Bingo's shove as well, so he's quite safe in a 1v2. A lot of this is coming off the back of that gank in the bot lane, which is now being matched by a kill in the top side. Again, onto Too Spooky. Too Spooky is now 2.7k gold down. Is certainly no stranger, again, to coming back from a deficit, but again, much, much harder to come around on that regard. It seems like there is a flash available for Luke Bingo, but a nice Weaver's Wall coming around. There's that flash. This Mass won't be able to connect the Voe Breaker, and it will force a flash from the Luke Bingo Olaf. He doesn't have a ghost. He doesn't have a flash. This is a very volatile top lane Olaf now, who can't really put that pressure in a side lane for a few more minutes.
Yeah, Strongside is playing so well.
The Lulu.
Getting exactly the Lulu that I was talking about all series so far, that he's so good at. Yes, canceling Chover off of that Weaver's Wall when they're trying to look onto Meccano, forcing him to flash. It's 2 times now in top lane. The timing on the Wild Growth has been perfect. That timing on that one, canceling the hook shot from Too Spooky with the Wild Growth knockup, which guarantees that kill and makes it so Bingo doesn't have to flash for the kill or try to look under tower or anything like that. And then the polymorphs as well have been on point. It has been spacing very well in these team fights as well. And knowing that...
Oh, good punish. Sees an assist to follow the flash as well. Scopes is still alive. He's actually now trying to turn around. The Vault Breaker doesn't connect on core. Won't be hitting nobody, but the Dawning Shadow does. As we speak, this is still alive. There's that Wild Growth to keep Bloopy alive. That's still a 1-4-1 hitting the Sonic Wave. I don't think he's going to follow through on that one, but then again, his Bloopy, you never really know. But the Dragon will dissuade him because that's up. The Herald will be used to put some sort of pressure in this mid lane. By the way, there's still 5 plates to be picked up on that mid lane tower, and the other tower is pretty much now done for. Chova's getting knocked up by the Herald as well. There's going to be a baby coming in about 12 months' time. Well, that's quite a long time, but you never know nowadays. You're going to still... 12 is a long time. You know what? I was trying to hit a punchline, but the punchline hit me instead. And I'm just going to very shyly, humbly retreat into my corner, and Fuse will be retreating into the Dragon Pit as well.
Strong Side's playing so a Battle Herald gets the tower and the knockup onto Chover, which gets that kill as well. The follow-up kill happens. The Dragon goes over second of the game for Fuse. 6k gold lead at 19 minutes. A very bloody game as well. 31 kills before the 20-minute mark in this one.
It is, and it's looking pretty good as we speak. It's 6.2. The second Dragon being controlled by Fuse without much contesting, because the contesting happened, about a minute prior to that Dragon being taken out. And again, 5 plates in the mid lane, 2 and 1 in the side lanes. Those towers will be most likely going down. Hold on, I am looking at the mini-map, and I should probably be looking at the position. Nice polymorph, but he still gets the second cast of that hook shot there in the end, which is really, really well done. So he gets out of it. However, it's still an Olaf in a side lane. His Ghost is coming up in about 70 seconds time, so he'll be a little bit safer if anything does come his way, but nothing will be coming his way because this Mass is instead fishing out for a immobile control mage in the top side. Scopes knows about it, but he doesn't react to it nowhere near enough as he has done for the entire series, really. So very good engaged. That's a great punish onto Scopes in that side lane. It won't be off the back of no retaliation, but is it enough? As we speak, the tower's going down. Bloopy is gonna just chase 4 members down. There is a TP available from Too Spooky. He's already getting a reset, so I don't presume, however, the Moonlight Vigil does connect, and there will be a very big turnaround coming Fuse's way if they don't escape nowhere near quickly enough, because there is a ward in the backline for a flank. Actually, no, the TP is not available. Never mind, my bad. So therefore, it's just going to be a little bit of a scrap. It's like, you know what? This is what you get for killing Scopes.
Yeah, and they do get some of the gold back in that gold deficit, now down to just shy of 5,000 gold. As well as they get the tower, get position on the Herald. Not going to start it, though. Going to opt to take their resets instead. And if even one of those rocks hits onto my kind of very, very bad situation, probably has to flash as well, because the Rylize is done for Chover. Has the Seraph's Embrace as well, so it's going to be a lot harder for him to get one shot. Going to be harder for Bloopy to find those angles. Second item done for both junglers, both of which was that Sundered Sky completed. And yeah, I mean, there's still a while away for Nudie to get that third item, but he does now have that Black Cleaver, which will help out quite a bit in his damage. We saw the Dawning Shadow in that fight by Raptors do quite a bit that last time, and he'll be doing a little bit more than that. Also, the Diadem of Songs finished for Kamikaze as well.
Wow, that's a nice name. The what? The Diadem of Songs. You know what?
Yeah, I believe that's what it's called.
When it comes to music and just in general naming and just creating lore, I don't think there's anything better but Riot Games. You gotta pat yourself.
Riot Games is a music company.
That
happens to make video games.
I love that. And you know what? I'd be fooled. And I'm happily fooled as well, because I absolutely agree. Now, Scopes. This time round, he's got backup. And Talia does have the Weaver's Wall, having to use it straight away. And will just get kicked by the Bloopy. Dragon Rage right into the Beast trap. Cornered. And the Wolf will bear fangs. And as we speak, on the top of it, it will be also a quick turnaround for a Baron. Nice TP. By the way, that tower was 5 plates up until that point. Because it was 5 plates, the TP will be good enough from Luke Bingo to save it, 1, and 2, to potentially get this Baron. But it's still a coin flip. This is still going to be a 4v5 as we speak. The C's and desist is available. Vault Breaker was actually cancelled, but it's about 4 seconds cooldown. Not until Luke Bingo comes around, and it's still not low enough. The Baron's being stoled because they know Dismas is around the corner. Now that's enough damage to cause enough disarray. He goes right back in, but over the wall where Olaf can't follow you nowhere. That's still going to be a Baron, and the kill initially on the Talia. So, Fuse, the gold has stalled for some time now, and it will have to be picked up if they are thinking about controlling the late game into a Camille and a Senna, right? But right now, they did grab that objective that they could potentially get some towers with.
No, it's all about what they get with the Baron, right? Right now, their Baron power play is plus 200 gold. Not exactly what you're looking to get out of a Baron. So they need to get some stuff off of this. Ideally, the bot lane and mid lane tier 2s at the very least. This Dragon's in 10 seconds, so they're probably going to look to take that first, using this Baron buff to get them easy prio in both the mid and the bot lane. We see them now walking towards 2 Spooky, who might have to flash. Could get Dove here. Potentially, don't know if he knows there's people in the vicinity, but they're not going to look to force anything. Just some vision in the bot jungle at the moment. And yeah, it'll be tough to enter because there's no waves to be able to be pushed at the moment. Once the Baron buff minions go away, they can try to contest. But this Drake should be secured for Fuse.
Yeah, no contesting either. You've already got Luke Bingo very deep into the jungle here. This is a little bit of a different approach into this game. And again, I believe that Red OUAT is playing for what they know is much stronger in their hands once they get around to, you know, another 5 minutes or so. A level 20 on 2 Spooky will be a very, very commanding, you know, champion. Camille, that she is. She's been pretty much stalled right now in this game, but that's not forever. I'd say Tower getting very low. Strong side also having to use the Wild Growth. Almost going down for the first time in this game. By the way, again, can we just call commiserations to Strong side for how much he's grown in this entire split, let alone on this Lulu right now in this game. 0-0-17, 500 gold shutdown. That's 800 if you do get that kill. And almost going down, that would have been a disaster. You don't want to give away these kills if you're Fuse, because you got a couple of them that are pretty much on the rise as we speak. Again, sometime before the rest of Red OUAT can really do something about it. But the Vi eventually doesn't really do as much as she does at this point in the game. I will say that Dismas got what he needed out of the champion early on into the game for sure. But right now
he got all the kills.
Yeah, he just needs to stall for time. But the time is against him because these towers are just knocked down one by one very easily. That's a 3,000 gold Baron power play. Yes, this is Luke Bingo with a TP holding on to it. It seems like he could be looking for it. Volt Breaker doesn't quite connect Polymorph either. That's a T-Weaver as well coming around the corner. Nice displacement in his legs. The seismic shove will do a lot of damage, but Dismas is not going to do enough until the Mikado is going to be taken out off the back of that. That's the target they need to take out. That was still a 4v4, I believe, because now Camille is coming around the corner, but she needs to match this. Olaf, Bloopy's done this before. That's a good stun. Nice seismic shove. Bloopy does have the dash from Strong side. He's going to be taken out as well. But Mel also TP'd for that play. This is going to be a 2 inhibitor fight for 2 kills. We've seen this before. Is it going to be enough this time round for Fuse to finish the game off with it?
They're definitely going to try, and they get a lot of standing gold off the map. The pressure from the super minions is going to help them take either this dragon or the Baron in 2.5 minutes. But again, amazing timing on the Wild Growth from Strong side. He canceled the Vault Breaker from Dismas, reacting to that, which means Mikano doesn't get CC'd for even a second and can still hit, which means the kill goes over, trading 1-for-1. If he doesn't cancel the Vault Breaker and instead Wild Growth after he gets hit by it, Mikano dies a lot faster. That another really well-timed ult from Strong side. He's playing so well on this Lulu. I mean, we can see why they have the confidence to be on it. We can see why it was banned so much. And why also Mikano on this Aphelios gets this champion and so far is undefeated. on it. Gonna definitely look to continue to do so. But the big member of this team right now is Luke Bingo on this Olaf. He's 3 items, 4,500 gold ahead of this Camille. And he's a massive threat inside lane. Just took 3 towers and 2 inhibitors by himself.
Speaking of the devil, just auto-attacking his health back from what he's lost, he's gained back up straight away. Now, 2 inhibitors, that means only 1 tower needs to be prioritized on, and that's the top side, and that's exactly where Fuse is. 1 member will be sticking around the mid lane, and that's going to be a flanking Lee Sin. If he gets around a nice position, that's great. Mechano's got to be careful. He doesn't have the flash. This is still a very heavy team diving comp with the Vi, with the Weaver's Wall. You've got the on-core value still there. You gotta be careful. And too spooky himself. He's only 2 items rich. He's behind 1.5 really. So he's very, very behind in this entire game. I mean, 4,000 gold. You've mentioned it yourself. Nice route. Not much follow-up. It's going to mean a lot as to how this game goes on. If you're Fuse, you'll want to finish it off as soon as possible. And the only thing that's going to allow you to do that at this point is these objectives. You've got 2 of them coming around at the exact same time, pretty much 12 seconds apart or so. This dragon will be the soul, and that's a ocean soul as well. There's going to be so much more healing value coming out and shielding value from this Lulu. The healing from Olaf and the Lee Sin as well. Right? Yeah. You've got so much of that going for yourself. Luke Bingo's caught out into what seems like a 1v2. He's going to turn into a 1v3 very quickly. He's flashing in, but he's going to cause a flash from Chova. That's a decent trade thus far, but Luke Bingo's going to be taken out. This is a very good play for Red Watt if you can capitalize on his death, but it seems like the encore is still actually ticking. How is he still alive? What are you talking about? Are you kidding me? He's still absolutely going on with it, and the rest of the team, Wicano's going to be taken out, it seems like, but Mel will be absolutely avenging that death. Where did Mechano where did he even come from? Where did Strongside even come from? That was like a 2-minute exchange. That was like a fight forever.
Try to do the dragon on spawn. I mean, yeah, he's fighting for 30 seconds, but even if he dies there, they're all top. You get soul for free. You don't have to go fight that. Luke Bingo does burn both of his summoners, but he gets 3 flashes by himself. Chover had to flash, Dismiss had to flash, Nudie had to flash, and Barrier just to live against this Olaf that has
Absolutely ridiculous.
Ragnarok timing gets extended when he gets autos, and he has so much movement speed and gap close to be able to hit really anybody, especially when Dismiss tries to go back in. There's the dragon eventually, does go over to Fuse. But Mechano dying does stall out a little bit. He'll be back on the map now to go for them to try to go force this Baron, but that will mean that they're going to have a little bit of extra time on their hands. Also, I like that Nudie decided to go with the Oblivion Orb instead of the Mortal Reminder, because I imagine he's going to, because he can't, right? He has the Black Cleaver in his inventory, and Chempunk Chainsword is just not good, so he has to go towards that
the Mortal Reminder.
The Namakan, yeah, because he can't buy either one of the. He can't buy Mortal Reminder because he already has a pen item in his inventory. So.
Oh, of course. Oh, interesting. I've not seen that before. That's one way of. Well, hold on. So could you explain that?
So Lord Dom's Mortal Reminder and Black Cleaver are mutually exclusive. You cannot buy them. So is Cyril Discourage. You cannot buy 2 of those items together.
Okay.
Because on Graves you used to go Cleaver and LDR, but you can't do that anymore.
Right. You gotta pick your poison.
He can't buy Mortal Reminder because he has a Black Cleaver.
Yeah, pick your poison is what it is. A lot of these items are utility items. Luke is getting caught out by the seismic shove. He's going to be CC'd for days. He's going to be taken out, really. But what's going to come at the back of it? Dismas going in with the Dismas engage. But that's a Luke Bingo into the backlines. A lot of these champions don't have a flash, but he's actually taken out. This is a very good turnaround. Strongside is going to be giving up his first kill of this entire game as well. Mechano does hit a decent amount of damage, but he's going to have to flash away as well. And that's still a tower being taken out. And is it worth it? I don't know, because you had a Baron, right? You had so many flashes down on Red Watt. A little bit too overcommitting on that end on Fuse. They certainly didn't have to do that. Now it could bite them, and Red Watt is still buying time.
These seismic shoves from Chover are getting so much value.
Mm-hmm.
He gets Mechano's flash. He hits it onto Bloopy to start things off. He gets CC'd for, like you said, years. during that. Now they use so much on him that Meccano doesn't quite doesn't get touched by anything, but Dismas, as he's dying, hits that cease and desist onto both Scopes and Meccano, which means they can't punish the fact that they're trying to kill Bloopy in that CC chain. So it becomes jungler for jungler trade. And then the dive from Luke Bingo, he can't get CC'd, but he can die for sure, especially when he's getting hit by this Taliyah. He has no magic resist at all. The Sterix Gauge will help him survive a little bit with that shield now that he has that, but with just the Ignore Pain and the Lifesteal is not enough now that the Grievous Wounds have been purchased. Also, no shielding value from Strongside because of the Serpent's Fang that's in Nudi's inventory as well.
It is. You've got 2 members with the Baron buff, so these minions are still quite tanky, still giving you all of that pressure to push out these inhibitors, and they will be going down, really, because unless you go in, there's nothing that Fuse will be really worried about to stop them, really. So at this point, it's the positioning. We've seen Meccano approaching this exact angle last time where he died, where Olaf was getting so much value and flashes. This time around, Meccano is respecting it because he doesn't have that flash, and so this inhibitor is about 1/3 ways down. Luke Bingo thinking about a few axes, and ooh, the Moonlight Vigil doesn't quite connect, and neither does the Root from Scopes. That's a cooldown that you now can't really commit from, so that's something that you need to consider. However, this inhibitor is now still being taken down one by one. Luke Bingo thought about going the longer way, but he's going to not be doing that, and they are still pretty much caught out. Seismic Shove almost caught Luke Bingo. He does have the Ragnarok, so maybe he could have reacted to that, but he does walk away just fine. Another inhibitor to go, and that's exactly what Fuse wants.
Yep. They are going to get it if they want it.
Ooh. The hook shot was almost doing it. Luke Bingo on the flank here now. It's Bloopy's job to be that frontline carry. Dismas is looking for an engage, and so is none other but the Camille. He's going to be rage kicked away. There's 2 fights on this front. The Encore doesn't really get much value. Scopes is already going to remove that, and we've seen what the Luke Bingo can do in a 1v4, and he will do it again. He's just taking everybody apart in this game. As we speak, they can absolutely end. As Scopes goes golden at the perfect time. Is it enough? Yes, it is. Maybe perhaps not with the Hextech Ultimatum, but they don't care about the Camille. Nudi's going to be the focus, and Meccano himself will continue his 100% win rate on this Aphelios throughout this entire split in Benelux Ascent Series Spring Split 26. I don't even know. This is amazing. We're going to Game 5.
Yeah, but Meccano not having the characteristic Aphelios game we're used to seeing. He was 6-5 in that game. It was really all strong side. I mean, he played so well on this Lulu. 0, 1, and 23 on Lulu. And monster performance. Reason why it was getting banned away from him, right? I mean, like, there's no... There's no other way around it, right? He was playing so well. It was a big reason as to why they were able to find so many of these picks. Also, Bloopy on this Lee Sin did get caught out a few times, but was able to get that early lead snowballing.
What a performance!
And, yeah, really kind of was the other half of this jungle support duo that was the reason why they were able to win this game. And on the flip side is that you were talking about Dismas getting what he needed out of the Vi early, but he was the one that got all of the kills. And when you're playing Vi, you don't really want that to be the case because you want your gold to be elsewhere, right? If Nudi gets some of those kills, if Chover gets either one or both of those kills in the mid lane, he's even more fed than he was in that game. And same thing with top side. Both of the times Dismas went up there, Too Spooky didn't get either one of the kills, which means the lead Luke Bingo had never diminished, even though he died twice in a row because Camille doesn't get the kills off of that. So it would have been, that's another big reason why they weren't really able to find their way into it. But that was a really dicey game there for a little bit. They almost threw another lead. Fuse in this series. They were able to hold on to it off of what I would say is strong side playing very, very well, but they do need to clean it up a little bit at the end.
They do. And Bloopy's champion pool keeps on surprising me because the Neferi came out of nowhere, got the win off the back of that win in this game in the series, in this one that we're watching right now. But that came out of nowhere about 3 or 4 weeks ago, right? And now there's Lee Sin, like, whoa. And I've seen a few people in the chat saying that, Bloopy's Lee Sin, GG. And I was like, okay, keep me keep me positively entwined in that idea. I love to see it, and he executed on that, right? It's the Polk comps that don't really find the light of day in this current meta as we speak. There's something about it, maybe because of the value that the initial engage, that survivability, the sustain, something like a Lee Sin getting those carries picked out, something like the Olaf that can just split the team fight in two, where so many people have to react to him and shut him down as quickly as possible, because the only way to deal with an Olaf is to shred him down. But if you think about it, it wasn't really all that much shred. There wasn't burst. There wasn't burst. Burst is the biggest thing against an Olaf. You can't CC him. You can't be relying on that. So if you've got something like an Annie, like something like that, or even like an Aphelios, right? Something that just deals a bunch of damage, Olaf is done, right? But it wasn't really there. It was more systematic and whatnot. But that's an amazing game coming out from Fuse, turning it around in game 4, which is exactly what I wanted to see. It's a back and forth,
We get all 5.
respectively, exactly, for Red UAT Fuse, twice coming around. And we're going to game 5, guys. This is game 5, and I will waffle just for a minute longer here, because I feel like these guys absolutely deserve it. What you're witnessing, again, is a historical team that is once upon a team, right? Once upon a team is Red UAT. They are very deep into the roots of Benelux region, either on Road of Legends or Benelux Ascend series, and here tonight, they're going up against Fuse, an organization has only come into the light of day in October, and going officially into this competition in January, where they smashed the Open Qualifiers, going from 8th to now potentially the 3rd spot in the split. If they win this next game, they'll do that. If Red UAT does, they'll continue their historical run as an organization, and they've been absolutely doing that year after year. And that's why there's so much love for these two orgs. And that's why this best of 5 and game number 5 is the most exciting thing I think I've seen all year. As sad as that sounds, I'm going to stand on that idea. I love it, man.
These are great games, super back and forth, really close affairs in all of them. We got a really good comeback as well, just to throw it in for game 3. And going to game 5, this is the first game 5 we're seeing in Benelux Ascent series, right? The Snooze versus Milo series only going to 4. Snooze winning that one in 3-1 fashion. So our first best of 5 series here in Spring Split, that goes the distance. And both of these two teams playing for a lot, obviously, in this game. It is a do or die game. It is a best of 1 with 40 champions off the board. The other 4 games in this series do not matter. This game decides it for both of them, and both of these teams wanting to go and be that top 3 and potentially farther as well. You're talking about Red having been in Benelux a long time as well. So going back to just even the winter split, having lost to Mindblue, going 4th place in that split, 3-0 in that quarterfinal series. And if they win this game, they'll be able to have a chance at their stab back against Mindblue.
Wow, that gave me chills.
Finals. And then also Fuse coming through, scaled through each of the splits, barely scraping through into playoffs off of a really good final few weeks of the season to get into that 6th seed, upsetting Zenit Academy in losers, first round of losers, 2-1, winning that series, and now going to the distance with Red, who were coming out of the regular season as the 4th seeded team, who beat Taka Ascend in their first lower bracket
Which was also
series.
an upset. And now,
yes,
I predicted the game 5. And it's not because I always want a game 5. This is a true prediction from what I know about these teams. I've seen scrims between these two teams. I've seen them going at each other. The 2-1 was close as well in the regular split. It's, there isn't a big difference. And we're now seeing that here. Whatever happens for Red UAT, for Fuse, they should be absolutely proud of themselves, because they have now come through this entire series, and they've
Yeah.
matched each other as a roster to roster, and they can shake hands firmly at the back of this 5th game that we'll be getting into as soon as possible, man. This is where history's made. This is where everything, all of your hard work and everything that you've put into it really matters, man. And, you know, again, I've mentioned it. Start again. Benelux Ascend Series. Benelux Ascend Series is all about, the fan base is made out of people that follow the orgs, people that follow Road of Legends, and they come in and glimpse into what we're cooking down here, right? Or it's all about the players themselves. There's a lot of players that are also watching these teams playing right now that have had their chances at the run, right? And we're, as Fuse and RED OUAT, are now representing their dreams, their hard work, and putting all of this into as much of a spectacle as well as it's deserved into everybody's position, wherever you are in the world right now, whether that's from all the way up, you know, from Benelux in the UK. We got our boy Data all the way up from Canada, right? There's so much love for this scene, and I'm so over the moon because of it.
Yeah, I mean, and every single series from every single one of these teams, not to even start to talk about the one we're currently watching, but they're always such good games, and we always see, like, I love to watch these guys play and have put everything they can into every single game that they play, especially in Spring Split as well. Like Frost Tales as well, for example, they didn't start off too strong, but they kept showing up, like, not just to the series, but actually to play and to win. They beat you guys in week 6, 2-1,
absolutely,
to try to keep themselves alive for like every single one of these teams, regardless of where they are on the standings, always shows up to play, always delivers great games, and it's a pleasure to cast them, and I mean, a pleasure to watch them play as well. And I mean, we still have some more series to play, but before all that happens, we've got a game 5 to play first, and and going into this, it really comes down to some of those comfort champions that we haven't really seen yet, a lot of which are off the table for a lot of these players, right?
Yeah.
That Aphelios, the Lulu, the Nefiri, the Mbess has been banned every single game. The
Pantheon
Rise from Chobra, the Orianna from Chobra, the Pantheon from Dismas, right? Like, there's a lot of these comfort champions that a lot of these players no longer have, and some of their best stuff is now already been used to get each of these teams a win for themselves, 2 of them in this series apiece. So there's a lot of stuff that's still open, but 40 champions gone, right? And that's pinched a lot of pools, especially the jungle as well. There's not a lot of junglers left in this series, especially since Vi and Lee Sin are now both gone as well. Yeah. The only like AD bruiser junglers or facilitators left are like Skarner and Xin which has been banned every game, and Nocturne. Those are the big ones that come to mind that are still available. And then your other AD junglers, because Zehen is gone and Bess is getting banned. So the only other ones you have are stuff like Graves, and like Kha'Zix. The Jace is gone already, so there's not that. And then you got some AP junglers still left. You've got Amumu, Lilia, things like that. Rek'Sai is also actually still available for the AD bruiser side of things. So we're getting into that pool of junglers. Kayn as well starts to become quite good in games like this. So I'm really curious to see
Rumble in the jungle, you never know.
Rumble I'm ready in the for jungle. It. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of creative things they're gonna have to go towards here as well to find a way to get a good solid comp in this game 5. And then also the bot lane picks, a lot of enchanters are gone. The only one still available is Nami and Karmo, which has been banned every game. All of the other premier enchanters are gone. You start to get into stuff like Janna, Soraka, Sona, and Taric as well are the next up enchanters if they want something like that, because a lot of the engage pool has been mostly untouched. The only ones we've seen so far are the Rel and the Nautilus are the 2 ones that we've seen, whereas all the other champions in this series have been enchanters, right? The Melio, the Seraphine we just saw, right? I mean, the Lulu we just saw.
Yes.
There's Bard as well. Like, there's a lot of the bot laners we've seen have been those enchanters and hyper carries as well. Pool's getting quite pinched, but there's still a lot of ADCs left, as we haven't seen any shenanigans with stuff like Varus or Vayne top lane. So there's still only 8 actually ADCs gone. Still a lot of stuff available. Yunara and Corki are probably the 2 best ones still available.
There's the Ashe as well. Without the Seraphine though.
Without Seraphine and without Milio, really the only Ashe pairing you've got left is Braum. In terms of like the premier ones. So Ashe Braum is definitely quite strong.
Oh my god, I just got push-ups.
I think. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll get around to it. Shall I?
Hey.
Let's pump up the blood.
You should, and then you should also be talking while you're doing it as well, I think. Yeah.
Absolutely. I've got so much to say, man. And I kind of wanted to talk to everybody anyway in the chat. I'm going to jump on the 10. I just want to thank everybody for being here, man. Blaze is our lucky charm. Let me tell you something. Blaze shows up, we get the dubs on this roster. Blaze, you're the GOAT. I see Chicken in the chat. I see Felix. Bang, brother. Because I keep seeing you guys absolutely going in on that one. Thank you for all the follows, all the love. What do we see? I want to see some carries in the top lane, man. I think it's time, Data. I think it's time.
You kind of have to.
I'll do my carry.
What tanks are left, right? Like the Cho'Gath and Tom Kench are like the best tanks available. Like Volibear is still up, I guess, if you want to count him. Zac, I suppose, is available, but you've got all of the premier tanks are gone. Malphite, Ornn, Sion. Well, Ornn was banned. Ornn is still up, actually.
Yes.
But Sion, Malphite are gone, and then Ornn and Cassante have been getting banned time and time again. And then also a lot of the other premier bruisers are gone in the top lane. Gnar, Renekton, Camille, all gone as well. So there's not a whole lot available. And mid lane mages are really pinched, especially since Aurora and Ahri have been banned every single game, and I don't see that changing.
Yeah.
There's no Victor, no Talia, no Syndra, no Orianna, no Ryze. There's not a lot left available for these.
There isn't. I mean, Game 5. It's Game 5 shenanigans, man. That's usually what's gonna Kallistas. It's all about the Master Yi's. It's all of those niche picks, the Fioras, the whatnots. I am ready, and it's gonna come down to years and years and years of solo queue and League of Legends for these individual players, individually picking up things that have been strong for them for many, many years, and then just putting it into and trying to somehow synergize a roster and an identity for a team comp around it. That's the hardest part, right? To get that through, as well as not to really get a losing lane, because if you have losing sides as well, we've seen Game 3 from Red OUAT, absolute control from the Yone, from the Zahen in the side lanes, and it was crucial for them to take over a 5,000 gold deficit game. And in this one, it was a little bit different, but no time for theorizing, because we are, in fact, in game number 5 draft, and we are ready to put ourselves into the final series of the day. I need to figure out why I don't see my fearless bans here, but that's fine.
Well, I think it's because you were kicked out of the lobby. Maybe it's a new lobby.
That's a good idea. That's a good point.
That's probably why I would wager. But yeah, like there's not a lot of mid laners left, and we see the Ahri ban is still there, the Smolder ban
switching
is still
sides
there.
as well.
We'll see if the Karma ban still gets taken away. I would imagine it does. Karma seems very strong in this game 5. Nami as well is the other thing. Is the other big support champion that I would definitely look towards for both of these teams, especially since Corki, like I said, is still available. There's a Malzahar ban, which is a little cheeky. I think that's good. Because knowing Scopes is not just willing to play the Malzahar, but he's good at it as well.
Thank you, Ironic.
It's one of his pocket picks, right? So just getting rid of that, because what do you play into Malzahar? What's left, right? You don't have anything. So
Yeah.
The Ambessa is going to be what's
it's
left open for Red. We'll see if Fuse decide to ban it.
Ooh, they might have to, because that's such a great Game 5 pick. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
That's what decides. I see Dismas absolutely destroying this early to mid game if he's put on something like that, the carry, right? So the Ambessa absolutely makes sense. Even give that to 2 Spooky on that top side. He's had an amazing game on a bruiser like a Zahen. So yes, Xin Zhao is a great B1. It's most likely where we're going to be heading here in this draft. Game 5 of the day, and there it is. What's it going to be
like
matched?
this adaptation
Trundle.
from Red, right? Yeah, Trundle is that classic counter pick. It is still available as well. We saw a lot of Trundle into Xin Zhao last year when Trundle was a lot better. He's still really good, and especially in Game 5, quite good into Xin Zhao, always has been, because he is very good at dueling him inside that Crescent's Guard. He does not care about Xin Zhao at all. But I really like this from Red to just leave, because they've been banning Xin Zhao. So instead of banning Xin Zhao, they ban away the pocket pick Malzahar from Scopes and force Fuse to ban Mbessa to take the Xin Zhao themselves. Because Mbessa is quite good into Xin Zhao as well. So they would get the winning side of that trade if they traded Mbessa for Xin Zhao. And there's that Graves I mentioned before we got into draft. We're not seeing there's not a lot of AD junglers left, so that is one of them. But not really a lot of tools for Bloopy. That's just straight damage. And he's going to be looking to do do what he did on the Jace, but this time, get a victory, obviously.
Yeah, and you obviously...
not surprised to see that.
Oh, I love a Jinx coming out for Meccano. Are you kidding me? This is the hyper carry that we're talking about. This is his most successful AD carry genre, so to say, the idea of what he wants to do. So, really good. That's going to be paired up with something like Nami, like you've mentioned, right? Maybe, perhaps, or maybe something a little bit more aggressive as well, because the Jinx loves the chase. The Brom could be very nice as well. But the Graves, that's interesting. I haven't seen the Bloopy on the Graves. I once haven't seen an Nafiri. I once haven't seen a Lee Sin. And both of those did come through. So I'm expecting a lot to come out here. This is a Xayah Rakan angle, maybe.
Potentially. They could also go Kai'Sa Rakan or something else. But Xayah Rakan, it would be quite fine, I think. The only downside to Xayah Rakan into Jinx is Xayah is outranged by her. But the buff from Rakan helps a little bit to deal with that. I think I would have preferred them go towards something like there's the Kai'Sa that I mentioned just now, actually. I think Kai'Sa Rakan's better than Xayah Rakan. I do. Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense.
Okay. Kai'Sa's not seen a lot of the light of the day nowadays, right?
She's Nautilus isn't available, so you need to pick something else engage. Rakan also covers off that Braum that I was talking about, right? Jinx Braum is probably her best pairing currently, and Rakan is quite good into Braum, especially with something like the Kai'Sa. So it makes that a little bit harder to pick. They might still do it anyways. But instead, I like Poppy actually quite a lot.
Oh, no way! This is going to be a Luke Bingo special in the top side. We've seen him on a Poppy before, man. And it works so well into, 1, the Kai'Sa, 2, the Rakan. Are you kidding me? They're in the entire identity right now on the side of Red What is another diving comp. They've done it with the Vi. The Vi was a little bit left by herself in that regard. I appreciate the on-core value from the Seraphine, but then there's the rebuttal from the Mel. This has so much more potential, but then there's the Poppy, and she loves to just put you right against that wall, pin you down, or not even allow you to enter this game. Another Ornn, another Darius ban.
Yeah, not surprised. And I agree with Red. I'm not convinced this is Poppy top either. It's very good in support in this game as well. I don't put it past strong side to be the one to pilot it either. Azir is very strong in this game currently, so yes, I agree with that ban as well. But yeah, like this, Luke Bingo is very good at this Poppy, but I would not put it past them to flex this into the support role, especially in Game 5. So just taking away, I would imagine Cassante ban comes through as well, because there's not a whole lot of Cassante answers. Your best Cassante counter pick is Garen right now in this draft, and when you're playing Dive, I don't think you really want to go Garen, but instead they're going to go LeBlanc, so they could go towards something like that. You do also have stuff like Vayne top or Gwen into the Cassante as well still. You've got those options. But I think they'll probably look to go towards that Gwen, if anything, or the Garen potentially, if Too Spooky's willing to play something like that.
Yeah. I'm just thinking about...
Cassante at least.
Yeah, I'm thinking about scopes here. They're probably going to leave that mid for the last pick.
They should pick mid lane right now,
See, they oftentimes leave it for R5 if it's very late into the series. That's Brand
mid. Yeah, Brand is very strong. Brand is very, very good.
Defy touch, right?
Yes, DFT makes him so strong. He's better in bot lane, though, because in mid lane, he's very susceptible to being ganked.
I've not seen scopes on a Brand before. I'm looking for
I'm curious to know what they're looking for here, Red. They could go something like Lissandra, or Silas even isn't too bad. Oh, I like TF, actually.
Oh my
I really like
gosh.
I really
it's all
like
coming
that.
out.
Yeah. They could go Cassante themselves here, actually, and I think their composition's really strong.
Right.
If they have Cassante up there in the top lane, we know Too Spooky is quite good at that champion as well. It also denies it from Lupingo as well. Don't have to force the counter pick, but instead it'll be Aatrox potentially, which I think is also quite good.
But the Cassante is very good into the Aatrox.
Cassante is good into Aatrox for sure, but like what you said, Luke Bingo is the one that kind of wants to play this Poppy, but I think it's good in support for Fuse. Like I said earlier, it's good into Rakan, it's good into Kai'Sa, so putting him on Cassante I think is quite good. It gives them some much needed frontline and some more CC as well, gives you some disruption to kind of deal with the dive, and yeah, it's going to be that Cassante into Aatrox matchup. So a little bit
I think I like that even more. Because the strong side on the Poppy has a little bit more value into the Rakan lane, right? You've got that going for yourself so much more. You can roam nicely into something like a Twisted Fate as well, who's very immobile, right? And if you set up a nice gank with the stun from the brand, and then you follow up with that heroic charge and whatnot, then the Twisted Fate is in trouble all of a sudden. Also, a Twisted Fate going anywhere near the Jinx, who's going to be always followed by the Poppy, if he goes a little bit too close by the wall with the Destiny, right, he's just going to be pinned against the wall by the Poppy, right? So you got to be careful how you use the Destiny in this one as well. But again, Aatrox, great pick here. And I will just speak about that just for a moment.
It's
because
very good in the game, except for the Cassante.
Yes, well, that's exactly it. Because the Aatrox is always confused for the initial engage. And no, you're a follow-up. And if you have enough engage, you do great in that regard. Yeah, you can engage into a 1v2, sure, that's fine. But into a 1v5, or 5v5 even that, right? You can't really be thinking about that. But with the Rakan, you've got that going for yourself a little bit more. And then the Cassante comes around. The #1 pick, like an Ornn, Cassante. They just slow down the Aatrox so much in that laning phase that he doesn't get to snowball. So he's looking for skirmishes instead. He's looking for those first kills in the late, mid-game, late, early game team fights. And that's already pushing it a little bit because you're on a timer as an Aatrox. 28 minutes into the game, you fall off quite heavily. Level 4, if you don't get that prioritized, if you don't get that going for yourself, into a Cassante lane is also quite a waste. But we're in game 5 in the Benelux Ascent series. We're playing for the semi-finals, ladies and gents. Fuse on the red side and Red OUAT on the blue. As we speak, game 5 has come through with a few interesting picks, but that's exactly why it's gonna make this so much more fun. I'm ready to see who will be that top 3, the 3rd seed into Mind Blue off the back of this last game.
Yeah, and both of these teams obviously want to be that. That's their whole point of being here, is to keep winning games and go as far as you possibly can.
Yes,
now,
sir.
There's a lot of playmaking for, honestly, both of these teams. Less so for Fuse because you do have Graves and Brand in mid-jungle, which has a lot less playmaking than the TF Xin Zhao, to be certain. But what this does tell me is these two junglers very different playstyles, right? Xin Zhao wants to look for something to happen and wants to get as much early as possible to really get the value out of his champion, whereas Graves wants nothing to happen. He just wants lanes to be lanes, and he wants to farm for 25 minutes and hope his Nexus hasn't exploded by that point. Because then Graves becomes a monster to deal with at that stage in the game, but he has to get there first and doesn't have a lot of value in the early stage with the Grand Entrance. Will barely miss onto Mycano. Still a decent trade. And then also these mid laners, right? Brand, same thing. He wants to just scale into the game, become that late game monster in team.
I'm really sorry, I'm just having some mic issues. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can now, yes.
Okay, I can hear a lot in my ears right now, and I think, actually, do you know what? That might be coming from my... Yep, it's coming from my phone. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, I'll get that fixed as soon as possible. Scopes is getting something else fixed in this mid lane. Chova's getting quite low. I hope I didn't miss anything, but this is not the game to mess up the audio. Come on, let's get it fixed up. This is looking like quite a good start, at least for Scopes on this brand. And again, I have not seen it before.
Yeah, and Brand is, like I said, very strong champion in the current meta, especially on 1610 as well. It's very, very good, but very susceptible to dying. And that is what he just has to avoid, is he has to keep the pressure on Chover without putting himself at risk of getting ganked by Dismas and potentially dying, or at least losing his flash in lane or something to that effect. Crab going to be taken by Bloopy. Everybody showing up to the party to make sure he gets this one available. Graves clear is obviously a little bit faster than the Xin Zhao clear. They do know he's taking the bot Crab, but Bloopy is going to try to potentially look through the mid lane with strong side to get towards this top Crab.
So he's gonna somehow get around there, and I'm pretty sure he's got more support. It's still a 3v3. However, priority, never the mind. It's not for Spooky, but he's moving. He doesn't have prio, but he doesn't want to let the Dismas Xin Zhao to fall behind. It doesn't seem like they'll be picking that fight either. This is still a high-stake play to make for both of the teams. You don't really want to be coin flipping this entire game for a Scuttle Crab, especially if it's your second. You know, you already had that first. You're just going to let that one slide. Sure, Dismas won't be behind because of it, so risky plays, if they go your way, they certainly do have rewarding factors, but that won't be the case this time around. So, TP is going to come out from both Fuse solo laners as we speak. Luke Bingo on the K-Sante, and the Graves is just hovering in that top side, and then the Brand coming through as well. Mechano on the Jinx as well. Interesting stuff. Doesn't quite... That's a nice heroic charge. Battle Dance is available, as well as the Grand Entrance. Mechano's going to be quite low off the back of that entire trade, and he's still trading, and I don't think you're going to continue doing that because, you know, Kamikaze took the brunt of that trade, but Nudie will be happy to keep on going.
Yeah, especially since he has barrier advantage, right? He knows Mechano has cleanse, so he can trade a little bit more aggressively than Mechano can. Mechano does not have a fake HP bar, whereas when you have barrier, you always have about 200 more HP than you would look like you have, which you can obviously bait a lot with, but Mechano does not have that luxury, just the heal. So they have a lot less effective HP than Nudie does, and already Mechano was losing that trade to begin with, so has the confidence to keep going, especially once the heroic charge has been used from strong side. They don't really have anything else to stop him from doing it.
Yeah, no, definitely. So the game right now, you can just sense the sort of tension, right? Because both of the teams, they don't want to commit. That's an all-out K-Sante. Never mind. Maybe I'm going to speak a little bit too early on that. That's a level 6 world ender as well, flashing away from the Kotofu strike on that K-Sante. That's going to be a forced flash, but trading one nonetheless. So a decent level up for 2 Spooky just at the right time.
Yeah, and... that very, very just. Barely gets the level up there, which does save his life. Has the ability to get back to base, which if he dies there, that's very, very bad for the Aatrox lane. He needs to stay as even as possible until he can get potentially help or can look to try to snowball elsewhere on the map. It's very difficult for them to get the kill onto Cassante, especially now that he has a Bramble Vest available. Very hard for them to find that.
Yes, Bloopy having to flash away, but there's a flash matching him. Chova's going to get that kill. Who's going to get it is the real question, really, as Bloopy does go down. First blood, and there's an Infernal Chains gold card as well. That's an amazing follow-up for the Aatrox. The gold card will always give him the Infernal Chains value. For as long as you have that going for yourself, we got a little pause. Hashtag fanatic pause. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was going to say, in the middle of a bot lane 2v2, it's a bit of an interesting one, right?
We'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. I just want to reply to Salaturka. I'm really sorry about the Fearless bans not showing for Game 1 and Game 2 because you are right, Data. It's because of the Game 3 dodge in the draft because of the bans. So those are gone to wherever. Won't be seeing the light of day. They're usually there. Yeah, that's it. They're usually there, but because we dodged that Game 3, my program overlay believes it was never there in the first
place.
Players for
missing bans twice. That's my excuse.
Literally twice as well.
My hands are clean of it.
I've never seen it before.
I'm not in the lobby. I have an EU account, but you know, I'm not even there. I can't even try to be there.
I mean, I hold my hands up. I have no information. I can't speak on this. Anything is, I'm going to deny any allegation.
Exactly. Not true.
No.
You can speak to my team of lawyers. If you have any problems, don't come to me with it.
If there's any lawyers in the chat, please hit me up.
I do think, though, I mean, that steadfast presence was really well timed from Strong side to get this winning trade that we're currently paused in the middle of for Meccano, which will help this 2v2 a little bit up because they've been getting pressured a decent amount down here and losing a lot of these trades because of how aggressively Kamikaze and Nudie are playing. And I do like this return to Rakan, right? And another engaged champion. I don't want to start any agendas or anything, but when Kamikaze's playing an engaged champ, they're 2-0 in the series. When he's playing an enchanter, they're 0-2 in the series. Now, Rakan is a bit in the middle of the enchanter engage, but definitely is an engaged champion that just has some enchanter properties in his kit with the Q healing and the shield off the battle dance and stuff, right? But he's still very much an engaged champion. So the Nudie and Kamikaze right back to where that comfort zone that they found themselves in games 1 and in 3 as well. But Meccano and Strongside have been playing with more and more confidence as the series has gone on, and it's showing here as well. Still, even after that early trade being so much in the favor of that 2v2, still having the confidence to not only pressure on the waves but also in these trades in this mid lane. But also the big thing that just happened, right? You see the flash get lost from Bloopy and
I'll bring
he
it back,
dies. Right, the first blood goes over to Chover, and then they keep going. The Umbral Chains, I believe is the ability's name, hits onto Brand, and then the gold card hits, which forces the flash out of scopes as well. So now it's a flashless Graves, a flashless Brand, and you're playing against TF Xin Zhao. That's 2 champions that have a very easy time punishing those flashes.
They can revisit that, and what's very important is that the Aatrox understands this laning matchup, so he's roaming. He's doing it very early on into the laning phases, so he knows exactly what is the best thing to get out of a K'Sante matchup, which isn't to play into him. It's to look for those skirmishes. For as long as they're very close to that top side, you want to be there, right? So that's a very promising, too spooky kind of idea that he needs to follow up on time and time again, because if he does, it's going to be absolutely insane for this Aatrox early game to get into this, because eventually he's just got to be acting as a bit of a frontline, but not really necessarily something like a Renekton, because, you know, Renekton got that Dominus, and that's a nice and quick heal up and etc. But for the Aatrox, if you get CC'd and if you're behind, then you're not going to have much value. And there is quite a lot of CC as we are back in the game. So let's put ourselves right back into this. I believe Blue P was reconnecting off the back of something there. So he's now back in the game. That's at least what I saw. And we are ready. So 1 kill for this Twisted Fate. And Twisted Fate has got the spellbook as well, which is going to be a nice little tool for him to be a little bit more utilizing this ultimate destiny around the map.
Absolutely, right? And it kind of plays into that him not taking TP, right? You don't have to take TP on TF. You can use your Destiny to get back into lane, but having Spellbook means you can still have that TP later on, and in addition to that, he has access to very important summoner spells for a lot of these champions, namely Exhaust to deal with that Graves, Ghost obviously to help him chase things down. He can get Heal as well. He can also take Smite if he wants it. A lot of really good summoner spells he has access to as well. And if his flash is ever down, he can then just have 2 combat summoners, right? He can get Barrier Ghost and then look for some more aggressive plays with his ultimate with those spells.
Absolutely. And quite aggressive positioning down there in their bot side jungle, mostly due to the fact that it's 7.5 minutes into the game, and the dragon has been quite patiently waiting to be engaged on in that pit for quite some time, as there is quite a few fights left and right here. Look, Bingo, quite aggressive on that trade in the top side. Again, it's a nice lane. He can afford to do so. However, I wouldn't underestimate something like this. The Aatrox base damage is huge. He's got the tab eyes as well. He's not picked up a longsword. He doesn't need one. I wouldn't say the base damage alone will be quite decent for as long as you keep trading nicely with the Darkened Blades. You can sustain yourself all right, but if you hit those sweet spots, it does certainly turn out to be okay. But the Bramble, very early buy, it's to be expected. Look, Bingo is, very well aware of how to deal with an laning Aatrox to deny, again, him as much as possible. The dragon will be started. It seems like Twisted Fate will be entering from a side flank as well as Dismast. It could be a little bit tricky. However, the dragon is being engaged on by Fuse, and they do get most out of that. Now, Scope's walking into a bit of a misposition. Crescent Guard again. This is going to be a kill kill onto the scopes. That's another kill, none other but Bloopy is now being engaged on. It seems like Kai'Sa, beautiful punish coming out from the entire Red OUAT team. Again, scopes, a little bit too disrespectful on a river position.
Yeah, and like I said, those two flashes that got burned earlier are the reason why both of them die there. And also the exhaust that comes through, which means Blippi can't run away. Really good timing on the Killer Instinct to get past strong side and not face plant into a steadfast presence and get that kill as well, which now means also not just the kill gold goes over, but now this guy has double buffs. This lane is a lot harder for Meccano and strong side, and they can continue to snowball. Chover once again having a massive game in the early game, even bigger than the last few as well. Now that he's playing a champion once again that he can facilitate a lot on. 2-0 and 1.
There's a flash.
Nice flash.
A World Ender as well, but there's no flash available on the Aatrox, and we've seen a few times now. This might be a bit of a repetitive scenario, but Luke Bingo is once again on the ball. He gets another solo kill. That's 3 games in a row where he's able to do exactly that. The first 2 didn't really exactly flourish in that regard, but these do. That's a K-Sante as well. You don't want to really give too much pressure over to a K-Sante as Spectator is doing Spectator things. I'm really hoping that bug is going to get fixed as soon as possible. Down in the bot lane, there's a potential dive because Rakan is out and roaming somewhere. However, Nudie is very healthy. He's got a double buff as well.
Yeah, especially since Meccano doesn't have flash. If they overplay the dive in any way, he does just die to tower potentially. So a little bit risky to have gone for that, which is why they didn't. Just going to force under tower, look for a little bit of poke, and then just look up here to make sure Bloopy can get this Raptor camp invade. Like I said, Graves and Xin Zhao playing very different games in this one. Graves just trying to get as much farm as possible, but because of those deaths, he's actually down in CS even after stealing that Raptor camp. He's quite behind. They're going to look to get the Krugs as well, but I don't think he can take all of these ones. Yeah.
Now, this is still an early game comp for the side of Red OUAT, and I do expect them to do a lot in wherever they really put their priority into, really, because you're comparing the Aatrox into a K-Sante, right? You're probably comparing something like the Jinx into the Kai'Sa. The Jinx takes, yeah, they do, to be honest.
But Jinx is Jinx when she hits 5-eye. Like, that is, she is stronger as a hyper carry late game, but Kai'Sa does a lot of damage later in the game as well.
Yes.
And then also, like, Rakan outscales Poppy, but Poppy ult Keeper's Verdict always has good value. Really, the big scaling advantage that Fuse has is in the top side with this K'Sante, Brand, and Graves. These 3 champions are extremely powerful in the late game, especially when you're comparing it to Twisted Fate and Xin Zhao, who are very much mid-game champions.
Yes, it is. It is. How would you say the heavy trade? Nice sweet spot value coming out of the Darkin Blade there. Oh, we got a potential tower dive. This is strong side caught out, but Jinx is going to walk into a Xin Zhao really because, oh, actually there's respect coming that way. I think the Rakan is moving a little bit too early on that. Kamikaze may have given away the positioning on that, but there's still a Destiny coming somebody's way, and Meccano will be taken out. That's the first death for the Jinx, but because he's actually 200 gold up, interestingly enough, off the back of that, there's another dive coming through to strong side, and he will be taken out. Chover taking all of those shots. Very good execution off the back of that. That's just putting so much more value down into this bot lane, and Dismas is everywhere where he should be. Blue Piece trying to trade into it. There's a sweet spot. Darkin Blade. That could actually be a very nice 1v1 for the world, and Flash has to be moved. And hold on. Dismas is still waiting in this brush as we speak, and I don't think this is going to be respected. Collateral damage now. Meccano is being engaged on. Killer Instinct, and it's not going to be enough. Meccano does not have any way out of this one. He is now certainly way further behind than a Jinx should ever be.
Yeah, and I really like this from Dismas to stay here because he knows they're also overstaying topside. You want to get more than they are for the cross-map play. Now, Too Spooky does flash. I don't think he should have. He's dead anyways, especially when he's in front of the tower there. He's definitely dead as soon as Scopes shows behind the tower. But he did get the flash out of Bloopy. in that 1v1 initially when they tried to look for the tower dive. So he does end up trading flashes, and it is in the end of it 3 kills for just 1 for the side of Fuse. So all in all, very good trade for Red.
Gold card does connect onto Blue P, who's now being crescent guarded onto. He's got the healing coming through, but it seems like he's going to be re-engaged on. And now the next target will actually be none other but Knudi, but he's flashing over the wall. The Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't quite connect. Mechano is now going to be going down at the next one, unless Blue P, Luke Bingo can do something about it. Strong side is very low as well. This is a disaster if you're Fuse. We've got Red Watt absolutely owning the early stage of this game, and if Luke Bingo goes down, it could be even worse. That is nobody going down for Red Watt, and certainly a great punish coming Fuse's way.
Every single summoner that was available was used, except for Chover's Spellbook Summoner, which I do believe he used and then swapped to Ignite. So every summoner on the map that was available was used in that fight, and Kamikaze played that very well. Ends up finding the re-engage, but he flash battle dances forward, heals to make sure Dismas doesn't die while he's running past to continue to find the engage. Also, really good flash from Nudie over the wall.
Okay.
Nice on the dragon.
Dismas doesn't have the flash, right? So he's just going to have to come into a fight, but it's a little bit outnumbered, I will say. That's his first death, and big shutdown for Mechano, actually. That, at this point in the game, 5,000 gold is what we were looking at there. Blue P a little bit too heavy on that one. Does get the dash just out of the second pull on the Infernal Chains, but maybe disrespecting a little bit more as the gold card coming around. Does connect onto Blue P. Strong side coming through as well. Maybe a little bit too heavy on that heroic charge, but there is a Destiny being called, and it seems like it's going to be for Blue P. He's got Mechano's side. Nice sidestep as well. Nobody goes down in that exchange aside from Dismas, who did secure the dragon as well. So it's a something for something, really.
Yeah, but Luke Bingo gets a lot of gold in top lane, so the gold lead does end up diminishing off the back of that play. And as much as they do get the dragon, it'll be end up being quite a gold negative trade. Excuse me,
First
because
tower.
of how large that shutdown was.
Never mind.
The full tower goes over to this Cassante. Now 1,000 gold up. Obviously, as a team, they're still down because of the rest of the map. And Too Spooky, I do not think you win this.
Yes.
This guy, I believe he loses that 1v1, especially with the all-out available and no flash on either one of them.
He had no flash. I'm surprised Dismas didn't take that initial fight. Maybe perhaps punishing Luke Bingo for his, honestly, overzealous tower take, because he didn't have much vision around there, and fully well the objective is up as well, so Xin Zhao is going to be around that. But Luke Bingo doesn't get punished, and the Herald will be also controlled, which is huge if you're Red Watt, because one tower going over to Luke Bingo, it almost cost him his life if it was committed onto. But here, their tower in the mid lane will be going down at next to no commitment from Red Watt, because that's the Herald real advantage that it gives you here.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to hold on to that for another couple minutes as long as they can, so they can force priority for this dragon. They want to be the ones to stack dragons because of that scaling advantage we were talking about for Fuse. They don't want this game to go the distance, as they need to keep this ball rolling and keep their lead pushing. But they've already, the lead has been effectively cut nearly in half. They were at one point, briefly albeit, up 5,000 gold. And now they're down to only a 3k goldie, which is still quite sizable. 2 items on both 80 carries here because Mechano got that shutdown, and 2 items for Chover as well. Has that Lich Bane online, as well as the Rod of Ages that he got earlier. Not quite fully stacked on that one, but nearly to it, as he's, I think, 2 minutes away from getting that extra level available for himself.
Yes, now the gold has been reduced ever so slightly, but this is still a very nice lead. 17 minutes into the game. 2 minutes ago, that was 5,000. Red Watt in a game of 5. You need this. You don't just need this just in a, physical advantage, but you need it for that mental advantage as well, because an early game which doesn't go your way oftentimes destroys the mentals and team comps, right? But again, Fuse having a decent game in the top side for this K-Sante. This K-Sante will always have value in team fights now because of that. And Mechano grabbing a shutdown as well. This is a Jinx, which is only 500 gold down as we speak. However, a lot of solo yellow gold is picked up on the Twisted Fate and the Zinzao Dismas. Dismas himself, we know fully well, is here from the back of an amazing performance in Division 1 Road of Legendary Legends. As we speak, there's going to be an engage quickness onto Strong Side, who's going to be taken out off the back of this one, but it looks like Rakan will follow suit. That's the two supports. Nudie, because of getting excited, that's almost a kill onto the Mikano, who's going to have to flash away. Mikano and Luke Bingo now halving to somehow escape this one, but no, Dismas does get the audacious charge. Another kill going over to Chova. This is a 3-kill Chova with 2,000 gold, 2 for 1, and most importantly, you've just killed the K-Sante. If you're Red Watt, now everything else should be going their way for as long as Fuse doesn't find something somewhere.
Yeah, this TF is really strong. Now, they're not going to be able to get the dragon because it wasn't up. But they do get a lot out of that, right? They get the gold from the kills, but not just that. They get the flash from Mikano, which means this dragon contest going to be very difficult for Fuse. They also got the flash from Luke Bingo as well, which means he has a little less value in this team fight upcoming. Still a Cassante, but very much more susceptible to dying. Strong Side also burned both the heal and the flash, trying to flash at Dismas to try to negate that initial disengage that he did after being a little bit mispositioned. Meanwhile, over in the top side, though.
Yes, and Luke Bingo doesn't take much damage. He's actually thinking about, oh, yes, hold on a minute. This is a TP play coming through as well, as Bloopy's going to trade with the mid lane push. Now, top side, a lot is coming Chova's way, and the kill being picked up by Mikano is actually kind of huge. That's you know, all of a sudden, Jinx now is coming back into the game, grabbing the advantage over the Kai'Sa with that roam, and the Baron is up, and unless this is an Open Qualifiers Fuse that I remember, they'll be starting it. Now, this is forcing what? A fight coming from Red Watt. They have to commit unless they want to give over a Baron, and this is a very important Baron for Fuse, because if they do take it, it seems like the Dragon will be traded, a second Dragon for that matter. Scopes is being engaged on. That's a nice world ender, but looks like the heroic charge will be just securing that kill onto the Aatrox, grabbing that kill onto the Baron as well. Dismas is not done yet. Mikano doesn't have the flash. It looks like the killer instinct will be removing the Jinx from this fight as another kill onto Bloopy. He's using the collateral damage, but there's the gold card, and it will be taking his life out of his eyes. Everything else will be also quite nicely turned around for Red Watt, despite losing that 2-for-2 kill, and I think that's all it really was, so it's quite equal in the end.
Yeah, and just a little too overzealous from Too Spooky, I think. I'm surprised he was looking for that on the scopes, standing where he was, knowing you're playing against Poppy, right? You can't stand next to the terrain like that, just gets stunned up, dies in the middle of the world ender. And he also used his flash, I believe, as well, which he still dies even so. But the really good find from Dismas there onto Mikano, knowing he doesn't have flash. Good conviction there from Nudie as well to pop the killer instinct immediately to get that kill. The chase down onto Bloopy as well, trading flashes, guaranteeing that double kill, which means the gold is actually positive in the favor of Red Watt after off the back of that Baron. And Fuse can't really do too much with this Baron. They'll get the bot lane tier 1, but outside of that, they really don't get a whole lot. They have a minute and a half left, so we'll see what else they can get. But those two deaths definitely stall out this Baron push for a long time.
It will. It certainly does do exactly that. Now, they're trading. They're doing some sort of a cross-map play here for both of the teams. A lot of focus for Red Watt is in the top side. A lot of focus for Fuse is down in the bot lane as we speak. Now, that's going to be a TP actually replied on to because Chova's coming around the corner. Nice Kotofu strike, but a gold card does connect nonetheless. This is going to be a 2v4, but a tower is going to help out a lot in that regard. And I don't think they're going to be able to commit Fuse into Red Watt on that regard. They do get one tower for one trade and a TP off the back of it as well. Chova is holding on to his destiny. You never know. He could be thinking about it. Those Void Seekers are going to hurt, especially with, you know, the Rage Blade. Now, also the Blasting Wand. This is a nice, what you call it? A hybrid build coming out from Nudie. Nudie does have a flash if he needs to use it. Zinzao on the top side still pushing out that tower. Another tower, however, will be going over to Fuse.
Maybe? They could TF ult this and look for the chase.
Since Hours coming around the corner, Destiny is certainly being used. Scopes does have the flash, having to use it. Nicely done as well, because Audacious Charge doesn't get the full value out of that gap closer. But Kamikaze now has the Battle Dance. This might just stop right there. It's going to be causing a flash onto the Brand.
Yeah, they get Brand Flash and they get the TP from the Cassante as well, which means they're now even on TPs in the top side of the map. And that's a big flash to get from Scopes, right? His flash very easy to punish, like we saw earlier in the game. Brand is not a very safe champion without flash available. He's very easy to punish with that cooldown gone. A rapid fire cannon now finished for Chover, as well as the Nashor's Tooth from this Kaisa. But on the flip side, Meccano does have that Infinity Edge. He is still actually up gold off the back of those couple shutdowns he got, which are both of his kills have been pretty large bounties, which is why he has that gold lead. But the big thing for Fuse is to make use of this Cassante's gold lead. Luke Bingo has to make an impact in these fights because of how strong Chover and Dismas are. He's really the only one that can stop them.
Strong side, using a steadfast presence, but he's just being engaged on and removed. Kamikaze, beautiful positioning, dancing around everything like this spectator is doing right there as well. What the heck? Okay, I don't want to see that. Come on, man. Let me calm you down. I'm gonna do some manual camera right now, because that was sending me over the edge a little bit. We need to sit down after that one. But I think also who needs to sit down is Strong Side, because he's been removed from the back of that fight. He's constantly sort of in the same position, and the Rakan is punishing him very nicely time and time again. This is something that's all of a sudden turning into quite an issue. Strong Side's positioning on this Poppy is certainly very much punished by Red OUAT so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And the 25 seconds on this Drake will be the focus for Red OUAT. And like I said, Scopes, no flash available. All the cooldowns back up. Quickness is up in 7 seconds time. But no flash yet for Kamikaze. It's up in 30 seconds. They might want to stall up for that one.
Yeah, now the big value is going to be the front line. Look, Bingo, looking for this smash. Does hit the heroic charge. Now everybody's going in, but the Crescent Guard's going to slow down so much. That's a killer instinct into the backline because of the beautiful grand entrance. They're not quite done yet, Destiny. This might just be the best team fight you've seen. Look, Bingo does get a lot of value out of it, to be honest, but in a what seems to be gonna turn in a 4-4-2 is not the best situation for Fuse. Luke Bingo gets taken out as well, and that 4-4-2 will result in a third dragon and a soul point for Red OUAT.
Yeah, I mean, Dismas and Chover are playing exceptionally well on this mid-jungle, but also this bot lane. Nudie and Kamikaze. I mean, this Rakan, like I said, the Kamikaze, when he's playing an engaged champ, Red haven't lost in the series. They're 2-0 with him playing engage, and that fight is exactly why. He finds a miracle engage onto both Meccano and Scopes. Meccano cleanses and flashes, still dies. Nudie is on point with the killer instinct past to the two of them, which instantly one-shots Meccano. And meanwhile, Dismas is the one that gets engaged on, sure, but he has the Crescent Guard to negate all of the damage that could potentially be on top of his head. And once they get those first two kills, look, Bingo does use the all-out onto Nudie, but Nudie doesn't even hit him. He just keeps hitting Bloopy and Strong Side to guarantee those kills, ends up dying, but he's done more than enough damage in that team fight for Chover and Dismas to then clean up the rest. Back to a 5,000 gold lead they are, but crucially, Soul Point was taken, and also Chover nearly at that death cap spike as well. About like 500 or 600 gold away from that. So in a few waves time, that'll be a lot more damage on this Twisted Fate coming through for sure.
It certainly will be. Look, Bingo reacting quite quickly to the positioning of Dismas, but you can just see Dismas wanting this heroic charge does go in, and a nice Kotofu strike with an all-out. He's already down, but a 3-man grand entrance, is it enough? No, because there's no follow-up. Now all of a sudden, Meccano is getting excited. He may have the zap, doesn't quite connect onto that one. Bloopy's gonna be able to just get gold carded, and it's a 2-kill pickup just around the Baron as well, as another gold card onto Strong Side. That's so much damage. Oh my god, killer Instinct going in a little bit too heavy on that one, but Nudie is just being removed. That's 3 members down now all of a sudden. That's a punish. That's a mistake. You can't afford these because the gold gap is going to be squished down onto 700 almost off the back of this Baron once it goes down. Well, 2,000 really if you count the rest. That's a nice steadfast presence. Doesn't get the Wodender, does get the reset. The Wodender is still alive until he's not. That's 4 members down, a Baron, and all of a sudden 1.5k gold difference between the two teams, which I will argue is a little bit of a nothing unless it's on one member, and that is Chova.
Yeah, a huge mistake from Nudie to go in there. I know what he's looking for. He wants to get the kill onto strong side, press E, go invisible after the one shot, and then run back towards top side. What he didn't account for is the heal that strong side had, and then also how ready Fuse was to turn onto that. Even if he gets the kill there, he probably has to burn both of his summoner spells just to survive, and I don't think that's worth it. If they just play it a little bit slower, keep poking, you already chunked out Poppy to basically no HP. That's more than enough, better than the kill, honestly, if she just bases. It's an easy kill for you to look for. If they're able to play that 3v5 with strong side being that low, even if he healed after the fact, way easier for them to play that rather than just the 2v5 that ended up happening.
Absolutely, and Nudie, needs to start playing around Kamikaze like he has been thus far. Without Kamikaze, that dive value that the Kai'Sa offers is just herself. She works great as a follow-up dive, but not necessarily by herself, right? And the Kamikaze Rakan offers you that. But right now, with this Baron picked up a good amount of damage. That's 4 plates in the blink of an eye, really. Already this tier 2 is pretty much out of this lane, with the cannon minion just hammering away. So right now, what we see is again, more late game favored team comp on Fuse than I would say Red OUAT, coming around to a 30-minute game. And with that mistake that has come through with, a little bit over positioning over Zealous, maybe here for Fuse, you can't be disrespecting the gold card. We've seen Dismas going in even on a Look Bingo before. This time around, he won't be doing that. This right here, all about the Rakan engage, really, I want to say. But Poppy value needs to be bigger value. Strong side needs to start thinking about supporting his backline from this grand entrance Rakan, right? The quickness, all of that. Because if you're not there with a steadfast presence, your entire idea of this champion, the Poppy, is just not really doing what it should be doing in this team comp into something like the Rakan, like this Xin Zhao, where this mass is going quite low, the tower's being controlled, and Luke Bingo is going very heavily into that fight, and Dismas is taking the brunt of that damage as we speak. Meccano has the confidence all of a sudden. Out of nowhere, it's 1.2 thousand gold over the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, that is the collateral damage and the Brand Ultimate as well going to be used, but it will give them pressure on to this Baron. No Destiny as well for Chover to get back onto the map fast enough, but they will get their resets off. They will get enough HP to try to walk in, but the Dragon has spawned. They do this very, very quickly. This should be gone before
Soul denied
happens.
Ooh, Void Seeker. That was looking scary. Soul denied. A second Baron picked up as well. Footwork will put and a charm. Infernal Chains. A lot has been committed, but a nice Keeper's Verdict. There's a TP coming through by Scopes as well. Luke Bingo getting caught out there a little bit, but a very good Keeper's Verdict from Strong Side. I think this is the best one I've seen thus far, but they're not quite done yet. They could be re-engaging. Dismas is thinking about it when it becomes lightning. Nice initial engage. The Blaze is stacking. Does he get that stun from the oh, hold on a minute, they're coming in, but the Steadfast Presence denied that initial engage from Spooky, who's now being taken out by none other but the Keisante. Has he got the damage? Yes, he does. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. Strong Side needs to be a little bit faster on his feet unless Chova can pick them out. A 1-for-1, 2 top laners taken out. That right there is honestly the most stressful fight I've yet casted in my entire life. That team fight could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Fuse, Scopes Flash, Meccano used Flash
Shake it off,
and
lads.
Cleanse and the Mikhails was used just to save his life. Now, Chover did have to flash forward. Dismas also flashed, but Nudie still has both summoners, and crucially, Kamikaze still has flash. There is, yeah, the bot wave is threatening, but there's no flash on Jinx, no cleanse on Jinx, and Kamikaze does have ult flash for this next fight. So all of my eyes are on this recon. Death Cap now finished for Chover, as well as the Sterix gauge for both Too Spooky and Dismas completed. The Zonia's Hourglass also finished for this Kaisa as well.
Now, what do we think about the Graves build right now? Picking up that shield bow off the back of the last back. It's a Bloopy at its finest. He plays Hydrophane, by the way, on a Jarvan. So you got that going as well. Hydrophane is not going to meet this Graves in this game, but it certainly has a lot of that crit, a lot of a shred.
Yeah. I understand why he's going this build. He went Youmuu's first for movement speed to help him chase after how much movement and mobility that Red Watt's comp has. Makes sense. He has the Edge of Night to deal with Gold Card, or just a stray Recon ult, something like that to help him deal with the CC. He has Lord Dominic's because he kind of needs to be able to cut through Dismas as much as he can. And then he has the shield bow for that extra survivability, that lifeline shield. But not having Infinity Edge means he doesn't really do a lot of damage yet, and that'll be his last item, I assume.
Luke Bingo having to be quite aggressive on his positioning. Did use that mitigation tool on at least a gold card, so he'll be able to walk out of that one fine. The Baron is up, and a lot of that vision has been secured by Red Watt. They are here. Once upon a time, we've seen Fuse take 2 Barons, but Once Upon a Team is now committing onto their first, and wherever they get it will be all down to how they play around this vision, which is going their way. This entire river belongs to them. Almost getting that third Katofa strike onto Jova would have been a disaster. This Baron will be started, but with a nice far side orb will be actually noticed, and because of the positioning from Red Watt, now Fuse takes control over the long brush. They put the control ward in there as well. Look, Bingo walking in there. The gold card just expired as well, so he's not under too much trouble until Infernal changes again, being just dashed away from. Not gonna get that. And another Katofa strike. Not much to be followed up on. I got excited, and this is again the most stressful fight you will see. Whoever gets this game, gets this fight, gets this team fight, will be going to the semi-finals. It feels like 35 minutes into this game is exactly what we're seeing. The closest game yet out of all of the 5 games. You're feeling the tension. You could cut it with a knife. You could certainly use a few of those weapons that everybody's holding in this game to do exactly that. But the fight, because of how high on the stakes it really is, will not be happening. And both of these teams just called it off.
Yeah, and now Fuse need to stall for another 30 seconds. Scopes' flash is up in 30 seconds. Meccano's flash is up in 30 seconds. They need to buy enough time to not have to fight before those cooldowns come back up. And they've done so with that Baron force. They were able to force them to stop taking it and give them enough time, and they didn't crucially force a fight before Meccano had his summoners back. Now has Guardian Angel as well, so he'll be a little bit safer than he has been for every other fight before this one. He'll have that second chance available for himself. Scopes' flash is now available as this dragon is spawning in 15 seconds. Meccano's flash is also now available, so they have both of those key cooldowns left as another fight is brewing, but it'll be harder to one-shot Jinx, especially with the GA now purchased.
And the flash coming back online. The only flash that's not available right now is the Aatrox, but that's only about 30 seconds away, and it's actually going to be traded a Baron for a soul point, which I'm thinking Red Watt is going to be very happy about, to be honest, because it's, you know, their soul point. They don't really care much about it. However, a Cloud Dragon on something like an Aatrox, something like a Zinzao is huge. Everybody, really, the Destiny from the Twisted Fate, Killer Instinct, the movement speed that it provides you from that passive is crazy off the back of those ultimates. But right now, it seems like the Baron is being sort of trying to be punished by Fuse. Good positioning by Red Watt straight away, running from the potential fight. We haven't seen one for quite a while.
Yeah, they've been kind of, I mean, 5 minutes we haven't seen a fight, right? Because Jinx flashed in the last one, and her flash is back up now. So it's been 5 minutes. Chover just gets stunned.
He does, under the tower.
He's fine.
This tower will be taken down quite quickly, but the Baron is actually on Red OUAT, right? So, again, it seems like Fuse is playing like the ones with the gold lead, but they're not. And I don't think it's really about that. I don't think it's about who's being pushed under what tower. I think it's looking for the right opportunity, and this here looks like the right one for Red OUAT, because Fuse is a little bit caught out in a bit of a interesting angle, but nobody will be really engaging on that because of how far away they were from danger. And it still will be just a dance, just a push. And these waves are actually pushing in favor for Red OUAT in other lanes, right? This is still a Baroned up team.
Yeah, Chover's pushing on mid. I really like this from him as well. He doesn't have Destiny for 20 seconds, but you can see Fuse are now sprinting back to try to get their resets off to stop him from
Tower
taking
Rust.
this golden inhibitor. And he will have to back up here though. His dismiss might be a little too far forward as his Chover, but he'll be able to walk away.
He was looking for a flank. Chover's caught out, maybe, perhaps. No, he won't be. Look, Bingo's now left behind. It's still moving as 5. That's the only thing, right? Because you're moving so close to one another, despite Chover was the furthest away from a team position that we've seen in like the last 4 minutes, I swear. It's still not going to result in a punish. Again, that was a Tower Rust play. 2 plates have been taken out off the back of that push for Chover on this Twisted Fate in this mid lane as we speak, and there's another wave in the top side now because again we've got the Baron. This is something that's going to expire in a moment or two. No towers have been really taken out yet, but you know they have been just bricked away at, brick at a time, I guess, as now, look, Bingo is a little bit too heavy on that one. He's still got that reposition, which we'll be getting out fine with, but he's now a half HP. Top side, look at bot lane. That's a massive wave to give up. We've seen that before, actually, and seems like somebody's going to have to back. Chover's thinking about it, going right in for strong side. He's not quite able to get nothing out of it, but he does. I heard a flash, and that's Dismas. So that's an ability that won't be available for those 250 seconds or so. There is no vision in there, but it seems like maybe perhaps they did see him just on the glimpse of that initial blast cone that was being taken over by strong side. So nice movement, nice body language. You don't want to give over this jungle if you're Fuse. You still want to hold on to your side of the map.
Yeah, and at this point, the gold lead is kind of doesn't matter anymore, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you've got your full build on Xin Zhao, your full build on this Twisted Fate, you're nearly full build on Kaisa. She needs another item and a half-ish, but you're basically the exact same gold as this Jinx. Actually, he's 2.5k down, actually, even though Mikano only has 2 kills. There's the Crypt Bloom from both the mid and ADC. So both ADCs 5 items. Both supports are 3 items, looks like. Yes. And I mean, yeah, this gold lead is starting to matter less and less. Almost everyone's
Kamikaze. I see it. It may be going in. The quickness is being used by the Steadfast Presence, already denying that initial engage. And who's going to get it? The Grand Entrance does get 2 knockups. Scopes was getting stunned up, and it looks like 2 Spooky's going to force a flash. Chover with the Destiny, not quite able to get into that backline. It's still not the team fight that will send anybody packing, because this is a do or die. If you lose this game, you're out of the entire tournament as a 4th seed. You want to be that 3rd seed. You want to be going into the 2nd seed, who is right now waiting for you next week, and that's Mind Blue Esports in the semi-finals on Wednesday. And whoever wins this game will be there honoring themselves in another best of 5, but it's still some team fights, some engages away. It's still yet to happen. That's a beautiful punish. Mikano is going to be able to just kite away. Looks like Dismas got the Crescent Guard. Going to be able to run away with that one. Infernal Chains, but look, Bingo has now arrived, thinking about a bit of an engage of his own. It's not going to be the kill that you were looking for. Dismas does have the collateral damage, trying to escape from it. Mikano is being left by himself, but he won't be going down. That was very close. Dismas has been taken out. He didn't have the flash. We've seen it before. This is a soul fight now all of a sudden. Infernal Chains, he's going to be able to displace himself. As strong side does have the Steadfast Presence going right in. Nice heroic charge onto Rakan, who's looking for the quickness, but these death timers are huge. Bloopy is now absolutely looking for it. Double kill with the side of a triple for none other but Mikano coming through. Chova trying to deny the push in the waves, flashing in. It seems like nobody will be here to stop Fuse from going from the 8th seed 2 months ago to the 3rd seed and to face against MindBlue Esports as the only open qualifier team that has done it, the only roster that exists for 6 months, and to see the light of day again and again, and then Fuse is here to stay.
This series has been insane. We get the full 5-game series. Fuse in game 3 have a huge lead, and then Red are the ones that come back to win that game to go to match point. Fuse have a pretty solid start to finish game 4, and then now in game 5 they were down 5k. Fuse were, and then they are the ones to come back in a 43-minute game to stave off elimination and go at the very least 3rd place in Benelux Ascend series in a very, very close losers semi-final best of 5. Like you said, they will now be going on the road next week, Wednesday, I believe, to face up against MindBlue Esports to see who gets to face Snooze in grand finals.
I mean, just feel my heart, man. It's pumping. It's out of my chest. I feel like it might as well be right in front of this camera because this series has been wild from the start, head to head. And I'm keeping my voice down right now because it is 11 p.m. and like there are people sleeping in this house.
Yeah.
I can't believe what I've just witnessed. The boys have done it again, and they've done it in such a close fashion. This wasn't a stump from either of the teams. It could have gone any way until it didn't, until Red OUAT themselves couldn't quite get that punish, and it was like 8 minutes of no fights. The tension was so high.
Neither team wanted to lose a team fight. It was so close. Like they kept finding little pokes, a little bit of damage here and there, especially off the back of the mistake that Moody made. Ever since he did that ultimate in River, they instantly slowed it down. They were like, okay, we need to calm down, chill out, play slow, play controlled, and then one mistake is all it takes at that point in the game, because death timers are so long. Dismiss goes in onto Mikano to try to find that kill. Mikano has GA, but doesn't even end up going down because he had to. Dismiss got caught it earlier, had to use the crescent guard. There's so much damage from scopes on the brand, means he's already low, and once he finds that audacious charge onto the Jinx, he's already low enough to the point where he goes down. And once Dismiss falls, it's a 4v5. Jinx has a reset, still has GA available.
Just take a look at what I'm witnessing right now in front of us. I'm so sorry to cut you off, Data. I'm just over the moon. Just take a look at the love, the commitment, the passion for the sport, for this scene. And I did call it a sport. I'll put that E in front of it tomorrow because right now I'm as excited as seeing the World Cup final for Poland and we've won it all, right? That's as far as I'm going to take this. I did not expect to even be in the final 6, right? Because of the performance. I was proud of the boys. I was proud of the boys in that 1 and 5 standing. Absolutely. And eventually I knew exactly what they all individually had going for themselves. That's why this roster was created in the first place, but we just didn't have that time to establish the synergy at the start of the split. And also, by the way, at the start of the split, we went up against Snooze, MindBlue. We went up against, Zenit, LeBronzy, and Red OUAT. We went up against the toughest of first 4 weeks than anybody ever did. And then the last 4 weeks is when we went up against our open qualifier teams, and it ended up with Taka Ascend. And now we're here. And now we're here. I'd never had doubts. Maybe that's not the right word. I had expectations, and each time they were met, I'm, almost touching that planet that's surfacing around Earth, right? Over the moon, literally. And I am here with so much commiserations for the roster because I'm just a hype man. I've not done anything, right? I'm just here, just speaking their praises when I can, and sending jemmies to a certain few Minecraft players just to keep them, constantly motivated, right? That's the word, right? And they've committed, and I appreciate every single person so much. And Red What? What a pleasure to cast this game. I've seen amazing performances, and I'll go one by one if I may, just very quickly. We've got Too Spooky. What an amazing turnaround in that top side on that Zahen game, turning the entire series in a 2-1. And a mini reverse sweep, by the way, is where we're at right now, which is crazy. And then you're all of a sudden, actually, no, that was a 2-for-2 in the end. And then you're looking at Dismas, and I've praised and sung his praises so many times now. I won't repeat myself too much. He's good. He's very good. The aggression, the belief that the team has in him is absolutely stellar. And then obviously Chova, maybe after a certain GOAT himself, Chovy, is he in the house? We'll see, man, but Chova himself
really well on every single game, even
every mid laner, every mid laner, and then Nudi, Kamikaze, one of the best synergizing duos I've ever had the pleasure to cast. From the back of that Ezreal Rail game to even this Kai'Sa and Rakan, what an amazing performance until it was Strong Side that has remembered who he was with the steadfast presence to deny, deny, and deny. Time and time again, he was able to just do what the draft was done and created for him. He was able to stop the audacious charge, the grand entrance, the... You name it, he did it. And right now, you're looking at a roster. You're looking at Look Bingo. You're looking at Bloopy, Scopes, Mikano, and Strongside as your third seed in Benelux Ascend Series. Let me say that again. Third seed Benelux Ascend Series Spring Split 2026. That is one hell of a underdog story.
Absolutely. I mean, from barely scraping it into playoffs, right? At 6th seed, tied 2-5 game score, barely enough because of their final week win against Taka Ascend to get to that 6th seed, an upset victory against Zenit Academy. Those two teams played against each other a ton all year. And when it comes down to best of fives when it matters most, Fuse have been coming out on top in most of it. I mean, in the Open Qualifier finals, it was a 2-1 victory for Fuse. In the regular season, in Spring Split, Zenit Academy did get the better of you guys, 2-1 victory, but then when it came to the lower bracket match, do or die, it was Fuse 2-1 to come out on top of that. And then also in the lower bracket semis, a crazy best of 5 series to come out on top of. And also huge shout outs to Red, not just for the players for putting on awesome games, but also the organization as a whole. Obviously the French broadcast, the support that they have for Benelux Ascent Series and Road of Legends as a whole in the Benelux region is awesome to see. And I'm like super humbled to be able to be casters alongside those guys over there. So huge shout out to Red, their players, the organization, and those guys over there at Once Upon a Team TV.
Absolutely, man. And you couldn't have said it any better. And it's a pleasure to be around the scene and, you know, always not only running an organization, running 2 rosters at their peakest of performance, right? But also running a production, running a whole league. Because the same people that are a part of the production on the side of Red What are also doing bits for Benelux Ascend Series as a whole, right? That is an achievement every time.
That's huge.
You put your time into this scene. And so massive congratulations for obviously being the GOATs, right? What? You guys are a pleasure to be around. And approached me October. I found out what finally meant because I just saw letters at the time. And then I found out it's one of the most creative names of an organization I've ever come across. Once Upon a Team. That is just chills. Sending it literally down my back. And it's also doing the same off the back of this series. Chills upon chills. One for
Yeah.
one for one for one
They played a hell of a series,
until the
yeah.
5th game. 45 minutes. Couldn't be
Yeah.
closer. 8
Yeah.
minutes of not fighting from 32 to like 40 minutes of no fights. Just
Yeah.
measuring what could be done
Yeah.
and delivering on the most hyped and my absolute favorite cast of all time. Again, I may be
Yeah.
a bit biased, but
Maybe a little
I will
biased, but yeah,
say
no, it was a
with chest.
fantastic series to cast and just to watch, honestly. I mean, the games were amazing. It was a ton of fun to cast these games, and just
Absolutely.
and as a fan of League of Legends, I mean, they were great games to be a part of. But the job's not finished, right?
It's
you
not
can be
finished.
happy with top 3, but certainly Mind Blue.
I was happy with
and
top 6. Are you kidding me?
Snooze are not happy with just a top 3. So Mind Blue are awaiting Fuse now next week for the lower
are.
bracket finals to see who gets the honors of trying to get their get back against Snooze Esports in the grand finals of Benelux's End Series, and which team will find their ticket to Road of Legends.
Road of Legends is all of a sudden at a reach. And I'm saying this, again, with a lot of people thinking, nah, bruv, Domayn, stop you right there. Nah.
Well, they said that coming into playoffs, right?
I mean, you write it, I'll tell it, right? Like, I'm just saying, this is a repetitive thing, and I don't like how it makes me sound. So I'll just say that I'm just proud, okay?
Of
because
course, man,
I
yeah.
can sit here and I can glaze and I can show off and be like that guy. And I can also say that I'll do it all over again because I am proud of this roster and what they became going into this whole Division 2 in Benelux Ascend Series, and now at a reach to be potentially thinking about Road of Legends, which is crazy. 3 teams are remaining. You've got Snooze Esports right now waiting for the winner of the next games. In the grand finals is where they are very patiently waiting as the first seed and the only spot that's so far achieved that amazing goal. And then you've got Mind Blue Esports waiting since Wednesday for their opponent of this
They've been kicking back.
series. And that's Fuse. Fuse is going up against Mind Blue Esports. Now, they did have some sort of history going into the first ever game, and I want to speak about this. This is interesting. So, first ever game for Fuse in the entirety of the this split, in the regular split. Week 1, 2 months ago, we played against Mind Blue Esports. We have been absolutely run over, and I'll say it with my
both
hands
games were
up.
like less than 28 minutes, 12k gold leads, if I remember correctly.
0-2, sort of just run over us, and then just sort of like, you know, just dug that 6 feet and went on to the next one and the next one and the next one, and they've done that 6 times until they went up against Snooze, and they lost that as well as the upper bracket, right? So that's their story and that's our story. But that was week 1. I would have wagered that we would have lost into anybody in week 1 because of how fresh the roster was, because there was synergy yet to be built, and that's been done across multiple games. So going into Mind Blue next week on that Wednesday, I said it once about Red OUAT, I've said it twice about Zenit, I said it 3 times about Attacker. Let me say it again. I'm just saying, Mind Blue, we're different. Okay, we're waiting for that grand finals, and then Snooze will get around to that conversation because this is now a possibility.
I think Mind Blue are sitting there too saying, yeah, we're different too. I mean, both of these teams that are awaiting in the bracket remaining have had a very dominant run. Not just in spring split, but also winter split as well. These two teams have been the top of the invited teams all year long, and they have proven time and time again that they have been a cut above the rest. Their quarterfinal matchups in the upper bracket, they did not drop a game in either of their series. Snooze winning 2-0 in pretty convincing fashion against Red, and Mind Blue beating Zenit Academy 2-0 in pretty convincing fashion as well. But Snooze proving that they may be a step even above that as they've had MindBlue's number this spring split. Their series and winter split semifinals was very, very close. Full 5-game series. Every game was very back and forth. And then in spring split, Snooze did win 2-0, but like I've said a lot of times now at this point, not a single point in either of those games did either team have even a 5,000 gold lead. And they were both over 40 minutes in both of the wins in that series. And then we come to upper bracket finals, and Snooze looking a lot more dominant. MindBlue did take a game, but it wasn't as close as the regular season matchup. So MindBlue are definitely rubbing their hands and saying, we want to get our rematch for the third time in this spring split against Snooze. So as much as Fuse have done 2 really huge upset wins and have scaled a ton in the playoffs thus far, even a higher hill yet to climb awaits them next Wednesday.
It is a big hill to get over, and you best believe there's going to be a mouth fight in there somewhere in that best of 5, because we're taking it to game number 5, ladies and gents. That's okay, well, I was confident in saying that for Red OUAT just because of like the constant competitive nature that we've had. We've gone up against each other a few times in scrims, right? We've had a good best of 3. All of these things lined up. We didn't have any of that with MindBlue. I don't even know if we ever scrimmed together. I don't think we ever have. I think a number 1 seed scrimming against number 8 seed doesn't happen, right? And now it might be our best friend. It might be our kryptonite against them because they don't know what we're at the moment made of, right? And we're going into this as underdogs, so we've got that going on for ourselves. MindBlue is going to be the biggest challenge yet, and I keep saying this. And I keep saying this, but it's true because MindBlue is right now. It's up there, man. It's up there. They're very good. And then the Snooze. It's just levels.
Even still, the levels even within the Benelux region, right? Benelux Ascend series, and then not to mention Road of Legends as well. Which, I mean, there's always, these guys are all so good. And then it's just pleasure to watch them, pleasure to cast these games. I'm happy we get 2 more best of 5s with these teams ahead, right?
2 more days. That's next week, Wednesday, starting at the same time as today, 1900 CEST, UK time 6 p.m. and the same for Friday. Wednesday semi-finals, and then your grand finals on the Friday. And that's it. That's the end of Benelux Ascent series for spring split. The next split will be starting for summer in August, but we're not done yet. We've still got some time to get through quite a bit. At this point, I was expecting just to, cheer on the fellow invited Div 2 from last year at the top 3. But I get to see my team, and the biggest pleasure of all, what that is to me and to everybody else, because it means so much to deliver this, right? To everybody that's here today watching, because I want to just thank everybody. You are the GOATs. Thank you so much for being here. The support is absolutely insane, and we're not done, man. MindBlue Esports, we're not done. Thank you, Data, for being here today. For casting with me, for being on this journey with me from quite a few good months now. Keep going up, brother. We got more in us. So, thank you to everybody that's watched, and we will be back with another banger on Fuse on Wednesday next week. Thank you for watching, and this domain is now offline. Take care and peace. Bye-bye.
Carried to Platinum 1, yeah? And then I dropped to Platinum 4. I griefed my ass. And then you take it for what it is. And your boy has used it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Where is it?
This is not goodbye, but just a brief refrain.
At this point,
We'll meet again.
I have no idea.
What?
What champion?
Yeah.
And play.
No, don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Streaming every night, never alone. 7 p.m. UK. He's here to play all day. Weekends, join the fray. This domain is offline, but don't fret, we'll be fine. 7 p.m. we're back every time for more fun and online shine. Get plugged in, cash and fight so high. Every month reach for the sky. This domain is offline, but hold tight. We're back to the grind. Let's go! League of Legends star.
Like, what is happening to Domain screen? Does anybody know? There's like little hearts popping.
Beats with the crew. Music, chats, and fun. Always something new. Always. This domain is offline, but don't fret, we'll be fine.
It's protein, guys. It's protein.
We're back every time for more fun and online shine. Get plugged in, cash and fight so high. Every month reach for the sky. This domain is offline, but hold tight. We're back to the grind. Let's go!
Whose idea was it to do this shit? Woo! Oh shit!
What's up? What's going on? Did you not hear the intro? Did you not hear the intro music? Well, you heard me.